Hi everyone. Great to have you here at the Fanfic Club. Get comfortable because today we're presenting, What If Bruce Wayne Investigated His Distant Cousin Harry Potter and Discovered a Conspiracy That Made Gotham Look Tame. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1. Blood Relations. The Batcave hummed with the familiar electronic symphony Bruce Wayne had come to find oddly comforting. The massive computer screens cast a blue glow across his face as he scrolled through the Wayne Enterprises genetics project data. What had begun as medical research, mapping genetic markers for diseases in Wayne bloodlines, had unexpectedly branched into genealogy. Bruce hadn't intended to explore his family tree beyond what he already knew, but Alfred's casual remark about knowing where one comes from had sparked something in him. "Sir, I've brought your coffee." Alfred's footsteps echoed on the cave floor. "Still obsessing over dead relatives, I see." Bruce took the steaming mug without looking away from the screen. "Not obsessing. Investigating. Of course. My mistake." Alfred's dry tone betrayed his amusement. "And what precisely are you investigating at 3 in the morning that couldn't wait until a more civilized hour?" Bruce gestured toward a highlighted section of the family tree displayed on the monitor. "This branch here. The Peverills, dating back to medieval England. They connect to the Wayne line through my father's mother's side. But there's something strange about the descendants." Alfred leaned in, squinting at the screen. "Strange how?" "Records disappear, then reappear. People vanish from public documentation for decades, then their children suddenly show up in completely different parts of England." Bruce clicked through several documents. "And this name keeps appearing, Potter." "Potter. Rather common English surname, sir." "Yes, but this specific Potter line has the same pattern of disappearing records. And the most recent one," Bruce pulled up a newspaper clipping from a small British publication, dated over a decade ago. "James and Lily Potter died in an explosion in Godric's Hollow. Left behind an infant son, Harry." Alfred's eyebrow arched. "Tragic, certainly, but hardly unusual enough to warrant your attention." Bruce's fingers danced across the keyboard, bringing up more articles. The circumstances were unusual. Officials gave conflicting reports. Some witnesses claimed there was no explosion at all. And the boy, he pulled up a grainy school photograph of a thin child with unruly dark hair and round glasses. "Harry Potter. He's been at the center of several inexplicable incidents. Such as disappeared from his primary school rooftop with no explanation of how he got there in the first place. Windows shattered around him during emotional outbursts with no apparent cause. And at age 11, Bruce frowned, he virtually disappeared from all public records, only to surface during summer months at his aunt and uncle's home in Surrey." Alfred straightened up. "You believe these Potters are connected to something criminal?" "I don't know. But patterns like these." Bruce trailed off, pulling up another window showing financial records. "There's an account at Gringotts Bank in London that handles Potter family transactions, but it doesn't appear in any banking network I can access. And I can access them all." The butler's face softened slightly. "Master Bruce, if I may, is it possible your interest stems more from finding distant family than from any actual mystery?" Bruce didn't respond immediately. The question hit closer to home than he cared to admit. Family had always been a wound that never fully healed. The thought that somewhere across the Atlantic, he might have a living blood relative, however distant, stirred something within him he rarely acknowledged. "Wayne Enterprises is expanding its European operations," he said finally, avoiding Alfred's knowing gaze. "It's time I made a personal appearance in London." "Of course, sir." Alfred didn't push further. "I'll make the arrangements." 2 days later, Bruce Wayne's private jet touched down at Heathrow Airport. The British press had been alerted to the billionaire's arrival, carefully orchestrated to maintain his playboy image while allowing the necessary cover for his real purpose in London. Mr. Wayne. Over here. Photographers called out as he descended the stairs from his aircraft, putting on the practiced Bruce Wayne smile that never quite reached his eyes. Bruce. Is Wayne Enterprises looking to acquire British companies? He waved casually. Just exploring possibilities. And enjoying your British hospitality, of course. He winked at a female reporter who blushed immediately. His driver navigated through London traffic toward the Dorchester Hotel, where the penthouse suite awaited. Bruce gazed out at the passing city, mentally mapping routes and memorizing the layout. Old habits. London felt different from Gotham. Where his home was all sharp edges and shadows, London seemed to wrap itself in layers of history and secrets. The weight of centuries pressed down on every street corner. Appropriate, given he was here to unravel a mystery potentially centuries old. In his suite, Bruce declined assistance with his luggage and tipped the staff generously. Once alone, he moved to the window overlooking Hyde Park and activated his secure phone. Alfred, I'm in. Very good, sir. I've taken the liberty of compiling information on Harry Potter's known locations. His aunt and uncle's address in Surrey is confirmed, number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging. However, during the school year, he seems to attend a boarding school called Hogwarts. Bruce frowned. Hogwarts? I've never heard of it. Precisely the issue, sir. It appears in no educational databases, has no website, and doesn't appear on any maps. The only reference I found was in an obscure book about ancient British educational institutions, mentioning it as a school of special talents, invitation only, that dates back to the founders of Oxford. Interesting. Bruce moved away from the window. What about the Dursleys, his aunt and uncle? Vernon Dursley works at Grunnings, a drill manufacturer. Petunia Dursley is a homemaker. One son, Dudley. From all accounts, aggressively normal. Too normal, perhaps. Bruce began unpacking a specialized case containing equipment that wouldn't be recognized by conventional security scanners. What about connections to the Potters? Any other relatives I could approach more directly? None that I can find, sir. It appears that young Mr. Potter is the last of his line. His godfather, one Sirius Black, was imprisoned for murder shortly after the Potters' deaths. Rather a sensational case at the time, though strangely undocumented in court records. Bruce paused, considering. Set up appointments with Wayne Enterprises' London partners for tomorrow. I'll play the business angle publicly. Tonight, I think I'll take a drive to Surrey. Very good, sir. The car will be delivered within the hour. I've taken the liberty of having it equipped with your specialized requirements. Thank you, Alfred. After disconnecting, Bruce spent the next hour reviewing satellite images of Little Whinging and memorizing the route. As darkness fell, he changed into nondescript dark clothing and made his way to the hotel's private garage where a black Aston Martin awaited, understated by his usual standards, but appropriate for London. The drive to Surrey took less than an hour on the evening roads. Bruce parked several streets away from Privet Drive and continued on foot, moving silently through the cookie-cutter suburban neighborhood. Each house looked nearly identical to the next, pristine lawns, similar curtains, cars of comparable models parked in driveways. The kind of neighborhood that valued conformity above all else. Number 4 was dark except for a single light in an upstairs window. Bruce observed from the shadows of a nearby tree, noting the multiple locks visible on the front door, unusual security for such a seemingly safe neighborhood. More telling were the bars on one upstairs window, visible in the moonlight. Who puts bars on a window in a neighborhood like this? He circled the property carefully, staying hidden from view. The back garden was immaculate but impersonal, no toys, no evidence of a family that actually used the space. Just another facade. The light in the upstairs window extinguished. Bruce waited 30 minutes before approaching the house. The security system was basic, designed more to satisfy insurance requirements than to actually prevent intrusion. it took him seconds to bypass. Inside, the house was obsessively clean and devoid of personality, save for the multitude of photographs adorning every surface. Each featured the same three people, a massive man with a mustache, a thin horse-faced woman, and a grotesquely overweight boy. None showed any sign of Harry Potter. Bruce moved silently up the stairs, testing each step for creaks. The master bedroom door stood ajar, revealing the sleeping forms of Vernon and Petunia Desley. A thunderous snore emanated from another bedroom, the cousin, presumably. The third bedroom door had a small cat flap installed at the bottom, odd for a house with no signs of pets. More disturbing were the multiple locks on the outside of the door. Bruce examined them without touching, newer than the rest of the hardware in the house. Who locks a child in their room? He moved back downstairs, careful to leave no trace of his presence. In the pristine kitchen, he noticed a cupboard under the stairs with a small vent. Curious, he examined it more closely and found the faint outline of a tiny lock that had been removed, leaving slight indentations in the wood. Inside the cupboard, he ran his fingers along the underside of the lowest shelf and found something unexpected, crude childish writing scratched into the wood, Harry's room. Bruce felt a cold anger building. The kind he usually reserved for Gotham's child abusers. The evidence was adding up to a disturbing picture of Harry Potter's life with his relatives. Back outside, he took one last look at the house before disappearing into the shadows. The boy wasn't there, likely still at his mysterious school. But Bruce had seen enough to know that whatever was happening with Harry Potter went beyond genealogical curiosity. Something was very wrong with this situation. The following day, Bruce Wayne played his part, charming executives, discussing business expansions, and flirting shamelessly with attractive associates. All the while, his mind worked on the Potter puzzle. During a lunch break, he slipped away to make a call. "Alfred, I need everything you can find on schools in Scotland that might match the profile. Remote location, exclusive, no public records." "Scotland, sir. I found a train ticket stub in the Desleys' trash from King's Cross to a station in the Scottish Highlands. Platform." Bruce hesitated. "Platform 9 3/4. A pause. "I beg your pardon, sir. Did you say 9 3/4? "That's what it said. Check if there's some sort of private railway service that uses unusual platform designations." "Very well, sir. Though I must say, this becomes more peculiar by the moment. One more thing, see if you can find any connection between Gringotts Bank and a man named Albus Dumbledore. His name appeared on some official-looking letters in the Desley home." "Dumbledore, sir. Unusual name." "Indeed. Let me know what you find." Bruce ended the call and returned to his business meeting, making appropriate noises about expansion opportunities while his mind worked through the growing list of inconsistencies surrounding Harry Potter. After concluding the day's business obligations, Bruce returned to his hotel to review Alfred's findings. "Most curious, sir," Alfred reported via secure video link. "There is no platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross according to any official records. However, I found several online forums where people claim to have seen strangely dressed individuals with owls and large trunks vanishing between platforms 9 and 10 on specific dates each year." "Owls?" "Yes, sir. Carried in cages, apparently. As for Albus Dumbledore, the name appears in some very old academic journals from the 1940s, credited with discoveries in alchemy. Nothing since then." Bruce leaned back, considering. Alchemy. Disappearing platforms. Hidden schools. None of this makes sense, Alfred. If I might suggest, sir, perhaps a visit to King's Cross is in order. The pattern of appearances seems to coincide with British school terms. Good thinking. I'll go tomorrow. King's Cross station bustled with morning commuters when Bruce arrived. He wore casual clothes and a cap pulled low, just another tourist navigating London's transport system. He positioned himself with a clear view of the area between platforms 9 and 10, pretending to read a newspaper while observing. For nearly an hour, nothing unusual occurred. Then he noticed a family approaching, red-haired, pushing trolleys laden with trunks. Nothing overtly strange about them, except for the owl cage perched atop one trolley. Bruce watched as they approached the barrier between platforms. The mother, plump, kind-faced, appeared to be giving instructions. Then, to Bruce's astonishment, the oldest boy simply pushed his trolley toward the solid brick wall and vanished into it. Bruce blinked. He hadn't looked away. The boy had definitely disappeared through solid brick. One by one, the remaining family members followed suit, pushing their trolleys directly into the barrier and vanishing from sight. No one around them seemed to notice anything unusual. Bruce approached the barrier after they'd gone, examining it carefully. It looked completely solid. He pressed his hand against the brick, firm, unyielding. Yet he'd just watched 6 people walk through it as if it weren't there. Holographic projection? Some kind of optical illusion? None of the possibilities his logical mind proposed seemed adequate. He was still contemplating when something caught his eye, a thin boy with unruly black hair and glasses, pushing a trolley with a snowy owl in a cage. The boy looked around nervously before positioning himself in front of the barrier. Bruce recognized him immediately from the photographs. Harry Potter. Older now, perhaps 14, but unmistakable. Before Bruce could approach him, Harry pushed his trolley forward and disappeared into the brick wall just as the family before him had done. Bruce stood frozen, his worldview shifting uncomfortably. He'd witnessed the impossible with his own eyes. There was no technology he knew of that could make solid matter permeable like that. He needed more information before confronting this directly. Back at his hotel, Bruce made another call, this time to a less conventional contact. Zatanna. It's Bruce. Well. The Dark Knight calls. To what do I owe the pleasure? Her voice carried its usual playful tone. I need information about something, outside my usual expertise. I'm intrigued already. What do you know about hidden communities in the UK that might use unusual abilities? A pause. You mean witches and wizards? Bruce's grip tightened on the phone. You say that very casually. Because it's a simple question. Yes, there's a magical community in Britain. Very old, very secretive, very traditional. They keep to themselves mostly. Why? I've witnessed things I can't explain. People walking through solid walls. Disappearing records. A bank that exists but doesn't. Zatanna laughed softly. Sounds like you've stumbled onto the wizarding world, Bruce. They maintain a strict separation from what they call muggles, non-magical people. You're saying actual magic exists. Says the man who regularly works with a woman from Themyscira, an alien from Krypton, and a speedster who breaks the laws of physics daily. Bruce conceded the point with silence. What's your interest in them? Zatanna asked. I may have family connections. Ah. Well, tread carefully, Bruce. British wizards are particularly secretive and have their own government, laws, and methods of dealing with outsiders who learn too much. They're known to erase memories. Noted. Can you get me more specific information? Names of their officials, locations of their institutions? I can try. My father had contacts in their world. I'll see what I can dig up. But Bruce, yes. If you're planning to walk into their world, you might want magical backup. They won't be impressed by your usual tricks. I'll keep that in mind. After ending the call, Bruce sat in silence, processing this new reality. Magic. Not illusions or advanced technology, but actual magic. He'd encountered mystical forces before, of course, but an entire hidden society operating parallel to the world he knew, that was different. His phone buzzed with a message from Zatanna, start with the leaky cauldron. Charing Cross Road. Only those with magical blood or awareness can see it. Good luck. The following morning, Bruce walked slowly down Charing Cross Road, studying each storefront carefully. Nothing unusual caught his eye, just the typical London mix of bookshops, cafes, and retail outlets. Then suddenly, between a large bookshop and a record store, he noticed a shabby-looking pub with a wooden sign hanging outside. The Leaky Cauldron. He was certain it hadn't been there when he'd first looked. Bruce hesitated. The fact that he could see it at all raised questions. According to Zatanna, only those with magical blood or awareness could perceive it. His connection to the Potter line suddenly seemed more significant. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was dark and somewhat medieval in appearance, wooden beams, a stone floor, candles providing most of the light despite it being midday. Several patrons sat at tables or the bar, dressed in what Bruce could only describe as robes and pointed hats. Conversations hushed briefly as he entered, several heads turning to regard him curiously before returning to their drinks and discussions. Bruce approached the bar where a bald, toothless man was wiping glasses with a cloth. "What'll it be?" the bartender asked. Bruce realized he had no idea what wizards drank. "Whatever you recommend." The man nodded and poured an amber liquid into a glass. "Fire whiskey. Best in London." Bruce placed what he hoped was appropriate currency on the counter, British pounds. The bartender looked at the money oddly. "Muggle, are you? But you can see us." His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "I'm looking for information about the Potter family," Bruce said directly, deciding a straightforward approach might work best. The bar went silent. Every head turned toward him. "Potter, you say?" The bartender leaned forward. "What's your interest in them?" "Genealogical research. I believe we may be distantly related." Whispers erupted around the room. Bruce caught fragments. "Potter, the boy, you know who. Don't get many muggles in here asking about wizard families," the bartender said cautiously. "I'm not exactly a typical muggle," Bruce replied. A witch in emerald robes approached, her expression stern. "Tom, I'll handle this." She turned to Bruce. "Sir, I think it would be best if we spoke privately." Her Scottish accent was pronounced, her posture rigid with authority. Bruce nodded, following her to a small room off the main bar. Once inside, she closed the door and faced him. "I am Professor Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts School. Your presence here is unusual. So I gather." She studied him intently. "You claim relation to the Potters?" "I have reason to believe there's a connection, yes. Particularly to Harry Potter." Her expression tightened. "Mr. Potter has few living relatives, and those he has are muggles who want nothing to do with our world. I'm aware of the Dursleys. My interest is different." "Different how, exactly?" Bruce decided to take a calculated risk. "I've seen their home. The bars on Harry's window. The locks on his door. The cupboard where they apparently kept him as a child. I'm concerned about his welfare." McGonagall's composure slipped momentarily, revealing surprise and something like shame. "You've been investigating him?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because family matters to me, Professor McGonagall. Even distant family." She regarded him for a long moment. "You claim to be family, yet you haven't stated your name." "Bruce Wayne." Recognition flickered in her eyes. "The American industrialist?" Bruce nodded. "That explains how you found us, at least. Resources." She sighed. "Mr. Wayne, you've stumbled into matters far more complex than you realize. Harry Potter is not just any wizard boy. He's special somehow. Important to your community." "Yes." "Why?" She hesitated. "That is not a simple story, nor one I'm at liberty to share fully with a muggle, family connection or not." "Then tell me what you can." McGonagall seemed to reach a decision. "Very well. Harry survived an attack by the darkest wizard of our age when he was just a baby, an attack that killed his parents. He is famous in our world, and still in danger from those who serve the Dark Lord. That doesn't explain why he's forced to live with abusive relatives. Her lips thinned. Those arrangements were made for his protection, by wiser heads than mine. Though I did express my reservations at the time. Bruce studied her, recognizing genuine concern beneath her stern exterior. I'd like to meet him. Impossible. He's at Hogwarts, and the school is protected against Muggle intrusion. Then arrange a meeting elsewhere. During a break, perhaps. McGonagall shook her head. Mr. Wayne, your concern is noted, but you must understand, our worlds remain separate for good reasons. The statute of secrecy has already been breached in my case, Bruce pointed out. I can see this place. According to your bartender, that shouldn't be possible for a normal Muggle. This gave her pause. That is, curious. But it doesn't change the fact that interference in Harry's life could put him in greater danger. I'm not looking to interfere. Just to understand. McGonagall considered him for several long moments. I will need to consult with the headmaster. In the meantime, I must ask you to refrain from further investigations that might expose our world. Fair enough. She reached into her robes and withdrew what appeared to be a wooden stick, a wand, Bruce presumed. I'll contact you through Muggle means. Where are you staying? The Dorchester. Very well. She moved toward the door, then hesitated. Mr. Wayne, one question, how much do you know about your family history? Any unusual occurrences? Enough to bring me here, Bruce replied carefully. McGonagall nodded slowly. Indeed. Well, good day, Mr. Wayne. After she left, Bruce remained in the room, processing the conversation. He'd confirmed the existence of a hidden magical society, learned that Harry Potter held some special status within it, and established a potential contact. Not bad for a morning's work. But McGonagall's reaction to his ability to see the leaky cauldron suggested there might be more to his family connection than he'd realized. The possibility that magic might run in the Wayne bloodline, however diluted, was unexpected and somewhat unsettling. He left the pub and returned to his hotel, where Alfred was waiting with additional information. I've been pursuing those financial connections, sir. It appears that Gringotts is indeed a bank, but one mentioned only in certain historical texts referring to goblin uprisings in the 1700s. Goblins. Indeed, sir. I thought perhaps it was a code name or historical reference, but given what you've encountered. Bruce rubbed his temples. I'm still processing the implications, Alfred. If I might say so, sir, you seem to be adapting rather quickly to the concept of a magical world. After everything I've seen with the League, magical communities aren't the most outlandish possibility. A fair point. What is your next move? We wait. I've made contact with someone from Harry's school. She's going to consult with her superior. Alfred arched an eyebrow. And you're simply going to wait? That seems uncharacteristic. Bruce smiled slightly. I said we wait. I didn't say we'd be idle. That evening, Bruce disappeared into London's darkening streets, not as the Batman, that would attract too much attention in an unfamiliar city, but as a shadow, unremarkable and easily forgotten. He returned to Charing Cross Road, observing the leaky cauldron from various vantage points. People appeared and disappeared at a brick wall behind the pub, similar to the platform at King's Cross. A gateway of some kind, he surmised. By midnight, he'd counted 47 individuals entering or exiting, many carrying parcels or dressed in those distinctive robes. He followed several of them into the London night, noting how they seemed to either vanish suddenly or integrate seamlessly into Muggle society by changing their attire. One such which led him to a nondescript government building that ordinary pedestrians walked past without a glance. A brass plaque beside the door read, Ministry of Magic, Visitors Entrance. So they had their own government, as Satana had mentioned. Parallel structures, hidden in plain sight. Bruce returned to his hotel room just before dawn, compiling his observations into encrypted notes. He was about to rest when his secure phone vibrated. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. McGonagall's voice was crisp even through the phone line. The headmaster has agreed to meet with you. Tomorrow at noon, return to the Leaky Cauldron. Someone will escort you from there. Thank you. Mr. Wayne, she hesitated. The headmaster is a busy man. I suggest you be direct with your questions. Understood. Bruce ended the call and lay back on his bed, mind racing. Tomorrow he would meet this headmaster, presumably Albus Dumbledore, the man whose name had appeared in the Dursleys' correspondence. The man who had placed Harry Potter with abusive relatives for unspecified protection. Bruce's jaw tightened. He recognized the pattern, decisions made for the greater good that sacrificed individual well-being. He'd seen it in Gotham's officials, in Amanda Waller's operations, in the League's own debates. Good intentions paving roads to hell. But he would reserve judgment until he met the man. The following day, Bruce arrived at the Leaky Cauldron precisely at noon. The pub was busier than during his previous visit, with various witches and wizards enjoying lunches that occasionally emitted colorful smoke or moved on their plates. A giant of a man waited near the bar, easily over 8 feet tall with a wild beard and hair. He spotted Bruce and approached with surprising gentleness for someone of his size. You'll be Bruce Wayne, then? His accent was West Country, his eyes kind beneath bushy eyebrows. I am. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He extended a hand the size of a trash can lid, which Bruce shook firmly. Professor Dumbledore sent me to escort ya. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Just Hagrid, everyone calls me Hagrid. He led Bruce through the pub toward the back. Bit of a surprise, this is. Don't often get muggles visitin' the headmaster. I gather it's unusual. Hagrid led him to a small courtyard behind the pub, empty except for some trash bins and a brick wall. He pulled out a pink umbrella and tapped a specific pattern on the bricks. To Bruce's amazement, the wall began to rearrange itself, bricks sliding and turning until they formed an archway leading to a busy, colorful street. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Hagrid announced proudly. Stay close now. Some folks might be a bit curious about ya. Bruce stepped through the archway into what felt like stepping back in time. The street was cobbled, lined with shops selling everything from cauldrons to broomsticks. People in robes of every color hurried past, some carrying wands openly. Owls swooped between buildings, carrying parcels and letters. Hagrid guided him through the crowd, past a shop with racing brooms in the window, an apothecary with barrels of bat spleens and eel eyes displayed outside, and a massive white marble building that dominated the street. That's Gringotts, Hagrid explained, noticing Bruce's interest. Wizard Bank. Run by goblins. Actual goblins, Bruce noted, spotting the short, clever-faced creatures guarding the doors. Not code names after all. They continued down the alley until Hagrid turned into a small shop whose sign read, Flourish and Blots. Inside, books lined every wall, some chained shut, others floating gently above their shelves. Back room, Hagrid directed, leading Bruce past curious customers to a door marked, Staff Only. The back room contained a single table where an elderly man sat waiting. He had a long silver beard tucked into his belt, half-moon spectacles, and wore robes of deep purple embroidered with stars. He rose as they entered, revealing surprising height and vitality for someone who appeared so ancient. Ah, Mr. Wayne. Welcome. His blue eyes twinkled with intelligence and something else, a power Bruce instinctively recognized. This was a dangerous man, for all his grandfatherly appearance. Thank you, Hagrid. That will be all for now. Hagrid nodded. I'll be just outside if you need me, Professor. After Hagrid departed, Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from him. Please, sit. Minerva tells me you've been making quite the stir with your questions about young Harry. Bruce sat, studying the old wizard. I've been investigating my family connections. The Potter line intersects with mine several generations back. Indeed? How fascinating. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Though I suspect your interest goes beyond mere genealogy. I've seen how the boy lives when he's not at your school. Something flickered in those blue eyes, acknowledgement, perhaps regret. The Dursley household is not ideal, I grant you. But there are protections there that keep Harry safe from those who would do him far greater harm. Magical protections? Yes. Ancient magic, tied to blood kinship. Then explain to me, Bruce said, leaning forward, why protection from external threats justifies subjecting a child to internal ones. The Dursleys lock him in his room. They've kept him in a cupboard. They treat him like a servant at best, a prisoner at worst. Dumbledore sighed deeply. You speak of things you cannot fully understand, Mr. Wayne. Try me. The wizard regarded him thoughtfully. You're more than you appear, aren't you? Minerva mentioned you have resources, but there's something else about you, a darkness you carry. Bruce didn't respond to the probing. I'm concerned about Harry Potter's welfare. As am I, believe me. Dumbledore leaned back. The blood protection that keeps Harry safe requires him to call home the place where his mother's blood dwells. His Aunt Petunia, unpleasant though she may be, provides that protection simply by taking him in. Without it, Harry would be vulnerable to forces that have already tried to kill him once. What forces? Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Lord Voldemort, the most dangerous dark wizard of our time, murdered Harry's parents and attempted to kill Harry as well. Somehow, the curse rebounded, and Voldemort was defeated. But his followers remain, and there are signs he himself is not truly gone. Bruce processed this. And these blood wards are the only protection available? The most reliable, yes. There are other measures I could employ, but none with the same certainty. Even at the cost of the boy's psychological well-being. A harsh calculation, I admit. Dumbledore looked suddenly older. One I revisit often. Bruce recognized genuine regret in the man's expression. There might be alternatives you haven't considered. Such as secure locations with both physical and, if necessary, magical protections. Proper guardianship. Resources that could ensure both safety and proper care. Dumbledore studied him. You're offering to intervene personally. I'm suggesting that treating abuse as an acceptable sacrifice for security is a false choice. The wizard's eyes narrowed slightly. Your concern is admirable, Mr. Wayne, but you know very little about our world and its dangers. I know more about dealing with threats than you might imagine, Headmaster. Do you indeed? There was a subtle shift in Dumbledore's demeanor. Tell me, what is your real interest in Harry Potter? Many would seek to use him for their own purposes. Bruce met the wizard's gaze directly. I have no agenda beyond ensuring the well-being of a child who appears to be mistreated while under your supervision. Something like approval flickered across Dumbledore's face. Directness. Refreshing. He sighed. Very well. I propose a compromise. The school year ends in 2 weeks. Harry usually returns to the Dursleys immediately. Instead, I will arrange for you to meet him, supervised, of course. You may explain your family connection. After that, we can discuss potential alternatives to his current living situation. It wasn't everything Bruce wanted, but it was a starting point. Agreed. Excellent. Dumbledore rose. Now, I believe there's something else you'd like to ask me. Bruce stood as well. The leaky cauldron. I shouldn't have been able to see it, according to your bartender. Ah, yes. Curious indeed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. The Wayne line, you said, connects to the Potters? Several generations back, yes. Magic can linger in bloodlines, Mr. Wayne, even when it seems to have disappeared. Not enough for wand work, perhaps, but enough to see through certain enchantments. Magic recognizes its own, however distant. The implication hung between them, that somewhere in Bruce's ancestry, magic had existed. It was an unsettling thought, but one that explained certain irregularities. One last thing, Bruce said. There have been disappearances, people with mixed heritage, magical and non-magical. Have you noticed this pattern? Surprise registered briefly on Dumbledore's face. You've been thorough in your research. Yes, there have been several unexplained disappearances recently. The Ministry is investigating. Ineffectively, I'd guess. A hint of a smile touched Dumbledore's lips. Your opinion of government efficiency seems to cross magical boundaries. Some things are universal. Indeed. Dumbledore moved toward the door. I'll be in touch regarding arrangements to meet Harry. Until then, Mr. Wayne, I suggest discretion. Our world remains hidden for good reasons. Understood. As Bruce left the bookshop with Hagrid, his mind worked through the implications of the meeting. Dumbledore was clearly powerful, intelligent, and well-intentioned, but also manipulative and comfortable making morally questionable decisions for what he perceived as the greater good. A dangerous combination. The disappearances Dumbledore had confirmed troubled him. Bruce's original genealogical curiosity had expanded into something more complex, a potential threat targeting people of mixed magical heritage. People like himself, perhaps. He needed more information. And he knew just who to ask. The call to Zatanna went through immediately. Bruce. How's your magical adventure going? Informative. I need your help identifying someone in the British magical community who might speak more freely than the establishment. You've met Dumbledore, then. It wasn't a question. Yes. And found him less than forthcoming. He told me enough to confirm my suspicions, not enough to fully understand the situation. Zatanna chuckled. That sounds like him. All right, there's someone who might help, Mundungus Fletcher. Small-time crook, deals in questionable magical artifacts, but he keeps his ear to the ground. Hangs out at the Leaky Cauldron most nights. Looks like a dwarf crossed with a bloodhound. Smells distinctive too. Thank you. Bruce. Be careful. British wizards play by different rules than what you're used to. They can alter memories, transport instantly, and kill with 2 words. Your usual approach may not work here. Noted. That evening, Bruce returned to the Leaky Cauldron. He'd dressed down, worn jeans, faded sweatshirt, the look of someone who might be down on their luck. He ordered a butterbeer, having observed it as a popular, presumably milder drink, and settled at a corner table with a clear view of the room. 3 hours and several nursing of his drink later, a squat, bandy-legged man with long straggly ginger hair sloped in, looking furtively around before approaching the bar. His clothing was tattered, and even from across the room, Bruce caught a whiff of stale tobacco and alcohol. Mundungus Fletcher, almost certainly. Bruce watched as Fletcher ordered a fire whiskey and engaged the bartender in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing over his shoulder. After the drink was delivered, Bruce approached casually. Buy you another, he offered, sliding onto the neighboring stool. Fletcher eyed him suspiciously. Do I know you? Not yet. But I understand you're a man who hears things. Might be. Depends who's a skin. Bruce placed several gold galleons on the counter. He'd exchanged some currency earlier, learning the basics of wizarding money. Someone who can make it worth your while. Fletcher's eyes widened at the gold. Well now, that's different. What do you want to know, friend? Recent disappearances. People with mixed heritage. The man's demeanor changed instantly, fear flashing across his features. Dunno nothing about that, he said quickly, reaching for the galleons. Bruce's hand covered the gold. I think you do. Fletcher licked his lips nervously. Listen, mate, some things ain't worth talking about, see? Bad business, that. Bad for whom? Fletcher leaned closer, dropping his voice. Everyone. Ministry's hushin' it up. Started with squibs, wizard born with no magic. Then half-bloods who work in the muggle world. Just vanishin'. No bodies, no dark mark, nothin', dot. Dark mark? You know whose sign. Death Eaters leave it when they kill. So it's not connected to Voldemort. Fletcher flinched violently at the name. Don't say it, he hissed. And no, doesn't seem like his style. This is, different. Quieter. People just gone. Any pattern to the disappearances? Fletcher scratched his stubbled chin. Now you mention it, heard a rumor about some fancy research. Department of Mysteries stuff. Something about magical bloodlines in muggles. Distant relations of wizard families. Bruce felt a chill. Any names connected to this research? Nah, just whispers. But. Fletcher glanced around nervously. There's a bloke named Rookwood. Used to be an unspeakable before they caught him passing secrets to you-know-who during the war. Got put in Azkaban, but word is he's out now. Been seen meetin' with ministry types, real hush-hush. Where might I find this Rookwood? Fletcher shook his head emphatically. You don't want to, mate. Nasty piece of work. Death Eater through and through. I can handle nasty. Not this kind. Fletcher knocked back the remainder of his drink. Look, you seem all right, but you're askin' dangerous questions. These people, they don't just kill you. They make you beg for it first. Bruce slid the galleons toward Fletcher. One more question. Where would someone keep prisoners if they didn't want either the magical or non-magical authorities to find them? Fletcher pocketed the gold quickly. Old pureblood estates have dungeons, warded against detection. Or, there's rumors of experiments happenin' at an old ministry facility, closed officially after the war. Island in the North Sea, not far from Azkaban. Too small for a proper name. The Spit, some call it. Thank you for your time. As Bruce rose to leave, Fletcher grabbed his wrist. Word of advice, friend. Whatever you're mixed up in, get out now. Some secrets are best left buried. Bruce nodded and left the pub, mind racing with the new information. An island facility, mysterious disappearances targeting people with distant magical bloodlines, a former prisoner now consorting with officials. It painted a disturbing picture. Back at his hotel, he placed another call to Zatanna. What do you know about a wizard named Rookwood? Former Department of Mysteries employee, Death Eater. Augustus Rookwood. Bad news. Specialized in brain research, thoughts, memories, the connection between mind and magic. Brilliant and utterly immoral. Last I heard, he was serving a life sentence in Azkaban. Apparently he's out. And possibly connected to disappearances of people with distant magical ancestry. Zatanna was quiet for a moment. That tracks with his interests. He was obsessed with how magic manifests in bloodlines, especially those thought to be extinct. Bruce, if he's targeting distant magical relatives. I might be on his list, Bruce finished. The Wayne connection to the Potters. Exactly. Be careful. After ending the call, Bruce encrypted and sent his findings to Alfred, adding instructions to monitor Wayne Enterprises employees with British connections for any unusual behavior or unexplained absences. He was beginning to see the outline of a conspiracy, one that spanned both magical and non-magical worlds. If Rookwood and his associates were targeting people with dormant magical bloodlines, the implications were disturbing. What were they after? And how did Harry Potter fit into the puzzle? Bruce's meeting with the boy was still days away. In the meantime, he needed more concrete information about these disappearances and the facility Fletcher had mentioned. He opened his laptop and pulled up satellite imagery of the North Sea, focusing on the area around what he presumed was Azkaban prison. Locating a small island that matched Fletcher's description would be challenging, especially if it was magically hidden. But Bruce had resources beyond what the wizarding world might expect. 3 days later, Bruce stood on a windy dock in a tiny fishing village on Britain's northeastern coast. He'd chartered a boat under a false identity, claiming interest in bird watching on the isolated islands offshore. The captain, a weathered man named Gillespie, seemed dubious but agreed readily enough when Bruce paid triple the usual rate. "Don't see many twitchers wanting to go out that way," Gillespie commented as they loaded equipment onto his modest fishing vessel. "Nothing out there but rocks and bad weather." "I'm interested in specific migratory patterns," Bruce replied smoothly. "The isolation makes it ideal for observation." Gillespie shrugged. "Your money. But we'll need to be back before dark. Those waters get tricky when you can't see what's coming." The journey took nearly 2 hours, the boat cutting through increasingly choppy waters. Bruce maintained the pretense of birdwatching, occasionally using his high-powered binoculars to scan the horizon. What he was really looking for wouldn't appear on any standard navigational charts. "That's odd," Gillespie muttered as they approached an area of seemingly empty ocean. "Compass is acting up." Bruce noted the instrument spinning erratically. "Perhaps electromagnetic interference from underwater rock formations?" "Maybe." Gillespie frowned. "Never had this problem before, though." Bruce raised his binoculars again, focusing on the area ahead. For a moment, he thought he saw something, a shimmering distortion, like heat waves rising from pavement. Then it was gone. "I'd like to get closer to that formation ahead," he said, pointing. "What formation?" "There's nothing there but open water." "Interesting." Gillespie couldn't see it, but Bruce could, at least partially. More evidence of his distant magical connection. "My mistake. The light playing tricks." He adjusted his direction. "Perhaps we could circle this area for a while. The patterns I'm tracking suggest activity here." Gillespie looked skeptical but complied. As they cruised the area, Bruce continued scanning with his binoculars. The shimmering effect appeared again, stronger this time. Within it, he caught glimpses of a rocky outcropping, there one moment, gone the next, as if flickering in and out of reality. The spit, presumably. Hidden by magic that his partial sensitivity could occasionally penetrate. Bruce covertly activated a device in his pocket, a modified Wayne Tech prototype designed to measure unusual energy patterns. If magic left any kind of electromagnetic signature, the device might detect it. After an hour of circling, during which Bruce maintained his birdwatching facade, he'd collected enough data to confirm that something unusual existed in this patch of ocean. Gillespie remained oblivious, growing increasingly impatient with what he clearly considered a waste of time. "Tide's turning," the captain announced finally. "Need to head back soon." "Of course. I've seen what I needed to." As they turned back toward the mainland, Bruce glanced once more at the area where he'd seen the island flicker into view. Something was happening there, something worth hiding with powerful enchantments. And somehow, it connected to Harry Potter and the Wayne bloodline. The day of Bruce's scheduled meeting with Harry Potter arrived. Dumbledore had arranged for them to meet at a small cottage in the countryside, neutral territory, away from both Hogwarts and the Dursleys. A red-haired man introduced as Arthur Weasley met Bruce at the designated apparition point, a term Bruce had learned referred to wizards' ability to teleport instantly from place to place. "Fascinating to meet you, Mr. Wayne," Weasley said enthusiastically, pumping Bruce's hand. "I understand you're a Muggle businessman." "I've always been fascinated by Muggle businesses." "Tell me, how exactly do electricity bills work?" Bruce found himself charmed by the man's genuine curiosity. "It's a bit complicated, but essentially they measure the amount of power your home uses and charge accordingly." "Remarkable. And all without magic." Weasley looked like he wanted to continue this line of questioning indefinitely, but collected himself. "Ah, but we should proceed." Harry's waiting inside with Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. The cottage was small but comfortable, with a distinctly magical feel. Photos on the walls moved, dishes washed themselves in the sink, and a clock displayed unfamiliar settings like traveling and mortal peril instead of hours. In the main room, Harry Potter sat in an armchair, looking wary and curious. McGonagall stood nearby, while Dumbledore occupied a floral armchair, appearing completely at ease. "Harry, this is Mr. Bruce Wayne," Dumbledore introduced as they entered. "The gentleman I mentioned who wished to meet you." Bruce studied the boy carefully. In person, Harry looked even more like the photos of his father than Bruce had expected, same unruly black hair, same build. But his eyes were startlingly green, and the lightning bolt scar on his forehead stood out starkly against his pale skin. "Hello, Harry," Bruce said, taking a seat across from him. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me." Harry glanced at Dumbledore, then back to Bruce. "Professor Dumbledore says you think we're related somehow." "Distantly, yes. Through your father's side. I've been researching my family history and discovered a connection to the Potter line dating back to the 17th century." Harry's expression shifted subtly, hunger for any connection to his family warring with suspicion of this stranger. "You're American?" "Yes. My branch of the family emigrated to America in the 1700s. We lost track of the British relatives until recently." "And you're, like me?" Harry asked hesitantly. "A wizard?" Bruce shook his head. "No. Though apparently I have enough magical ancestry to see certain things others can't." "Mr. Wayne has been quite persistent in his search for you, Harry," McGonagall commented. "Why?" Harry asked directly. "Why now? Why me?" Bruce appreciated the boy's directness. "Initially, simple curiosity about my family history. Then concern, when I learned about your circumstances." Harry's expression hardened slightly. "What do you mean, my circumstances?" "Your living situation with the Dursleys." The boy tensed visibly. "What about them?" "I visited their home. I saw the locks, the bars, the cupboard. That's not how family should treat family." Harry stared at him, clearly surprised by Bruce's bluntness. He shot a glance at Dumbledore, who watched the exchange with calm interest. "It's not so bad," Harry said finally, though his tone lacked conviction. "I'm only there during summers now." "It shouldn't be bad at all," Bruce replied quietly. An uncomfortable silence followed. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Perhaps, Harry, you might like to ask Mr. Wayne about his family, your distant relatives." Harry seemed grateful for the change of subject. "What do the Waynes do?" "In America, I mean. We've been involved in various industries over generations. Currently, Wayne Enterprises focuses on technology, medical research, and philanthropy." "Philanthropy?" "Charitable work. My parents established a foundation to help people in need." "Your parents," Harry repeated. "Are they?" "They died when I was 8. Murdered." The blunt statement hung in the air. Harry's expression shifted to one of recognition, not of the specific tragedy, but of the shared experience. "I'm sorry. As am I, about yours." Another silence, but less uncomfortable this time. Something had changed in the atmosphere, a connection formed through shared loss. Did you find who did it?" Harry asked finally. "Yes." Harry nodded, seeming to understand Bruce wasn't going to elaborate further. "I don't remember my parents. Just, flashes sometimes. A green light. Screaming." Bruce noticed Dumbledore and McGonagall exchange glances at this admission. "Memory can be both blessing and curse," Bruce said. "I remember everything about my parents. Sometimes I wish I didn't. Other times, those memories are all that keep me going." Harry studied him with newfound interest. "So what happens now? With us being, whatever we are? Cousins?" "Very distant cousins," Bruce corrected gently. And what happens next depends partly on you. I'd like to get to know you better. Perhaps arrange for you to visit America sometime, if you're interested. Visit America? Harry looked startled, then excited, then suspicious again. Is that even possible? With everything. The protective enchantments, you mean? Bruce glanced at Dumbledore. I understand there are complications. But I believe solutions exist, if everyone is willing to consider alternatives. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I remain concerned about Harry's safety, Mr. Wayne. The blood protection at the Dursleys hasn't prevented him from facing multiple life-threatening situations since entering the wizarding world, from what I understand, Bruce interrupted. Perhaps it's time to consider a more comprehensive approach to his security. Harry looked between them, clearly surprised by Bruce's willingness to challenge Dumbledore directly. You seem remarkably well informed about Harry's experiences at Hogwarts, McGonagall observed, her tone careful. I make it my business to be informed, Professor. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Indeed you do, Mr. Wayne. Indeed you do. He turned to Harry. What are your thoughts, my boy? Would you be interested in maintaining contact with Mr. Wayne? Harry considered the question seriously. I'd like to know more about my family, he said finally. Any family? Even distant ones? He looked at Bruce. But I'd need to know I can trust you first. Bruce nodded, respecting the caution. That's fair. Trust takes time. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, we might arrange for Harry to spend a portion of his summer break with Mr. Wayne, under appropriate supervision, of course. It would allow you both to become better acquainted, while ensuring Harry's safety is maintained. Bruce hadn't expected Dumbledore to be so accommodating. That would be acceptable to me. Harry? Dumbledore asked. Yeah, I mean, yes. That would be brilliant. Despite his attempt at casualness, excitement leaked through Harry's voice. Excellent. We shall make the arrangements. Dumbledore rose. Now, I believe Arthur has prepared some refreshments. Shall we? As they moved toward the kitchen, Harry fell into step beside Bruce. Can I ask you something? He said quietly. Of course. How did you really find out about me? About the Dursleys, I mean. Bruce considered his answer carefully. I have resources and skills that let me find information others might miss. And I've learned to recognize when a child is being mistreated. Harry studied him. You've seen it before. Too often. And you do something about it? When I can. Harry nodded slowly. There's more to you than just being a businessman, isn't there? Bruce smiled slightly. There's more to most people than what they first appear to be, Harry. I suspect that's something you understand well. Before Harry could respond, they were joined by the others, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics. But Bruce noticed the boy watching him thoughtfully throughout the rest of their visit, reassessing his initial impressions. By the time they parted ways, Bruce was certain of two things. Harry Potter was a remarkable young man who had endured far more than any child should have to, and there was definitely something larger happening behind the scenes, something connected to the disappearances, to Rookwood, and possibly to Harry himself. Bruce would need to move carefully. The wizarding world was unfamiliar territory, with rules and dangers he was still learning to navigate. But he'd faced unknown threats before. And this one involved family, however distant. As he prepared to return to London, McGonagall approached him privately. Mr. Wayne, a word? Professor. I've been teaching long enough to recognize when someone is conducting an investigation beyond what they've revealed. Her expression was stern but not hostile. Whatever you're looking into, be aware that the magical world contains dangers you may be unprepared for. I appreciate the concern. It's not merely concern. She lowered her voice. There have been irregularities within the ministry recently. Changes in policy, unexplained reassignments. Albus is concerned, though he doesn't show it. Connected to the disappearances? McGonagall's eyes widened slightly. You know about those. I make connections, Professor. It's what I do. She studied him for a long moment. Perhaps you'd be willing to share what you've learned. For Harry's sake, if nothing else. Bruce considered. Having an ally within the wizarding world could be valuable. And McGonagall seemed genuinely concerned for Harry's welfare. I believe someone is targeting people with distant magical ancestry, he said carefully. Collecting them for unknown purposes. Possibly with cooperation from elements within your ministry. Based on what evidence? Patterns of disappearances. Rumors of a facility off the coast. And the fact that I was able to trace my connection to the Potters at all, information that should have been better hidden if your statute of secrecy is as comprehensive as it seems. McGonagall's expression grew troubled. I'll speak with Albus. In the meantime, take care, Mr. Wayne. Particularly if you continue to pursue this matter. I intend to. After leaving the cottage, Bruce returned to London, his mind working through everything he'd learned. Harry Potter seemed like a good kid caught in extraordinary circumstances, not unlike Bruce himself at that age, albeit with different challenges. The boy had a strong moral compass and natural suspicion that had likely served him well in the dangers he'd faced. But there were larger forces at work, the conspiracy Fletcher had hinted at, the hidden facility Bruce had glimpsed, and Rookwood's involvement. Somehow, it all connected to magical bloodlines and those with distant wizard ancestry. Bruce needed more information before Harry's visit to America. And he needed to ensure that his own security measures were adequate against magical threats. If someone was indeed targeting people with connections to wizard families, Bruce Wayne might well be on their list. That night, Bruce ventured again into magical London, this time taking a different approach. Rather than the leaky cauldron, he sought out a seedier establishment Fletcher had mentioned, the White Wyvern, tucked in a darkened alley off Knockturn Alley. He'd dressed appropriately, worn black robes purchased from a second-hand shop, charmed by Zatanna to give the impression of subtle magical energy to any who might be sensitive to such things. A glamour charm disguised his features just enough to be unrecognizable as Bruce Wayne while not appearing to be magically altered. The White Wyvern lived up to its reputation, dark, smoky, and filled with the kind of people who preferred shadows to light. Bruce took a seat at the bar, ordered fire whiskey, and settled in to listen. Conversations around him covered everything from illegal potion ingredients to ministry corruption. Bruce absorbed it all, building a mental map of the wizarding underworld and its connections to legitimate society. Telling you, Rookwood's got protection at the highest levels, a heavily scarred wizard was saying to his companion at a nearby table. Department of Mysteries wants him back, unofficial-like. Man knows things no one else does. About the bloodlines, his companion asked, voice slurred with drink. That and more. Word is, he found something during the war. Something the Dark Lord wanted. Something about old magic in squib lines. Bruce sipped his drink, keeping his expression disinterested while his ears strained to catch every word. Load of rubbish, the second wizard scoffed. Squib's got no magic. Everyone knows that. Not no magic, the scarred wizard insisted. Dormant magic. Rookwood figured how to detect it, even after generations of breeding with muggles. Says there's power in it, different kind of power. And now the ministry wants it. What for? Control. The scarred wizard leaned closer to his companion. Imagine knowing every muggle out there with wizard blood, no matter how distant. Tracking them. Using them if needed. Perfect cover for operations in the muggle world. But the statute's just words on parchment. Times are changing. Some in the ministry think we've hidden long enough. He glanced around furtively, then lowered his voice further. There's talk of a new approach. Not conquest like the Dark Lord wanted. Something subtler. Integration on our terms. His companion looked skeptical. Ministry's too soft for that. Maybe. But there's a faction that isn't. And they've got Rookwood doing the groundwork. The scarred wizard drained his glass. Test subjects disappearing. Experimental facility running day and night. Something big's coming. Bruce committed every word to memory. The picture was becoming clearer, a faction within the Ministry of Magic, utilizing Rookwood's research to identify and exploit people with distant magical ancestry. But for what ultimate purpose remained unclear. He left the White Wyvern shortly after, wandering deeper into Nocturne Alley to maintain his cover. The narrow, twisted street housed shops dedicated to darker aspects of magic, shrunken heads, poisonous candles, books bound in materials Bruce preferred not to identify. One shop in particular caught his attention, Borgin and Burke's, its windows displaying a collection of sinister-looking artifacts. On impulse, Bruce entered, the bell above the door announcing his arrival with an ominous toll. The interior was cluttered with dark objects, a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained deck of cards, an eye in a jar that followed customers around the room. Behind the counter stood a stooped man with greasy hair and calculating eyes. "Can I help you?" he asked, his tone suggesting he doubted Bruce could afford anything worthwhile. "I'm looking for information on blood magic," Bruce said, keeping his voice low and authoritative. "Specifically, methods of tracing magical ancestry." The shopkeeper's expression shifted from dismissive to wary. "That's specialized knowledge. Not something we typically discuss with casual customers." Bruce placed a heavy pouch of galleons on the counter. "I'm not a casual customer." The man, Borgin, presumably, eyed the gold with naked avarice. "Blood magic is heavily restricted by the Ministry. Books on the subject are rare and expensive." "I'm aware. I'm also aware that you would know if any such books have been purchased recently. By significant buyers." Borgin's eyes narrowed. "Who are you representing?" "My own interests," Bruce replied smoothly. "I find it prudent to know which way the political winds are blowing. Particularly when they might affect those of mixed heritage." Understanding dawned on Borgin's face. "Ah. Looking to secure your position in the coming changes, are you? Smart." He glanced at the gold again. "There has been increased interest in certain rare texts. Bloodlines and their boundaries by Cantankerous Knot. Magic Most Potenti has a chapter on blood detection. Both were acquired by Ministry officials recently." Quietly. "Officials working with Rookwood?" Borgin's breath caught. "I didn't mention that name." "You didn't need to." The shopkeeper licked his lips nervously. "Listen, I don't know what you're mixed up in, but Rookwood's business is dangerous business. The things he's working on, they're not just theoretical anymore." "What do you mean?" Borgin leaned forward, dropping his voice to a whisper. "He's found a way to activate dormant magical genes in those with distant wizard ancestry. Not enough to make them proper wizards, mind you, but enough to make them useful. Controllable." A chill ran down Bruce's spine. "How?" "Some combination of potion and spell. Don't know the details. But I heard it drives most test subjects mad. Their minds can't handle the change." Borgin straightened up. "That's all I know. And I never told you any of it." Bruce pushed the pouch of galleons across the counter. "Of course." Outside, the implications of what he'd learned hit Bruce fully. If Rookwood had indeed developed a method to activate dormant magic in people with distant wizard ancestry, people like Bruce himself, it represented a threat unlike anything he'd prepared for. Mind control through magical means wasn't something even Batman's contingency plans had accounted for. He needed to accelerate his investigation. The conspiracy was larger and more advanced than he'd initially believed. And with Harry Potter scheduled to visit him in America soon, the stakes were even higher. Bruce returned to his hotel and made 2 calls, one to Alfred, instructing him to prepare certain specialized equipment for delivery to London, and another to Zatanna. "I need everything you have on protection against mind control magic," he told her without preamble. Particularly anything that would work for someone with minimal magical sensitivity. That bad, huh? Zatanna sounded concerned. I can send you some basic protective charms. Nothing foolproof, but they might help. What exactly are you up against? Bruce explained what he'd learned about Rookwood's experiments. That's disturbingly plausible, Zatanna admitted. The theory has been around for centuries, that magical ability never truly disappears from bloodlines, just becomes recessive. If he's found a way to force it active again, the consequences could be devastating. An army of partially magical people, their minds compromised, operating in the non-magical world. Exactly. I'll get those protections to you right away. And Bruce? Yes. You might want to test yourself. If the Wayne line really does connect back to wizards, you could be vulnerable to whatever method they're using. I've considered that possibility. Of course you have. He could hear her smile despite the grim topic. Just, be careful. Even Batman has limits against this kind of threat. After ending the call, Bruce stood at his hotel window, gazing out at London's nightscape. The city looked peaceful from this height, its Muggle population unaware of the magical world hidden within it, and equally unaware of the threat now emerging from that hidden society. Bruce had come to England seeking family connections. Instead, he'd found a conspiracy that made Gotham's underworld seem straightforward by comparison. Magic, blood purity, mind control, government corruption, all wrapped in centuries of secrecy and prejudice. And somehow, at the center of it all, stood a 14-year-old boy with his mother's green eyes and his father's unruly hair. A boy who, despite the ocean and generations between them, was family. Bruce Wayne had lost his parents to random violence. Batman had emerged from that tragedy, dedicated to ensuring no child would suffer as he had. Now, faced with Harry Potter's situation, that same protective instinct flared again. The conspiracy surrounding magical bloodlines was larger than either of them. But Bruce would unravel it, not just for his own sake or for the unnamed victims who had already disappeared, but for Harry, who deserved better than what life had given him so far. As darkness settled over London, Bruce began planning his next move. The facility in the North Sea. Rookwood's research. The Ministry's involvement. All pieces of a puzzle he was determined to solve. Batman might operate in Gotham, but Bruce Wayne had found a new mission in Britain. And he wouldn't rest until he'd seen it through to the end. Chapter 2, Worlds Collide. Bruce Wayne stood in the middle of what had once been an empty warehouse floor, now transformed into a secure facility that would have impressed even the most paranoid of Gotham's vigilantes. Situated on the outskirts of Gotham City, the building appeared abandoned from the outside, crumbling brick facade, boarded windows, and faded signage for a long-defunct manufacturing company. Inside, however, was another story entirely. The perimeter sensors are operational, Alfred announced, descending a metal staircase from the upper level. Motion detection, thermal imaging, and the additional measures you requested. Additional measures was Alfred's delicate way of referring to the mystical protections Bruce had commissioned. Zatanna had spent the previous day establishing wards designed to detect magical intrusion, not strong enough to stop a determined wizard, she'd warned, but sufficient to provide early warning. And the interior? Bruce asked, inspecting a monitor displaying the building's security feeds. Complete privacy screening, communications jammers, and the panic room is prepared according to Ms. Zatara's specifications. Alfred adjusted his glasses. Though I must say, sir, magical salt circles and rune-inscribed doorways are rather outside my usual expertise. Bruce allowed himself a small smile. Mine as well, Alfred. But we adapt. Indeed. Speaking of adaptation. Alfred glanced around the converted space. Are you certain this is wise? Bringing a magical child into our complicated world? Bruce had been asking himself the same question since returning from London 3 days ago. The arrangements had been finalized with surprising speed, Dumbledore had secured the necessary permissions and documentation for Harry to visit America for 2 weeks, with Professor McGonagall to accompany him for the first few days as a chaperone, before returning to Britain. Harry Potter isn't just any magical child, Bruce said, moving to adjust one of the monitors. He's survived multiple attempts on his life and shown remarkable resilience. Besides, he'll be safer here than with the Dursleys, magical protections notwithstanding. I was referring more to the dangers our world might pose to him, rather than the reverse, Alfred replied dryly. Particularly given your evening activities. Bruce had considered this problem extensively. Harry won't be exposed to that aspect of my life. As far as he's concerned, I'm simply Bruce Wayne, businessman, philanthropist, distant relative. And the preparation of this facility? The panic room with magical countermeasures? The heightened security across all Wayne properties. Hardly standard procedure for entertaining a teenage houseguest. Precautions. We know Rookwood's group is targeting people with distant magical ancestry. I'm not taking chances with Harry's safety, or our own. Alfred's expression softened slightly. You've become invested in the boy's welfare rather quickly. Bruce didn't immediately answer. The truth was more complicated than he cared to admit. Yes, he felt responsible for Harry's safety, the boy was family, however distant. But there was more to it. In Harry, Bruce recognized echoes of himself, orphaned by violence, thrust into a world of extraordinary challenges, carrying burdens no child should have to bear. He deserves better than what he's had, Bruce said finally. Alfred nodded, understanding as always. Well, his room at the manor is prepared. I've taken the liberty of stocking the kitchen with foods popular among British teenagers, though heaven knows what magical children prefer. I doubt wizards eat anything too different from us, Alfred. One never knows, sir. One never knows. As they completed the final security checks, Bruce's secure phone vibrated with an incoming message. It was from one of his contacts in British intelligence, a retired MI6 analyst who occasionally provided information in exchange for generous, consulting fees, to supplement his government pension. The message was brief but significant, 6 more missing in last 72 hours. All with ancestral connections to old British families. Pattern accelerating. Official channels silent. Bruce forwarded the information to the Bat computer for further analysis. The disappearances were increasing, no longer isolated incidents but a clear pattern suggesting a coordinated operation. Whatever Rookwood and his ministry allies were planning, they were moving into a more active phase. Alfred, check Wayne Enterprises employee records. I want security details assigned to any staff with British ancestry dating back more than 3 generations. Already underway, sir. Mr. Fox implemented the protocol yesterday, though he remains quite curious about the sudden interest in genealogy. Bruce had brought Lucius into the loop only partially, explaining the potential targeting of employees with specific bloodlines without mentioning the magical component. Lucius was pragmatic enough not to press for details when security was concerned. They arrive tomorrow, Bruce said, glancing at his watch. Let's make sure everything's ready. Gotham International Airport's private terminal was designed to process wealthy travelers with minimal fuss and maximum discretion. Bruce waited in the luxurious lounge, watching through the floor-to-ceiling windows as his private jet taxied toward the terminal. He'd sent it to London the previous day to collect Harry and Professor McGonagall, deciding that the controlled environment of Wayne Enterprises aircraft was preferable to the variables of commercial travel. The jet came to a stop, stairs extended, and after a moment the door opened. Professor McGonagall emerged first, looking surprisingly comfortable in a conservative Muggle suit, her usual stern expression firmly in place. Behind her came Harry, his perpetually messy hair even more disheveled from the flight, wide eyes taking in the Gotham skyline visible beyond the terminal. Bruce moved to greet them as they entered the lounge. Professor McGonagall. Harry. Welcome to Gotham. Mr. Wayne. McGonagall extended her hand with crisp formality. Thank you for the unusual transportation arrangements. I thought it might be more comfortable than commercial flights, Bruce replied, shaking her hand before turning to Harry. How was the trip? Harry looked slightly dazed. Brilliant. I've never been on a plane before. He hesitated, then extended his hand. Thanks for inviting me. Bruce noted the boy's simple clothing, jeans and a sweatshirt that were slightly too large for his frame, likely hand-me-downs from his cousin. Despite this, Harry carried himself with quiet dignity, meeting Bruce's gaze directly. I'm glad you could come, Bruce said, shaking Harry's hand. I've arranged for your luggage to be taken directly to the manor. My car is waiting outside. As they walked through the terminal, Bruce observed Harry taking in his surroundings with the keen attention of someone accustomed to assessing new environments for threats or escape routes, not the typical behavior of a 14-year-old, but familiar to Bruce from his own experiences. Outside, Alfred waited beside a sleek black Rolls-Royce, standing at perfect attention despite the summer heat. Alfred, this is Harry Potter and Professor McGonagall. Alfred Pennyworth, my butler and right hand. A pleasure to meet you both, Alfred said with a slight bow. Welcome to Gotham City. Harry looked somewhat uncomfortable with the formality. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Pennyworth. Alfred, please, young sir. Mr. Pennyworth makes me sound like a character from a Victorian novel. A smile flickered across Harry's face, brief but genuine. Bruce recognized it as progress. As Alfred drove them through Gotham's streets toward the outskirts of the city, Bruce noticed McGonagall studying the passing buildings with thinly veiled curiosity. Your city has a distinctive atmosphere, Mr. Wayne, she commented. Gotham has its own character, Bruce agreed. Like London, it wears its history on its sleeve. Though our architecture tends toward the Gothic rather than the classical. Indeed. McGonagall's gaze lingered on the gargoyles adorning one particularly ornate building. One might almost suspect magical influence in some of these designs. Is that possible? Bruce asked, genuinely curious. More common than you might think. Many great architectural works throughout history had wizarding input, though naturally, Muggles attribute the more unusual features to artistic eccentricity. Harry had remained quiet, watching the city pass by with intense interest. It looks different from London, he said finally. Darker somehow. Gotham has its shadows, Bruce acknowledged. But there's light here too, if you know where to look. The car turned onto the private road leading to Wayne Manor, winding through carefully maintained grounds until the mansion itself came into view, imposing against the afternoon sky, its stone walls and tall windows projecting both strength and solitude. Blimey, Harry muttered under his breath. Bruce had seen the manor through others' eyes often enough to recognize the impression it made. To a boy raised in a cupboard and then a small bedroom in suburban Surrey, Wayne Manor must seem impossibly grand. It's been in my family for generations, Bruce explained as Alfred parked at the main entrance. Built by my great-great-grandfather. It's quite impressive, McGonagall remarked. Though perhaps not quite on the scale of Hogwarts. Harry smiled at this. Nothing's on the scale of Hogwarts. Alfred opened the car doors for them, and Bruce led the way into the manor's grand foyer, marble floors, sweeping staircase, and the Wayne family portrait hanging prominently on the wall. Bruce noticed Harry's gaze fixate on the painting, Thomas and Martha Wayne standing behind a much younger Bruce, all three smiling in a moment of happiness frozen in time. My parents, Bruce said quietly. That was painted about a year before they died. Harry nodded, understanding in his green eyes. You look happy. We were. McGonagall cleared her throat gently. Perhaps Mr. Potter would like to see his accommodations after the long journey? Of course. Bruce gestured toward the staircase. Alfred will show you to your rooms. I've arranged for dinner at 7, but please let Alfred know if you need anything before then. As Alfred led Harry and McGonagall upstairs, Bruce watched the boy's tentative steps, the way he glanced around as if expecting the grand surroundings to vanish. It was the look of someone who had learned not to trust good fortune. Bruce knew that look intimately. He'd seen it in his own mirror for years after his parents' deaths. Dinner was served in the smaller of Wayne Manor's dining rooms, still impressive with its hand-carved table and crystal chandelier, but less overwhelming than the formal banquet hall. Alfred had prepared a selection of dishes designed to appeal to both American and British tastes, served with his usual impeccable attention to detail. Conversation began somewhat stiffly, with McGonagall maintaining a teacher's formal distance and Harry clearly uncomfortable with the elegant setting. Bruce decided to address the awkwardness directly. "I imagine this is quite different from meals at Hogwarts," he said, passing a basket of bread to Harry. "A bit, yeah." Harry relaxed slightly. "At school we eat in the Great Hall, for long tables, one for each house, and all the students together. The food just appears on the plates. House elves make it in the kitchens below." "House elves?" Bruce inquired. McGonagall stepped in. "Magical creatures bound to service. A practice with complicated ethical implications in our world. They're basically servants," Harry explained, "but they're magical and they actually like working. Except Dobby, he's different. He wanted to be free." Bruce noted the way Harry spoke of this Dobby, with genuine affection and respect, suggesting personal connection rather than mere observation. "And these houses you mentioned?" Bruce asked. "Some kind of dormitory system?" "Sort of." Harry became more animated. "There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. When you start at Hogwarts, you get sorted based on your personality and values. I'm in Gryffindor, that's for the brave." He paused, looking slightly embarrassed at how that sounded. "I mean, that's what they say, anyway. Each house has its traditional virtues," McGonagall added. "As head of Gryffindor House, I naturally believe ours are particularly admirable: courage, chivalry, determination. But each house has produced extraordinary wizards and witches." "Except maybe Slytherin," Harry muttered. McGonagall gave him a sharp look. "That is precisely the kind of prejudicial thinking we should avoid, Mr. Potter. Many fine wizards have come from Slytherin House." Harry looked unconvinced but didn't argue further. "It sounds similar to university fraternities or British public school houses," Bruce observed. "Building community through shared identity." "A simplified comparison, but not entirely inaccurate," McGonagall conceded. As dinner progressed, Harry gradually became more comfortable, asking questions about Gotham and Wayne Enterprises. Bruce answered openly, recognizing the boy's natural curiosity. "What exactly does Wayne Enterprises do?" Harry asked. "I mean, I know it's a big company, but—" "Many things," Bruce replied. "We began in manufacturing and shipping generations ago. Now we're involved in everything from advanced technology research to medical developments, urban renewal projects, and global humanitarian work." "Like what you were saying about philanthropy? Helping people?" Bruce nodded. "The Wayne Foundation focuses on that aspect, supporting education, healthcare, and opportunities for disadvantaged communities." "Because of what happened to your parents?" Harry asked, then immediately looked mortified at his directness. "Sorry, I shouldn't have, it's all right," Bruce assured him. "And yes, partly because of them. They believed wealth carried responsibility toward others. I try to honor that belief." Harry considered this. "I have money too, from my parents. I never really thought about doing anything special with it. Just using it for school and stuff." "You're young yet," McGonagall said gently. "Those considerations will come in time." After dinner, McGonagall excused herself to write some correspondence, leaving Bruce and Harry alone in the Manor's library, a vast, 2-story room lined with thousands of books, comfortable leather chairs, and a massive stone fireplace. Harry wandered the room, examining titles with mild interest. "Hermione would lose her mind in here. She's my friend, mad about books." "You're welcome to read anything that interests you during your stay," Bruce offered. "Thanks. Harry paused at a section of older volumes. So, what happens now? I mean, with us being relatives and everything. Bruce appreciated the direct approach. That depends partly on what you want, Harry. I didn't arrange this visit with any specific expectations beyond getting to know you better. But there's more to it, isn't there? Harry turned to face him fully. Back in England, you were asking about disappearances. Professor McGonagall seemed worried about it. And this place, he gestured around the manor, it's brilliant, but it also feels like. I don't know, like you're prepared for something bad to happen. Bruce raised an eyebrow, impressed by the observation. You notice a lot. Harry shrugged. When you've had people trying to kill you a few times, you start paying attention to details. The casual way he said it, as if near-death experiences were simply part of his normal life, struck Bruce forcefully. This wasn't just a teenager with an unusual background, this was someone who had been forged by genuine danger. You're right, Bruce admitted. There is more going on. I've been investigating a pattern of disappearances, people with distant connections to magical families who've gone missing. I believe it may be connected to a larger conspiracy within the magical government. Harry didn't look particularly surprised. The Ministry of Magic is involved. Figures. They're mostly useless, except when they're being actively harmful. You don't have much faith in magical authorities. They sent Hagrid to Azkaban, wizard prison, without a trial when I was 12. They put dementors, soul-sucking monsters, around our school last year. And they let Sirius rot in prison for 12 years for something he didn't do. Harry's voice had grown progressively more heated. So no, I don't have much faith in them. Bruce filed away these comments for later consideration, each represented a significant event that had shaped Harry's worldview. Then you understand why I've been cautious about sharing information with your Professor Dumbledore, despite his assurances. Dumbledore's different, Harry said quickly. He makes mistakes sometimes, but he's not like the Ministry. He actually cares about doing what's right. Even when he left you with the Dursleys. Harry's expression clouded. That's complicated. Explain it to me. Harry sank into one of the library chairs, suddenly looking much younger. He says it's for protection, because of my mum's sacrifice. As long as I stay with her blood relatives, Voldemort can't touch me there. He paused. But honestly, sometimes I think he just didn't know what else to do with me. Bruce sat in the chair opposite Harry's. Protection is important. But there are many forms of safety, Harry. Physical security without emotional well-being isn't a complete solution. Yeah, well, tell that to Dumbledore. Harry stared into the unlit fireplace. Anyway, I'll be of age in a few years. Then I can leave for good. And until then? Harry looked up. What do you mean? I mean that if these blood protections are genuine, there might be alternatives that maintain them while providing a better environment. If your mother's sacrifice created the protection, and it's tied to her blood relatives. Bruce paused, considering his words carefully. I may be a more distant relation, but I am connected to your father's bloodline. There might be magical possibilities worth exploring. Hope flashed briefly across Harry's face before skepticism returned. Dumbledore would have thought of that if it were possible. Perhaps. Or perhaps he's been focused on the most straightforward solution rather than the optimal one. Bruce leaned forward. In my experience, people in positions of authority often develop tunnel vision, seeing only the path they've already chosen rather than exploring alternatives. Harry seemed to consider this. So what are you suggesting? For now. Nothing specific. This visit is an opportunity for us to get to know each other, and for you to decide if a continued relationship is something you want. Beyond that. Bruce gestured toward the massive window overlooking Gotham's distant skyline. Options exist. They always do. Harry followed his gaze toward the city. Those disappearances you mentioned, do you think they're connected to Voldemort somehow? I'm not certain. From what I've learned, they seem to involve someone named Rookwood, a former Death Eater who's now working with elements in the Ministry. At Rookwood's name, Harry stiffened. Augustus Rookwood? He was one of the Death Eaters Sirius told me about. He worked in the Department of Mysteries, that's the Ministry's secret research division. Really bad news. What do you know about him? Not much specifically. Harry frowned in concentration. Just that he was an unspeakable, that's what they call the people who work in the Department of Mysteries, and he was passing information to Voldemort during the First War. He was arrested after Voldemort disappeared. But he's apparently active again, Bruce noted. And involved in research regarding magical bloodlines. Harry's expression grew troubled. If Rookwood's involved, it's not for anything good. Death Eaters believe in blood purity, that magical people should rule over Muggles, and that wizards from old families are better than Muggleborns. Yet from what I've learned, he's specifically targeting people with very distant magical ancestry, those who would be considered Muggles by wizard standards. That's weird. Harry's brow furrowed. It doesn't fit with Death Eater ideology. They'd consider those people just Muggles, not worth bothering with. Unless they've found some use for them, Bruce suggested. Some quality in the dormant magical genetics that serves their purposes. Harry looked disturbed by the possibility. Like what? I'm still working to understand that. Bruce decided to share his most troubling finding. There are rumors that Rookwood has developed a method to activate dormant magical genes in these individuals, not enough to make them full wizards, but enough to make them controllable in some way. That sounds horrible. Harry's face had paled. And if you're related to my dad's family, even distantly. I might be on their list of potential targets, Bruce confirmed. Which is partly why I've implemented enhanced security measures during your visit. Instead of appearing frightened, Harry seemed to grow more determined. So what can I do to help? Bruce was taken aback by the immediate offer. Harry, I didn't tell you this to involve you. You're 14. This isn't your fight. Harry let out a short, humorless laugh. Yeah, people keep telling me things aren't my fight. Doesn't seem to stop the fights from finding me anyway. His green eyes met Bruce's directly. I've faced Voldemort 3 times now. I killed a basilisk when I was 12. Last year I fought off about 100 Dementors at once. I'm not exactly normal, even for a wizard. Bruce regarded the boy carefully. There was no bragging in Harry's tone, just a simple statement of fact. And something else Bruce recognized all too well, the determination of someone who had been forced to fight their own battles for too long. I appreciate the offer, Bruce said finally. But my priority is your safety while you're here. Professor McGonagall would have my head if I involved you in a potentially dangerous investigation. She's only staying for 3 days, Harry pointed out. After that, it's just us. Bruce couldn't help but smile slightly at the boy's persistence. Let's start with getting to know each other better. The investigation is ongoing, but not urgent enough to overshadow your first visit to America. Harry didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded. All right. But if something happens, if these people make a move, I want to help. I'm not useless, you know. I never thought you were, Harry. As they continued talking into the evening, Bruce found himself increasingly impressed by the young wizard. Despite his troubled upbringing and the dangers he'd faced, Harry possessed a fundamental decency and courage that couldn't be taught. He spoke of his friends, Ron and Hermione, with genuine affection, and of his godfather Sirius with a mixture of respect and protective concern. By the time they finally called it a night, Bruce had revised several of his initial assumptions about Harry Potter. This wasn't just a boy caught in extraordinary circumstances, this was someone who had been shaped by those circumstances into something remarkable. Someone who, despite his youth, had already developed the core qualities that defined a hero. Bruce recognized those qualities because he saw them in the members of the Justice League, and, on his better days, in himself. The next morning, Bruce took Harry and Professor McGonagall on a tour of Wayne Enterprises' main research facility. He'd arranged for certain laboratories to be cleared of sensitive projects, allowing their magical guests to see some of the company's more impressive but less classified technological developments. "This is our medical research division," Bruce explained as they entered a large, pristine laboratory where scientists in white coats worked at advanced equipment. "We're currently developing new approaches to neural regeneration and targeted drug delivery systems." McGonagall observed the activity with polite interest, but Harry moved immediately toward a demonstration where a robotic arm was performing microscopic manipulations visible on a large monitor. "What's it doing?" he asked the technician operating the controls. "Assembling a microdelivery system for brain medications," the young woman explained, clearly pleased by his interest. "The conventional blood-brain barrier prevents most drugs from reaching neural tissue. These micromachines can transport therapeutic compounds directly to specific brain regions." "Wicked," Harry breathed, watching the precision movements on the screen. "It's almost like magic, but different." "Different how?" Bruce asked, genuinely curious about Harry's perspective. Harry considered for a moment. "Magic usually feels, I don't know, organic. Like you're directing something that already exists. This feels more like you're building something new from scratch." "An interesting distinction," McGonagall commented. "Though I would argue that the more sophisticated forms of transfiguration, my specialty, involve similar principles of fundamental reorganization." As they continued the tour, Bruce noticed Harry's fascination with the technology, so different from the magical world he was accustomed to, yet clearly captivating. McGonagall, meanwhile, maintained a more reserved appreciation, occasionally making comparisons to magical equivalents. "Your security systems are quite impressive," she remarked as Bruce demonstrated the facility's advanced protocols. "Though I imagine a simple Alohomora spell would bypass most of these electronic locks." "Would it?" Bruce asked. "Even with biometric authentication?" McGonagall considered this. "Perhaps not the more sophisticated systems. There are limitations to basic magical approaches, which is precisely why magical security often combines enchantments with other measures." The conversation was interrupted when Bruce's secure phone vibrated with an urgent message. He checked it discreetly while Harry was examining a holographic display. 3 more disappearances reported. All within 50-mile radius of Gotham. Pattern suggests local activity. Bruce's expression remained neutral, but internally he felt a surge of concern. If Rookwood's operation had extended to Gotham, it meant the conspiracy was even more widespread than he'd initially believed, and potentially closer to Harry than was comfortable. "Mr. Wayne." McGonagall had noticed his momentary distraction. "Is everything all right?" "Just a minor business matter," Bruce assured her smoothly. "Nothing that can't wait until later." They completed the tour with visits to the Applied Sciences Division and the Wayne Foundation offices, where Bruce introduced Harry to the staff coordinating educational initiatives for underserved Gotham communities. "This is brilliant," Harry said as they left the building. "I had no idea non-magical technology had advanced so much. We don't really learn about this stuff at Hogwarts. The wizarding world seems rather isolated from technological developments," Bruce observed. "A deliberate separation," McGonagall explained. "Magic and electricity have complex interactions, making most modern devices unreliable around significant magical energy. Beyond that, our statute of secrecy has historically encouraged minimal engagement with Muggle innovations." "Seems like you're missing out," Harry commented. "Some of that stuff could be really useful, even for wizards." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps, Mr. Potter. Though I imagine many Muggles would find magical transportation, healing, and household capabilities equally useful." "Why not both?" Harry asked, surprising both adults. "I mean, why does it have to be one or the other? Couldn't you find ways to make technology work with magic? Or use magic to make technology better?" Bruce was impressed by the question. it showed a willingness to challenge established boundaries that many adults lacked. An interesting proposition. Has anyone in the wizarding world seriously explored such integration? There are some who experiment with Muggle artifacts, McGonagall replied, a hint of disapproval in her tone. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, has a particular fascination with such things. But formal research is limited and somewhat discouraged by traditional elements in our society. Because of the blood purity nonsense? Harry asked bluntly. McGonagall sighed. Partly, yes. But also due to legitimate concerns about maintaining the statute of secrecy. The more our worlds intermingle, the greater the risk of exposure. As they returned to Wayne Manor for lunch, Bruce considered the implications of what he'd learned. The wizarding world's self-imposed isolation had created vulnerabilities, blind spots where threats like Rookwood's operation could develop undetected by either magical or non-magical authorities. It represented both a challenge and an opportunity for his investigation. Over lunch, Bruce steered the conversation toward more personal topics, hoping to build rapport with Harry before McGonagall's departure the following day. I understand you're quite the Quidditch player, he commented, recalling details from their earlier conversations. Harry brightened immediately. Yeah, I play Seeker for Gryffindor. Have since first year. Mr. Potter is being modest, McGonagall interjected with a rare smile. He is the youngest Seeker in a century, and exceptionally talented. It was I who recommended him for the team after seeing his first flight lesson. It's brilliant, the best part of school besides my friends, Harry explained. Flying is just freedom, you know. Bruce nodded, understanding the sentiment perfectly. He'd experienced similar feelings swinging between Gotham skyscrapers, the momentary escape from earthbound constraints. Perhaps you could explain the game to me sometime, Bruce suggested. It sounds fascinating. Definitely. Though it's hard to really understand without seeing it. It's played on broomsticks, with 4 balls and 7 players on each team. As Harry enthusiastically described the wizarding sport, Bruce observed the transformation in his demeanor, animation replacing reservation, confidence replacing caution. This was Harry in his element, discussing something he loved and excelled at. After lunch, Bruce excused himself to address the business matter that had arisen during their tour, retreating to his study while Alfred took Harry and McGonagall to see the manor's extensive gardens. Once alone, Bruce connected to the Bat computer, reviewing the details of the recent disappearances. 3 individuals, a museum curator, a university professor, and a financial analyst, had vanished within the past 48 hours. All had British ancestry, though none had immediate connections to the UK. More concerning, all 3 had been subjects of Wayne Enterprises' genetic research project, with markers indicating distant connections to old European bloodlines. Master Bruce. Alfred entered the study quietly. I've left our guests with Mrs. Hanson in the East Garden. She's quite thrilled to have someone appreciate her magical roses, though I suspect she doesn't realize quite how literally magical Professor McGonagall finds them. Thank you, Alfred. Bruce gestured to the screen. We have a situation developing. The disappearances have reached Gotham. Alfred examined the information with a grim expression. All connected to the genetic database. Yes. Which means someone has accessed our research data. Bruce pulled up additional security logs. No external breaches detected in our systems. This would have required high-level internal access. A mole within Wayne Enterprises? Possibly. Or magical means of extraction that wouldn't register on conventional security monitoring. Bruce leaned back, considering the implications. Either way, it confirms what I suspected, this isn't just a British operation. Rookwood's group has international reach. And young Master Potter's presence here in Gotham may or may not be coincidental. I don't believe Dumbledore is directly involved in the conspiracy, but he might be unwittingly serving its purposes by connecting me with Harry. Alfred raised an eyebrow. You suspect a trap of some kind? I'm considering all possibilities. Bruce closed the files as a precaution. For now, we maintain the current approach. I continue as Bruce Wayne, distant relative interested in Harry's welfare, while investigating these disappearances through other channels. And those channels would include a certain nocturnal persona, I presume. Gotham's vigilante might need to make an appearance tonight, yes. Alfred sighed. I shall prepare the appropriate equipment. Though might I suggest limiting your activities while we have magical guests in residence? Professor McGonagall strikes me as particularly observant. Agreed. Minimal engagement, information gathering only. Bruce stood. And Alfred? Increase security monitoring around Harry's room tonight. If Rookwood's operation is active in Gotham, we need to be prepared for any attempt to reach him. Consider it done, sir. That night, after Harry and McGonagall had retired to their rooms, a dark figure emerged from Wayne Manor through a passage unknown to its guests. The Batmobile waited in a concealed location some distance from the main property, its systems already programmed with the destinations Batman intended to investigate. The first stop was the apartment of Dr. Eliza Chambers, the museum curator who had disappeared. Located in an upscale building in Gotham's Arts District, the residence showed no signs of forced entry or struggle. Batman moved silently through the rooms, his cowl's enhanced vision mode scanning for anomalies. On the surface, everything appeared normal: dishes in the sink, a book left open on the coffee table, a half-finished cup of tea. The scene suggested Chambers had left voluntarily or been taken by someone she trusted. No evidence of conventional abduction. Batman accessed her computer, bypassing security measures with practiced ease. Her email contained nothing unusual: work correspondences, personal messages, subscription notifications. But her browser history revealed something noteworthy: recent searches for ancestry DNA results, genetic heritage testing, and unexplained family traits. She had been researching her own bloodline, apparently prompted by results from Wayne Enterprises' genetic study. The timing was unlikely to be coincidental. Batman continued his search, finding a small notebook hidden in a hollowed-out book, an old habit of people who grew up before digital password managers. Inside were handwritten notes about strange occurrences dating back to Chambers' childhood, objects moving without being touched, unexplained lights, dreams that seemed to predict events. The kinds of incidents that might indicate latent magical sensitivity. He photographed the pages for later analysis and continued to the next location, Professor Alan Reed's university office. Unlike the apartment, this scene showed subtle signs of disturbance: papers slightly askew, a chair not quite pushed in. Batman examined the room methodically, finding a small wooden splinter near the door that appeared to have been broken from a larger object. Under UV light, the splinter revealed unusual properties: it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, creating a small void in the illumination pattern. Batman carefully collected the sample, suspecting it might be from a magical implement, a wand, perhaps. The third location, financial analyst Jennifer Wright's condominium, provided the most significant evidence. A barely perceptible residue of fine dust coated specific areas of the living room, dust that formed patterns when viewed through the cowl spectral analysis mode. Circular patterns, with symbols reminiscent of those Zatanna had used in establishing the warehouse protections. Batman collected samples of the dust and made detailed recordings of the patterns. This was clear evidence of magical activity, ritual circles or transportation magic of some kind. The disappearances weren't just connected to magic, they were being executed through magical means. As he prepared to leave Wright's condominium, Batman's enhanced hearing detected a soft sound from the hallway outside, the faint creak of a floorboard beneath careful footsteps. Someone else was investigating the disappearance. Batman moved to the shadows beside the door, becoming virtually invisible as it slowly opened. A figure entered, tall, wearing what appeared to be a long coat or robe, moving with practiced stealth. Not police or conventional security, their approach was too cautious, too aware. As the figure moved further into the apartment, Batman caught a glimpse of their face in the dim light from the window: angular features, a magical eye that seemed to rotate independently of its partner, and numerous scars. This was a wizard, almost certainly, and one accustomed to combat judging by his movements and vigilant posture. The wizard raised what appeared to be a wand, muttering something under his breath. The dust residue Batman had been examining began to glow faintly, confirming its magical nature. Batman weighed his options. Direct confrontation with a magical opponent in an enclosed space presented significant risks. Observation might yield more valuable intelligence. He remained motionless in the shadows, watching as the wizard performed additional spells, revealing more residue patterns, capturing magical signatures. Ministry trace protocols confirmed, the wizard muttered to himself, his voice gravelly and low. Unauthorized port key activation, approximately 36 hours ago. Destination. He frowned, examining something Batman couldn't see. Scrambled. Advanced concealment. The wizard continued his investigation for several minutes, methodically checking the apartment with magical methods that revealed details invisible to conventional forensics. Batman observed each technique, mentally cataloging the approaches for future reference. Finally, the wizard seemed satisfied with his examination. He moved toward the door, then suddenly froze, his magical eye swiveling backward to focus directly on Batman's position in the shadows. "I know you're there," he growled. "Been watching me the whole time, haven't you? Disillusioned, are you? Or just good at hiding?" Batman remained still. The wizard could apparently detect his presence, but didn't seem certain of his exact location or nature. "Not talking." The wizard turned fully, wand raised defensively. "Fine. But if you're involved in these disappearances, know that you're dealing with Alastair Moody now. And I don't take kindly to dark wizards abducting people." The name registered immediately in Batman's mind. Moody had been mentioned in Harry's accounts of the wizarding world. An Auror, magical law enforcement, essentially. Supposedly retired, but apparently still active in investigations. Batman needed to make a decision. This Moody could be a potential ally in understanding the magical dimensions of the case, or a complication if he was working with the Ministry elements involved in the conspiracy. "I'm not your enemy, Auror Moody," Batman said, his voice modulator activating automatically. "And I'm not responsible for the disappearances." Moody's wand remained steady, but his human eye narrowed. "Show yourself, then." Slowly. Batman stepped forward from the shadows, his cape draped around his form, cowl obscuring his features. He knew the effect his appearance had even on hardened criminals, the inhuman silhouette, the white eyes of the cowl, the symbol on his chest barely visible in the darkness. Moody's reaction was not what he expected. The wizard barked a short laugh. "Well now. Gotham's Bat Vigilante, is it? Heard rumors, didn't think they were true." His magical eye rotated wildly, seemingly scanning Batman from head to toe. "Not magical. But not entirely mundane either. Interesting. You're investigating the disappearances," Batman stated. "Outside official channels." "Official channels are compromised," Moody growled. "Something rotten in the Ministry. Been tracking these abductions for months, started in Britain, now spreading. Patterns clear enough if you know what to look for. Individuals with distant magical ancestry. Dormant genes." Moody's eyebrows rose slightly. "You're well informed for a muggle. Even one with a flying rodent fixation." "I have sources." "I'll bet you do." Moody lowered his wand slightly, though Batman noted he remained ready to raise it instantly if needed. "3 questions. What do you know about Augustus Rookwood? What's your interest in these disappearances? And how much do you know about the wizarding world?" Batman decided calculated disclosure was the best approach. "Rookwood, former Death Eater, Department of Mysteries researcher, specialist in magical genetics and mind control. My interest: 3 Gotham citizens have disappeared, and I protect my city. Knowledge of the wizarding world, enough to recognize a conspiracy that crosses both magical and non-magical boundaries." Moody studied him silently for a moment. "Concise. I appreciate that. He gestured toward the magical residue. This was a portkey abduction, magical transportation. Forced, not voluntary. Destination concealed by advanced magic beyond Ministry standard protocols. Someone with significant power and knowledge is running this operation. Rookwood? He's involved, certainly. But I don't think he's the mastermind. Moody's magical eye rotated toward the ceiling, then back to Batman. There's a theory in the Department of Mysteries, classified, naturally, but I have my sources too, about dormant magical genes in seemingly Muggle bloodlines. Activation potential under specific circumstances. What circumstances? That's the question, isn't it? Moody moved closer, his scarred face caught in the dim light from the window. Magic usually manifests in childhood. Spontaneous, unpredictable, triggered by emotion. But theoretical models suggest a different pathway in dormant carriers, more controlled, more specific. Requires an external catalyst. A catalyst Rookwood has developed. Possibly. Moody nodded. The victims fit the profile, all descended from magical bloodlines that supposedly died out or went Muggle generations ago. All exhibiting subtle signs of sensitivity without full magical ability. Batman processed this information. Your presence in Gotham suggests this investigation is unsanctioned by your ministry. Moody barked another short laugh. Let's just say I'm operating with unofficial blessing from certain parties who prefer to maintain plausible deniability. Dumbledore. The wizard's eyes, both magical and normal, fixed on Batman with new intensity. You do have interesting sources. Yes, Albus is concerned. Not enough evidence for official intervention, but enough to send me looking. And now American victims are appearing. Not just American. Specifically Gotham residents. All connected to Wayne Enterprises' genetic research. Moody absorbed this information with a frown. Wayne Enterprises. Bruce Wayne. The Muggle who's been asking questions about Potter. Batman remained expressionless, but internally he noted the connection. His Bruce Wayne persona's interest in Harry had clearly been reported back through magical channels. Wayne is a distant relative of the Potter family, Batman stated. His genetic research identified the connection. Convenient timing, Moody observed. Wayne finds a connection to Potter just as Rookwood's operation targets people with similar genetic profiles. You suspect Wayne is involved in the disappearances? I suspect everyone until proven otherwise, Moody growled. Constant vigilance. Batman decided to redirect the conversation. The dust pattern. What does it tell you about where these people were taken? Moody seemed to accept the change in topic. Not much specifically. But the magical signature has traces of North Sea energy patterns, distinctive magical currents around that region. Consistent with previous abductions I've traced. The North Sea, where the hidden island facility was located. Bruce's earlier reconnaissance was looking increasingly relevant. There's a small island in the North Sea, Batman said. Uncharted, magically concealed. Referred to as, the Spit, by some sources. Moody's expression showed genuine surprise. You know about that? The Spit was a Ministry black site during the war with Voldemort. Officially decommissioned after his fall. Supposedly uninhabitable now due to magical contamination. Supposedly. Indeed. Moody's magical eye rotated thoughtfully. Would explain the difficulty in tracing portkey destinations. Old Ministry facilities have layered protections, even I would have trouble penetrating them without insider knowledge. Batman considered the implications. You believe Ministry officials are actively involved in Rookwood's operation? Some, yes. The question is how high the corruption goes. Moody moved toward the window, checking the street below. I need to report this connection. If you find anything else, I'll continue my investigation, Batman stated. These people disappeared from my city. Moody turned back to face him. This isn't your typical Gotham criminal case. You're dealing with dark wizards, magical abduction, and possibly experimental human modification. Even with his magical eye swept over Batman's equipment, impressive resources, you're outmatched. I've been outmatched before. Moody studied him for a long moment, then nodded curtly. Stubborn. I can respect that. He reached into his coat and withdrew what appeared to be an old coin. Take this. Enchanted communication device. If you find concrete evidence of the abductee's location, activate it by pressing both sides simultaneously for 3 seconds. I'll receive the signal. Batman accepted the coin, examining it briefly before securing it in a pouch on his utility belt. And if I encounter magical opposition? Try not to die. Moody's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. And remember, most wizards never expect physical attacks. They rely too heavily on magical defenses. Use that. With a final nod, Moody stepped back and turned on the spot. A crack like a gunshot echoed through the apartment as he disappeared into thin air, apparition, based on Harry's descriptions of magical transportation. Batman remained for a few minutes longer, collecting final samples from the residue patterns before exiting through the window. The encounter with Moody had provided valuable confirmation of his theories and new information about the North Sea facility. If the island was indeed a former Ministry Black site, its reactivation for Rookwood's experiments represented a significant operation, one that would require substantial resources and high-level approval. The question remained, how did Harry Potter fit into this puzzle? Was his connection to Bruce Wayne merely coincidental, or part of a larger design? And what was the ultimate purpose of activating dormant magical genes in these abductees? Batman moved silently across Gotham's rooftops, the city's familiar landscape providing no answers to the increasingly complex magical conspiracy unfolding within its boundaries. Bruce returned to Wayne Manor well before dawn, ensuring no sign of his nocturnal activities would be apparent to his guests. After a brief rest and shower, he joined Alfred in the kitchen as the older man prepared breakfast. "Productive evening, sir?" Alfred inquired quietly, expertly flipping pancakes while monitoring sizzling bacon. "Informative," Bruce replied, accepting a cup of coffee. "I made contact with a wizard named Alastair Moody, apparently investigating the disappearances independently. A potential ally?" "Potentially. He's working for Dumbledore, unofficially. Confirmed much of what we suspected about Rookwood and the Ministry connection." Alfred nodded, arranging food on serving plates. "And our young guest? Any indication his presence here is related to these events?" "Nothing concrete. But the timing remains suspicious." Bruce sipped his coffee thoughtfully. 3 Gotham residents with connections to Wayne Enterprises' genetic research, abducted just as Harry arrives. A lure, perhaps? Drawing you into the open? Possible. Though if that's the case, Bruce paused as Harry entered the kitchen, hair disheveled from sleep, wearing pajamas and a robe provided by Alfred. "Morning," Harry said, stifling a yawn. "Something smells amazing." "Good morning, Master Harry," Alfred replied smoothly. "I trust you slept well." "Best sleep I've had in ages," Harry admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. "That bed is brilliant. Like sleeping on a cloud." "I'm glad you're comfortable here," Bruce said, gesturing toward the coffee. "Help yourself to breakfast. Professor McGonagall not joining us yet?" "She said she'd be down in a bit. Something about corresponding with Hogwarts." As they moved to the breakfast room with plates of food, Bruce observed Harry's more relaxed demeanor. The boy seemed to be adjusting to the manor environment, his initial wariness gradually giving way to cautious comfort. "I thought we might go into the city today," Bruce suggested as they ate. "Show you some of Gotham's more interesting sights. Unless you prefer something else." "That sounds great," Harry replied enthusiastically. "I've never really been sightseeing before. The Dursleys never took me along on holidays." The casual mention of his relatives' neglect, stated as simple fact rather than complaint, reminded Bruce of the stark differences in their upbringings despite their similar orphan status. Where Bruce had at least enjoyed 8 years of loving parents and then Alfred's unwavering support, Harry had known only neglect and occasional cruelty until discovering the wizarding world at 11. Professor McGonagall joined them shortly, dressed in an impeccably tailored Muggle suit that somehow maintained her distinctly formal academic presence. "I've received word from Professor Dumbledore," she announced as Alfred served her tea. "He asks me to inform you, Mr. Wayne, that there have been additional disappearances in Britain, individuals with distant connections to magical families." Bruce noted that she made no attempt to shield Harry from this information. "Similar to the pattern we discussed?" "Precisely. The Ministry continues to downplay these incidents, but Albus is increasingly concerned." Her gaze flickered briefly to Harry. "He also mentioned that an associate of his is investigating the matter, including recent incidents in Gotham." "Recent incidents?" Harry looked up sharply. "Here." Bruce maintained a neutral expression. "I wasn't aware the disappearances had extended to Gotham." McGonagall studied him over her teacup. "Indeed. 3 individuals within the past 2 days. All with connections to your company's genetic research program, apparently." The directness of her statement confirmed Bruce's earlier impression of McGonagall. She was not someone easily deceived, and she clearly suspected he knew more than he was admitting. "That's concerning," Bruce acknowledged. "Though I'm not sure I understand the connection to Wayne Enterprises." "Oh, come off it," Harry interjected unexpectedly. "You've been investigating this for weeks. You told me so yourself last night." Bruce shot Harry a look that the boy either missed or deliberately ignored. "If people connected to your company are disappearing," Harry continued, "and it's related to the same thing happening in Britain, we should be doing something about it. Not pretending we don't know what's going on." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Your concern is admirable, Mr. Potter, but this is a matter for appropriate authorities to handle." "What, like the Ministry?" Harry scoffed. "The same Ministry that spent last year trying to pretend Sirius was dangerous while actual Death Eaters walk around free?" "Harry," Bruce intervened gently, "Professor McGonagall is right that we need to be careful about direct involvement. But," he added, seeing Harry's expression darken, "you're also right that we shouldn't ignore what's happening." McGonagall regarded Bruce thoughtfully. "Mr. Wayne, may I ask what precisely you know about these disappearances?" Bruce considered his response carefully. McGonagall was closely aligned with Dumbledore, who had sent Moody to investigate independently of the Ministry. That suggested at least some level of trustworthiness. "I know that someone is targeting individuals with distant magical ancestry," he said finally. "People who wouldn't be considered wizards by your standards, but who carry traces of magical genetics. I know that a former Death Eater named Rookwood is involved, along with elements within your Ministry. And I know that they're conducting experiments on the abductees at a facility somewhere in the North Sea." McGonagall's surprise was evident. "You are remarkably well informed for someone who discovered the wizarding world mere weeks ago." "I have resources. And motivation." Bruce gestured toward Harry. "If these disappearances are targeting people with connections to magical bloodlines, my own family could be at risk. Including Harry. Albus has placed protective enchantments around both Mr. Potter and this property during his stay," McGonagall assured him. "But your concern is justified. Particularly given your own distant connection to the Potter lineage. So what do we do?" Harry asked, looking between them. McGonagall sighed. "For now, Mr. Potter, you continue your visit as planned. I will return to Britain tomorrow and report what we've learned to Professor Dumbledore. He will coordinate with appropriate parties." "Moody, you mean," Harry said. "I overheard you mention him to Professor Dumbledore last night." Bruce noted Harry's admission of eavesdropping with mild amusement. The boy was more observant, and more forthcoming about it, than many adults. "Alastair is indeed involved in the investigation," McGonagall confirmed, looking disapproving of Harry's information-gathering methods. "He has expertise relevant to this situation. I met him last year, Harry told Bruce. He's intense. Has a magical eye that can see through anything, walls, invisibility cloaks, the back of his own head. Former Auror, dark wizard catcher. Paranoid, but usually right to be. Bruce filed this description alongside his own observations from the previous night's encounter. And he's working independently of the Ministry? At Albus's request, yes. McGonagall set down her teacup with finality. Now, I believe you were planning to show Mr. Potter some of Gotham today. I think that would be an excellent idea. Normal activities should continue. The subtle emphasis on normal conveyed her meaning clearly enough. Maintain appearances, don't draw attention, allow the magical authorities to handle the magical threat. Bruce had no intention of following that directive completely, but he nodded in agreement. Of course. Harry deserves to enjoy his visit, regardless of other concerns. After breakfast, they prepared for their day in the city. As Harry went to change clothes, McGonagall approached Bruce privately in the hallway. Mr. Wayne, she said quietly, I must admit I find your level of knowledge about our world somewhat unusual. Particularly your awareness of Ministry operations and obscure facilities like the Spit. Bruce met her gaze directly. I'm thorough in my research, Professor. Indeed. Almost as though you have experience in investigations of a more specialized nature. Her eyes were sharp and assessing. Gotham is known for more than its business community, after all. The implication was clear, she suspected some connection between Bruce Wayne and Gotham's vigilante. Whether through logical deduction or magical means of perception, McGonagall had identified something beyond his careful persona. Gotham has many aspects, Bruce replied carefully. Some more visible than others. McGonagall seemed to accept this oblique response. Just so. I would simply caution that magical threats require magical countermeasures. Even the most resourceful individuals can find themselves outmatched when facing wizards intent on causing harm. I appreciate the concern. It isn't merely concern, Mr. Wayne. Her voice took on a more urgent quality. If Rookwood is indeed experimenting on people with dormant magical genes, and you share bloodlines with the Potter family, you may be at particular risk. Not just of abduction, but of being affected by whatever method they're using to activate those dormant traits. This matched Bruce's own assessment of the situation, but hearing it confirmed by a magical expert reinforced the gravity of the threat. What would the symptoms be, he asked. If dormant magic were being artificially activated? McGonagall frowned thoughtfully. Difficult to predict precisely. Magical development normally occurs in childhood when the mind and body are more adaptable. In adults with no previous magical expression, potentially quite destabilizing. Unexpected manifestations tied to emotional states. Mental disorientation. Possibly physical symptoms as magical pathways attempt to establish themselves in a fully developed system. And can it be prevented? Or reversed? Unknown. This is theoretical territory even for our most advanced researchers. She studied him with increased concern. Have you experienced anything unusual recently? Unexplained occurrences, moments of disorientation? Nothing significant, Bruce assured her, though he made a mental note to implement additional monitoring of his own physiological and neurological patterns. If he was potentially vulnerable to Rookwood's methods, he needed to establish baselines for early detection of any changes. Their conversation was interrupted by Harry's return, now dressed and ready for their day in the city. Bruce noticed that despite McGonagall's concerns and the revelations about the disappearances, Harry seemed genuinely excited about exploring Gotham, a normal teenage reaction that was somehow reassuring amidst the increasingly complex situation. The day in Gotham proved surprisingly enjoyable, despite the underlying tensions. Bruce showed Harry and McGonagall the city's landmarks, the historic Wayne Tower at the city center, the impressive Gotham Museum of Art, the botanical gardens with their unique collection of species found nowhere else in the world. Harry seemed particularly fascinated by the city's distinctive architecture, the gargoyles perched on buildings, the blend of ultramodern skyscrapers and Gothic structures from previous centuries. "It's like Hogwarts and London smashed together," then added robots, he commented as they viewed the city from the observation deck of Wayne Tower. McGonagall, despite her initial reservations, appeared to appreciate the cultural aspects of the tour, particularly the museum's medieval collection with its subtle hints of magical influence in certain artifacts. "This illuminated manuscript," she noted, examining a 12th-century document in a glass case, "contains what Muggles believe to be merely decorative elements, but are actually simplified wand movement patterns for basic healing spells. Many such texts were created by wizards living among Muggle religious communities." As the day progressed, Bruce found himself genuinely enjoying Harry's company. The boy's perspective was refreshingly direct, his observations often insightful beyond his years. Despite the extraordinary circumstances of his life, Harry maintained a fundamental normalcy, an ability to take pleasure in simple experiences and new discoveries. By late afternoon, they had returned to Wayne Manor, where McGonagall excused herself to prepare for her departure the following morning. This left Bruce and Harry alone in the Manor's game room, where Harry was examining the pool table with curious interest. "Never played before?" Bruce asked, selecting a cue from the wall rack. "No," Harry admitted. "The Dursleys wouldn't let me join in games, and Hogwarts doesn't have anything like this." "It's not difficult to learn the basics," Bruce said, arranging the balls in the triangle. "Would you like me to teach you?" Harry nodded eagerly, and Bruce spent the next hour showing him how to hold the cue, aim shots, and understand the basic strategy of the game. Harry proved a quick study, his seeker's eye for spatial relationships translating well to the geometric principles of pool. "So," Harry said casually as he lined up a shot, "are you going to tell me what you were really doing last night?" Bruce kept his expression neutral. "Last night?" "Yeah." Harry sank the ball he'd been aiming for, then straightened up. "When you went out?" "After everyone went to bed." "I'm not sure what you mean, Harry." Harry gave him a look of exasperation. "I'm not stupid, you know. I heard a car leave around midnight. And you look tired today, not normal tired, but like you've been up all night. Plus, you knew things this morning that you acted surprised about when McGonagall mentioned them." Bruce reassessed his estimation of Harry's observational skills. The boy was significantly more perceptive than he'd given him credit for. "You're making some interesting assumptions," Bruce said, taking his own shot at the table. "Not assumptions. Observations." Harry leaned on his cue. "Ron's dad is obsessed with Muggles and their technology. He has all these magazines about famous Muggles. There was an article about you once, Bruce Wayne, billionaire playboy who disappeared for years, then came back just before Batman showed up in Gotham." Bruce remained outwardly calm, but internally he was impressed by the connection Harry had made, one that many adult journalists had speculated about but never proven. "That's quite a theory, Harry. Is it wrong?" Bruce met Harry's direct gaze. The boy wasn't challenging or accusing, simply asking with the straightforward curiosity that seemed to be his natural approach to life. "Why would you think something like that?" Bruce countered, neither confirming nor denying. Harry shrugged. "Because it makes sense. You have the resources. You have the motivation. What happened to your parents? And you're investigating these disappearances in ways that normal businessmen wouldn't know how to do." Bruce considered his response carefully. Denial would insult Harry's intelligence. Confirmation could put both Harry and Bruce's secret at risk. But there was a middle path. "Let's say, hypothetically, that someone in my position might have resources and abilities beyond what's publicly known," Bruce said, moving around the table for his next shot. "What would you do with that information?" Harry didn't hesitate. "Ask how I could help. Not report it to the authorities. Or share it with friends. No." Harry's expression was serious now. "I understand keeping secrets to protect people. I've had to do it too. And as for helping, He gestured vaguely. I'm not exactly normal either. I've faced things most adult wizards haven't. If something bad is happening, especially something connected to dark wizards, I want to help stop it. Bruce studied the young wizard thoughtfully. Most adults would have approached such a discovery with fear, awe, or opportunism. Harry's reaction was simply to offer assistance, not from naivety, but from a genuine desire to help others. Hypothetically, Bruce said finally, someone in that position would be concerned about involving a 14-year-old in potentially dangerous situations. Hypothetically, Harry countered, that 14-year-old has already faced Voldemort 3 times, killed a basilisk, and driven off 100 Dementors. Age isn't always the best measure of what someone can handle. Bruce couldn't help but smile slightly. You make a compelling argument, Harry. So? Harry prompted. Are you going to tell me what you found out last night? Bruce made a decision. Not a full disclosure, but enough to respect Harry's intelligence and build trust. I investigated the locations where the 3 Gotham residents disappeared, he said, setting his cue aside. There was evidence of magical abduction, consistent with the pattern of disappearances in Britain. Harry's eyes widened slightly. You can recognize magical evidence. With the right equipment, yes. Wicked. Harry looked impressed. What else did you find? I encountered someone named Alastair Moody. Mad-Eye. Here in Gotham. Harry looked startled. What did he say? That he's investigating the disappearances on Dumbledore's behalf. He confirmed connections to Rookwood and a facility in the North Sea, a former Ministry black site called the Spit. Harry absorbed this information with a frown. If Dumbledore sent Moody, he must be really worried. Moody's the best, paranoid, but the best. He also indicated that the disappearances might be connected to experiments activating dormant magic in people with distant wizard ancestry. Like you, Harry said quietly. Potentially, yes. Harry set his own cue aside, his expression shifting from curious to concerned. That's why you've been setting up all this security. Not just for me, but for yourself too. It's a precaution, Bruce confirmed. Though your safety remains the priority during your visit. Harry seemed to contemplate this for a moment. If they're targeting people with connections to wizarding families, and they know about your connection to the Potters, they may attempt to reach either or both of us, Bruce finished. Which is why I've implemented extensive security measures. But you're still investigating. It wasn't a question. Even though it puts you at risk. Some risks are necessary. Harry nodded, understanding evident in his expression. So what's the plan? I mean, now that McGonagall's leaving tomorrow, what are we going to do about all this? Bruce noted Harry's use of "we," but chose not to challenge it directly. Continue gathering information. Identify the full scope of the operation. Determine their endgame. And then stop them, Harry added with certainty. With appropriate help, yes. Harry looked like he wanted to argue the appropriate help qualification, but instead asked, what about the people who've already disappeared? Do we know if they're still alive? The hesitation in Harry's voice revealed his underlying concern, not just abstract worry about a conspiracy, but genuine fear for the victim's well-being. It was another glimpse of Harry's fundamental compassion, despite all he had endured himself. Moody believes they're being held for experimentation, not killed, Bruce said, offering what reassurance he could. If the goal is to activate dormant magical genes, they would need living subjects. Harry nodded, looking somewhat relieved. So we need to find this place, the Spit, and rescue them. It's not that simple, Harry. The facility is magically hidden, likely with powerful protections. Even Moody isn't certain of its exact location. But you have ideas, Harry guessed. I can tell by your expression. Bruce allowed himself a small smile. Harry's perceptiveness continued to impress him. I have leads to pursue. But I need you to understand something important, your safety has to come first. Dumbledore arranged this visit with specific assurances about your protection. I know. Harry sighed with the familiar exasperation of teenagers everywhere when confronted with adult concerns about their welfare. But I'm not just going to sit around if people are in danger. Especially if it's connected to dark wizards. Bruce recognized the determination in Harry's voice, the same unyielding resolve he felt himself when confronted with injustice. Trying to sideline Harry completely would likely result in the boy taking independent, potentially more dangerous action. How about this? Bruce proposed. You continue your visit as planned, seeing America, learning about your family connections, enjoying a normal teenage experience for once. Meanwhile, I'll continue investigating. I'll keep you informed about significant developments, and if there comes a point where your specific knowledge or abilities might be crucial, we can discuss appropriate involvement. Harry considered the offer. You'll actually tell me what you find out. Not just protect me from the truth. I'll be honest with you, Bruce promised. Though certain operational details may need to be limited. Operational details, Harry repeated with a hint of a smile. That sounds very Batman-like. Bruce gave him a level look that neither confirmed nor denied the implication. Do we have an agreement? Yeah, all right. Harry extended his hand. Deal. They shook hands, and Bruce was struck by the strange circumstances that had brought them together, distant bloodlines, magical threats, parallel experiences of loss and responsibility. Despite their age difference and vastly different backgrounds, he recognized in Harry a kindred spirit, someone shaped by tragedy who had chosen to face darkness rather than succumb to it. Now, Bruce said, returning to a lighter tone, shall we continue your pool lesson? You show promise for a beginner. Harry grinned. Sure. And maybe tomorrow you can show me your car collection. Alfred mentioned you have some interesting ones. I think that can be arranged. As they returned to the game, Bruce found himself reconsidering his initial approach to Harry's visit. He had planned to keep the boy entirely separate from his investigation, but Harry's perceptiveness and determined character made that impractical. More importantly, treating Harry as merely a child to be protected would dishonor the young wizard's experiences and abilities. The challenge would be finding the right balance, acknowledging Harry's capabilities without unnecessarily exposing him to danger. It was a familiar dilemma for Bruce, who had faced similar questions with young allies in Gotham. By the time Alfred called them for dinner, Bruce had made a decision. He would integrate Harry more fully into his understanding of the situation, not as Batman's partner, but as Bruce Wayne's ally in confronting a threat that touched both their worlds. The boy deserved that much respect, at minimum. The following morning brought Professor McGonagall's departure. After a formal breakfast where final arrangements were discussed, Bruce drove her to a secluded location outside Gotham where she could disapparate without observation. Mr. Wayne, she said as they stood beside the car, I am entrusting you with Harry Potter's safety. That is a responsibility I do not give lightly. I understand, Professor. I'm not certain you do. Her expression was deadly serious. Harry is not merely a boy with an unfortunate past. He is central to events in our world, events that may determine the future of both magical and non-magical societies. Because of his history with Voldemort. Yes. McGonagall glanced around, despite the isolated location. There are signs, Mr. Wayne. Disturbing signs that the dark forces Harry has faced before are gathering strength again. These disappearances may be connected to that larger threat. Bruce considered this new dimension. You believe Voldemort is returning. Albus believes it possible. And Albus is rarely wrong about such matters. McGonagall straightened her already impeccable posture. Which makes Harry's safety all the more crucial. And your own, given your connection to his bloodline. We'll take appropriate precautions. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Mr. Wayne, I've been teaching young people for several decades. I've developed a certain ability to see beyond the personas they present to the world. The same skill applies to adults. Bruce maintained his neutral expression, though he suspected where this was going. Gotham City has its own guardian, McGonagall continued. One who operates in shadows, outside conventional authorities. One who might, hypothetically, have resources and abilities uniquely suited to investigating unusual disappearances. An interesting theory. Indeed. A hint of a smile touched her lips. Hypothetically, such an individual might find certain magical tools useful in his investigations. Tools that a concerned professor might have left in the guest room she occupied. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Hypothetically. Merely a speculation, of course. McGonagall adjusted her hat. I should return to Hogwarts. Please remind Harry to complete the summer reading for Transfiguration. He shows promise in the subject when he applies himself. I'll remind him. McGonagall offered her hand, which Bruce shook. Until we meet again, Mr. Wayne. Do take care of yourself. And Harry. With a crisp nod, she turned on the spot and disappeared with a crack that echoed briefly in the clearing. Bruce stood for a moment, processing the implications of their conversation, before returning to the car. Back at the manor, he discreetly checked the guest room McGonagall had occupied. On the nightstand lay 3 items that hadn't been there before: a small vial of golden liquid labeled, for emergencies only, a compass-like device with multiple spinning hands and strange symbols around the edge, and a folded parchment with a wax seal bearing the letters A.D. Bruce collected the items carefully and secured them in his study before joining Harry, who was exploring the manor's extensive library with greater interest than during their first evening. Professor McGonagall got off all right? Harry asked, looking up from a leather-bound volume on criminal psychology. Yes. She reminded you about your Transfiguration summer reading. Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Course she did. Even in America I can't escape homework. She also left some items that might be useful to our situation. Harry's expression immediately shifted to alertness. What kind of items? I'm not entirely sure yet. They're secured in my study. We can examine them together after lunch. Brilliant. Harry closed his book. So what's the plan now that McGonagall's gone? Are we going to investigate more directly? We're going to be strategic, Bruce replied. First, I want to show you some of the security measures I've implemented. If there is an attempt to reach either of us, you should know what resources are available. Harry nodded eagerly. And then we can look at what McGonagall left. Might give us some advantages against whatever Rookwood's planning. Possibly. We'll need to decipher their purposes first. The remainder of the morning was spent giving Harry a carefully curated tour of Wayne Manor's security systems, the conventional ones, at least. Bruce explained the perimeter monitoring, panic rooms, and emergency protocols without revealing the Batcave or his more specialized equipment. After lunch, they retreated to Bruce's study to examine McGonagall's items. The sealed parchment seemed the logical starting point. That's Dumbledore's seal, Harry noted as Bruce carefully broke the wax. I recognize it from school notices. Bruce unfolded the parchment to reveal elegant handwriting in emerald green ink. Mr. Wayne, Minerva has shared your concerns regarding recent disappearances and their possible connection to experimental activation of dormant magical genetics. Your insights are remarkably astute for one newly acquainted with our world. The items accompanying this letter may prove useful in your inquiries. The vial contains Felix Felicis, commonly known as liquid luck. A single dose grants the consumer extraordinary good fortune for approximately 4 hours. Use with extreme caution and only in dire circumstances. The second item is a detection dial, a modified version of what wizards call a sneakoscope. It has been specifically calibrated to alert you to magical concealments, tracking charms, and the presence of individuals with active magical signatures within 50 yards. The outer ring indicates distance, the middle ring direction, and the inner dial intensity. Be advised that Augustus Rookwood possesses exceptional knowledge of mind-based magic. If his experiments involve activation of dormant magical genes, the neurological effects could render affected individuals vulnerable to external influence or control. Mental discipline will be your strongest defense should you encounter such methods. Harry's safety remains my paramount concern, but I recognize that he is not one to remain idle when others are in danger. His courage is matched only by his compassion, qualities I suspect you understand well, given your own history and choices. Should matters escalate beyond your capacity to manage, use the reverse of this parchment to write a message. It will reach me immediately. With respect and caution, Albus Dumbledore P.S. The North Star sometimes appears differently when viewed from magical waters. An old navigational challenge for those seeking hidden shores. Bruce read the letter twice before passing it to Harry, who scanned it quickly. Felix Felicis. Harry exclaimed. That's incredibly rare and difficult to brew. Hermione mentioned it once, said it's strictly controlled because it can be dangerous in large amounts. Dangerous how? Bruce examined the golden veil with increased caution. Not poisonous or anything, Harry clarified. But it makes you overconfident if you take too much. And it's really hard to make properly, dangerous if brewed wrong. Bruce set the vial aside carefully. A last resort, then. Definitely. But the detection dial could be really useful right away. Harry pointed to the compass-like device. Sneakoscopes are standard magical security items, but this looks way more advanced. Bruce picked up the device, which immediately activated with a soft hum. The outer ring began rotating slowly, while the middle ring settled pointing northwest. The inner dial pulsed gently. It's detecting something, Harry observed. Probably me, since I'm the only wizard around. The middle ring is pointing toward you, Bruce confirmed. But the outer ring seems to be indicating something at a greater distance. Harry leaned closer. The reading's faint, but it's definitely registering something else. Maybe general magical activity in the area? Or something more specific? Bruce studied the device thoughtfully. Dumbledore's postscript about the North Star and magical waters, it might be a hint about the Spit's location. Yeah, that sounds like Dumbledore. He never just tells you things directly, always hints and riddles. Despite his words, Harry's tone was affectionate rather than truly critical. Bruce placed the detection dial on his desk where they could both observe it. We'll monitor it for patterns. If it detects magical activity beyond your presence, that could give us valuable intelligence. What about the last part of the letter? Harry asked. The bit about Rookwood and mind-based magic. That sounds seriously bad. It confirms what we've already suspected, that the experiments involve some form of mental control or influence over those with activated dormant genes. Harry's expression darkened. Like the Imperious Curse, one of the unforgivables. It gives the caster complete control over the victim. Is there a defense against it? Strong willpower can resist it. I've done it before, Harry said, with no trace of boasting, just stating a fact. But if what Rookwood's doing is different, not quite the Imperious but something that works through activated magic in the person's own body, that might be harder to fight. Bruce made a mental note to intensify his meditation practice. Years of mental discipline had given him exceptional control over his own mind and body, skills that might prove crucial if Rookwood's methods targeted him directly. We need to gather more information, Bruce decided. About the facility, about exactly how Rookwood's process works, and about who's behind the operation at the ministry level. How do we do that without magic? Harry asked. I can't use mine outside school without getting detected by the ministry, they track underage magic. We use other methods, Bruce replied. Technology. Intelligence networks. And whatever advantage the detection dial can give us. Harry looked skeptical. No offense, but how is technology going to help against wizards who can disappear instantly and erase memories? Because they won't be expecting it. Bruce activated a hidden panel in his desk, revealing a high-resolution display. Most wizards, from what I've observed, have minimal understanding of modern technology. They wouldn't anticipate certain forms of surveillance or countermeasures. Harry's eyes widened at the display, which showed security feeds from around the manor grounds. Okay, that's impressive. But still, how do we track people who can teleport? By tracking what doesn't teleport. Bruce brought up a satellite image of the North Sea. Magical transportation has limitations. Objects, supplies, infrastructure, those leave traces. The facility itself can't be moved. If we can identify patterns in the non-magical aspects of the operation, we can locate the magical components. Understanding dawned on Harry's face. Like following the footprints even if you can't see the person making them. Exactly. As they discussed potential approaches, Alfred entered with a tray of tea and sandwiches. Pardon the interruption, sirs, but I thought refreshment might be welcome during your strategic planning. Thanks, Alfred. Harry accepted a sandwich eagerly. Additionally, Master Bruce, there's been a development with the matter we discussed this morning. Alfred's tone was carefully neutral, but Bruce recognized the subtle indication of important news. Perhaps we might speak privately for a moment. Bruce excused himself and followed Alfred into the hallway. What is it? The tracking system you implemented for Wayne Enterprises employees with British ancestry has registered an anomaly, Alfred reported quietly. Dr. Judith Friedman failed to report for her laboratory shift this morning. Security footage shows her leaving the facility last night, but she never arrived at her residence. Her vehicle was found abandoned in the parking garage at Gotham General Hospital, where she has no known appointments or contacts. Friedman, she's on the list. Yes, sir. British grandparents on her mother's side. And her genetic profile from the company research project showed markers consistent with the pattern you identified. Another disappearance, the fourth in Gotham, happening despite Bruce's heightened security measures for Wayne Enterprises employees. Either the abductors were exceptionally skilled, or they had inside information about which precautions have been implemented. Increase security protocols for remaining staff with the identified profile, Bruce instructed. And have Lucius lock down all access to the genetic research data, internal and external. Already underway, sir. Alfred hesitated. There's one more thing. Dr. Friedman was working on the neural interface project, the one with potential applications for your nocturnal activities. If her abductors access her knowledge of that technology. The implications were concerning. Neural interface technology combined with magical mind control techniques could create a hybrid threat beyond anything Bruce had prepared for. I need to accelerate the investigation, Bruce decided. The pattern is escalating, and now includes potentially sensitive Wayne tech research. And Master Harry? Alfred glanced toward the study where the boy waited. We maintain the current approach. He stays secure at the manor while I pursue the leads we've identified. Alfred nodded, though his expression suggested he had doubts about how well Harry would accept being sidelined. Very good, sir. I'll make the necessary arrangements for this evening's activities. Bruce returned to the study, where Harry was examining the detection dial with intense interest. Everything okay? Harry asked, looking up. There's been another disappearance, Bruce said, seeing no reason to hide the development. A Wayne Enterprises researcher with British ancestry. Harry's expression grew serious. When? Last night. Despite heightened security measures. They're getting bolder, Harry observed. Or more desperate. Or both. Bruce studied the detection dial, which continued its gentle pulsing. This evening, I'll need to investigate her disappearance more thoroughly. I'd like you to remain here at the manor with Alfred. Harry frowned. While you do what, exactly? Go out as Batman to look for clues. Bruce didn't bother denying the implication this time. Yes. And I'm just supposed to sit here and wait. I could help, you know. I've got experience with magical threats. I'm not doubting your abilities, Harry. But we need to be strategic. The manor has magical and technological protections. Outside those perimeters, you'd be more vulnerable, and potentially a target. Harry didn't look convinced. So what, I'm just supposed to stay locked up for my protection again? That's what Dumbledore's been saying for years. This isn't about keeping you confined. It's about maintaining a secure base of operations while gathering intelligence. Bruce softened his tone. I'm not sidelining you from the investigation, just keeping you out of unnecessary risk during initial reconnaissance. Harry considered this, clearly wanting to argue further but recognizing the logic. Fine. But I want to be kept in the loop. Everything you find, I want to know about it. And if you run into actual magic, you'll need magical help. Agreed on both counts. The rest of the afternoon was spent reviewing what they knew about the disappearances, the spit, and Rookwood's probable methods. Harry provided valuable insights into wizarding approaches and limitations, while Bruce contributed analysis of patterns and non-magical evidence. As evening approached, Bruce excused himself to prepare for a business dinner, a cover Harry clearly saw through but accepted without comment. By nightfall, Batman was moving through Gotham's shadows toward Dr. Friedman's abandoned vehicle, the detection dial secured in a specialized compartment of his utility belt. The hospital parking garage was quiet, Friedman's car still cordoned off by GCPD as a potential crime scene. Batman easily circumvented the police tape, examining the vehicle with multiple detection methods, conventional forensics, UV illumination, and finally the magical detection dial. The device activated immediately, spinning more actively than it had at the manor. The middle ring pointed directly at the driver's side door, while the inner dial pulsed rapidly, indicating strong magical residue. Batman scanned the area with his cowl's enhanced vision modes, identifying a pattern similar to the one he'd observed at Jennifer Wright's condominium, a circular residue visible only under specific light frequencies. Another port-key transportation, almost certainly. As he continued his examination, the detection dial suddenly changed its pattern. The outer ring began spinning rapidly, while the middle ring swiveled to point behind him. The inner dial flared bright red. Active magical presence. Close. Batman turned slowly, scanning the darkened garage levels. Nothing visible to conventional sight, but the dial's increasingly urgent signal suggested something, or someone, with significant magical energy was approaching. He moved deeper into shadows, watching as the elevator at the far end of the garage level illuminated. The doors opened to reveal a single occupant, a thin man in nondescript business attire, carrying what appeared to be an ordinary briefcase. Nothing overtly suspicious, except for the detection dial's increasingly frantic activity. The man moved purposefully toward Friedman's vehicle, glancing around with unnatural precision, as though he could see through the garage's shadows. When he reached the police tape, he withdrew what Batman now recognized as a wand and murmured something under his breath. The tape unraveled itself and slithered away like a snake. Batman observed silently as the wizard, for he was clearly a wizard, performed several spell movements around the vehicle. Glowing patterns emerged briefly in the air before dissipating. The man seemed to be collecting magical traces, perhaps eliminating evidence. After several minutes, the wizard straightened up, apparently satisfied. He turned to leave, then suddenly froze, head tilting as though listening to something inaudible. His gaze swept the garage again, more deliberately this time. "I know you're here," the wizard called out, voice echoing in the empty space. "No point in hiding. Ordinary concealment doesn't work against magical detection." Batman remained motionless, evaluating options. Direct confrontation with an unknown wizard presented significant risks, but the opportunity to interrogate someone connected to the disappearances was valuable. The wizard raised his wand, moving it in a complex pattern. "Hominum revelio," he intoned. Batman felt a strange sensation, as though a wave of energy had passed through him, momentarily highlighting his presence. The wizard's wand immediately pointed toward his position in the shadows. "There you are." The man smiled thinly. Come out, wherever you are." Unless you prefer I start making things unpleasant. Batman activated a smoke pellet, simultaneously moving to a different position as dense vapor filled the area. The wizard reacted immediately, casting some kind of containment spell that trapped much of the smoke in a swirling bubble. Clever, the wizard commented. But mundane tricks won't save you. Batman launched a batarang from his new position, aimed not at the wizard directly but at his wand hand. The projectile sliced through the air with precision, only to stop abruptly a foot from its target, suspended in midair. Really now? The wizard sounded almost disappointed. Is that the best Gotham's famous vigilante can manage? He flicked his wand, and the batarang reversed direction at doubled speed. Batman barely had time to dodge, the projectile grazing his armor before embedding in a concrete pillar behind him. The wizard's casual deflection of one of his most reliable tools confirmed Moody's warning about magical defenses. Time for a different approach. You're cleaning up evidence from Friedman's abduction, Batman stated, his voice echoing from multiple directions thanks to the cowl's sound projection capabilities. Working for Rookwood. The wizard faltered momentarily, surprise evident in his posture. You're well informed for a muggle. His wand moved in a sweeping pattern. Incarcerus. Ropes materialized from thin air, snaking toward Batman's last known position. He was already moving, utilizing the garage's structural elements for cover while analyzing the wizard's casting patterns. Each spell required specific wand movements and verbal components, predictable if you knew what to watch for. The North Sea facility, Batman continued, strategically drawing the wizard's attention to gather information. How many victims are being held there? Victims? The wizard laughed. Hardly. They're pioneers, part of something magnificent. The future of magical expansion. Unwilling test subjects for experimental procedures. The wizard's expression hardened. You understand nothing. The gift they're receiving, activation of their dormant heritage, it's an honor. One you could share, if you're what I think you are. That confirmed Batman's suspicions, this wizard was specifically looking for people with dormant magical genes. And somehow, he had identified Batman as a potential target. The process is flawed, Batman countered, timing his movements between the wizard's scanning patterns. Causing mental instability. Neurological damage. Early iterations, perhaps. The wizard moved forward, wand at the ready. But we're refining the method with each subject. The most recent activations have been much more successful. Batman calculated his next move carefully. Physical attacks would likely be defended against magically, but the wizard seemed to be expecting conventional combat approaches. That expectation could be used against him. Why Wayne Enterprises employees? Batman asked, continuing to gather intelligence while maneuvering for position. The wizard smiled coldly. Wayne's genetic research project was remarkably thorough. Identified dormant magical markers we would have spent years locating independently. Quite the convenient resource. So they had definitely accessed the Wayne Enterprises data, either through a security breach or an inside source. Bruce would need to implement additional countermeasures immediately. And Bruce Wayne himself? Batman probed. Is he a target? Wayne. The wizard's expression shifted to one of amusement. Oh yes. High priority. His connection to the Potter bloodline makes him particularly valuable. The Master has special plans for that activation. The Master, not Rookwood, then. Someone above him in the hierarchy. And special plans involving Bruce Wayne specifically, connected to the Potter lineage. The implications were disturbing. Enough talk, the wizard declared suddenly, raising his wand. Immobilis totalis. Batman had been anticipating an offensive spell and launched his counterattack simultaneously, not at the wizard directly, but at the environment around him. A precisely thrown explosive batarang detonated near a sprinkler head above the wizard's position, triggering the system and sending water cascading down. The sudden deluge disrupted the wizard's concentration momentarily, enough for Batman to close the distance and execute a sweeping kick that the man clearly hadn't expected. The wizard stumbled, his spell firing wildly into the ceiling as he fought to maintain balance on the now slippery concrete. Batman pressed the advantage, targeting the wizard's wand arm with a precision strike designed to force him to release the wooden implement. The wizard reacted with surprising speed, operating a short distance away, but Batman had anticipated this possibility and was already pivoting to face the most logical reappearance point. Protego, the wizard shouted, establishing a magical shield just as Batman's weighted projectiles approached him. The shield deflected the physical attack, but the wizard was now on the defensive, his expression showing surprise at the vigilante's tactical adaptability. "You're no ordinary muggle," he observed, maintaining his shield while attempting to dry his soaked clothing with his free hand. "Military training? Or something more exotic?" Batman didn't respond, instead analyzing the shield's parameters. It appeared to block physical projectiles effectively but required active concentration to maintain, and the wizard's attention was now split between defense and recovering from the sprinkler activation. Exploiting divided attention was a tactic Batman had perfected against numerous opponents. He launched a flashbang from his utility belt, not at the wizard directly, but at the ceiling above him. The device detonated with blinding light and disorienting sound, reflected and amplified by the wet surfaces. The wizard flinched instinctively, his shield wavering as his concentration broke. Batman moved instantly, a grapnel line wrapping around the wizard's legs while a precisely aimed batarang struck his wand hand. The wooden implement clattered to the floor as the line tightened, pulling the wizard off balance. Before the man could recover, Batman was on him, securing his arms with reinforced restraints designed to hold metahuman opponents. The wizard struggled briefly before realizing the futility of resistance without his wand. "Impressive," he admitted grudgingly. "Though ultimately pointless. My associates will simply retrieve me when I fail to report." "Not before you provide information," Batman stated, securing the wizard's wand in a specialized containment pouch. "Starting with your name and role in Rookwood's operation." The wizard laughed. "Caldwell. Trevor Caldwell. Junior Assistant to the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, officially. Unofficially, Acquisition Specialist for the Awakening Initiative." "The Awakening Initiative? That's what you call the abduction operation?" "Abduction?" Caldwell rolled his eyes. "Such a crude term for selective recruitment. We're awakening dormant potential, bringing magic back to bloodlines where it was thought lost. Expanding the magical community's reach and influence." Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. "Against the victim's will. Some resistance is expected with any paradigm shift. They'll understand once the process is complete and they experience the gifts we're offering. The process causes neurological damage." Caldwell shrugged as much as his restraints allowed. "Early subjects experienced complications. Unavoidable with pioneering work. But we're refining the method with each iteration. The most recent subjects have shown much more stable integration of their awakened abilities." Batman retrieved the detection dial from his utility belt, holding it where Caldwell could see it. "This device tracks magical signatures. It can lead to your facility in the North Sea." Caldwell's expression flickered briefly before resuming its arrogant confidence. "The spit is unplottable, undetectable by conventional means, magical or muggle. You'd need a secret keeper to locate it." "Secret keeper, someone who holds the knowledge of a magically hidden location," Batman stated, recalling information from his research. Surprise registered on Caldwell's face. "You are well informed. But it won't help you. Only 3 people know the exact location of the facility, and none of them would reveal it to you. Rookwood is one. Naturally. He designed the security protocols. And the others?" Caldwell smirked. "You think I'd just tell you? Though I suppose it hardly matters, you'll never reach them. One is the master, who never leaves the facility. The other is the ministry liaison who authorizes our operations. This master, not Voldemort. Caldwell flinched at the name. Don't say that name. And no, not him. Though our work aligns with his greater vision. Batman processed this information. A separate leader running the operation, aligned with but distinct from Voldemort's forces. A ministry official providing authorization and coverage. And Rookwood implementing the technical aspects of the experiments. The activation process, Batman pressed. How does it work? Proprietary information, Caldwell replied smugly. Though I will say it combines ancient blood magic with modern alchemical innovations, something only Rookwood could have developed. Quite brilliant, really. It doesn't create full wizards, of course, the dormant genes are too degraded for that, but it establishes functional magical pathways that can be directed. Controlled, you mean? Guided, Caldwell corrected. Toward productive service to the magical community. Batman's suspicions were confirmed. The process created partially magical individuals who could be controlled somehow, potentially forming a network of agents in the non-magical world. And Bruce Wayne? What makes his activation special to your master? Caldwell hesitated, apparently considering how much to reveal. Wayne's bloodline connection to the Potters is particularly valuable. The Potter magical signature has unique properties. Especially given the connection to the boy who lived. Harry Potter. Indeed. Caldwell's expression turned calculating. You seem to know a great deal about our world, Batman. One might almost suspect you have a personal stake in these matters. A connection of your own, perhaps. Batman didn't respond to the probing, instead continuing his interrogation. When is the next abduction planned? Caldwell laughed. You think I'd share operational timetables? Though I will say events are accelerating. Phase 1 is nearly complete, sufficient test subjects acquired, process refinements implemented. Phase 2 begins within days. What is Phase 2? Expansion. Caldwell's eyes gleamed with fanatic enthusiasm. Targeted activations of key individuals in positions of influence. Government officials, corporate leaders, security personnel, all guided by the Master's vision. The beginning of a new era where magical authority extends beyond our hidden enclaves. The scale of the conspiracy was even larger than Batman had anticipated, not just experiments on unwilling subjects, but the foundation for a coordinated takeover of non-magical power structures through mind-controlled agents with artificially activated magical abilities. Before Batman could continue his questioning, the detection dial in his hand suddenly intensified its signals, the outer ring spinning rapidly, the inner dial flashing bright red. Multiple magical signatures approaching. Ah, Caldwell said, smiling. That would be the retrieval team. Right on schedule. Batman needed to make a decision quickly. Continuing to interrogate Caldwell risked confrontation with multiple wizards, a scenario with unfavorable odds even with his preparations. But releasing him would lose a valuable intelligence source. The detection dial's warning became more urgent. Magical presences now detectable on multiple levels of the parking garage, converging on their location. At least 3 distinct signatures based on the pattern variations. Batman activated the emergency recall signal for the Batmobile while simultaneously retrieving a small device from his utility belt. He attached it to Caldwell's restraints, a tracking implant, virtually undetectable by conventional means. If magical detection could identify it, the risk would be worth the potential intelligence gain. Your colleagues are coming, Batman acknowledged. But this conversation isn't over. Caldwell smirked. I think it is, actually. And next time we meet, you might find yourself more sympathetic to our cause. Especially if you have dormant magical genetics of your own. Everyone's eligible for awakening. Batman narrowed his eyes, memorizing every detail of Caldwell's appearance and mannerisms for future identification. Then, as the detection dial indicated magical presences now on their garage level, he fired his grapnel gun toward a ventilation shaft in the ceiling. We'll meet again, Batman promised as he ascended into the shadows. Count on it, Caldwell called after him. "Though you might be on our side by then." Batman disappeared into the ventilation system just as three figures in dark robes apparat into the garage. From his concealed position, he observed them releasing Caldwell and performing rapid magical sweeps of the area, clearly searching for him. "He took my wand," Caldwell was explaining. "And he knows about the facility, about the awakening process." "Impossible," one of the newcomers responded. "No Muggle could know that much." "This is no ordinary Muggle," Caldwell insisted. "This is the Batman. And he had magical detection equipment, ministry grade or better." The apparent leader of the group frowned. "We need to report this immediately. If Batman is investigating, and he has access to magical instruments." "The Wayne connection," another suggested. "It must be. Possibly. Accelerate the timetable for Wayne's acquisition. And alert the Master about this Batman. If he's interfering with our operations, he becomes a priority target." Batman recorded the entire exchange, gathering additional intelligence before the group disapparated with Caldwell, taking the evidence of magical activity with them. Only then did he exit the ventilation system, the Batmobile already waiting at the garage exit. The situation had escalated significantly. The conspiracy was larger and more advanced than initially believed, with imminent plans to expand beyond isolated abductions to targeted acquisitions of influential figures. Bruce Wayne was on their priority list, and now Batman had been identified as an obstacle to their plans. Most concerning was the confirmation of direct ministry involvement at high levels, providing official cover and resources for an operation that essentially amounted to magical mind control of non-magical populations. If successful, it would represent a threat beyond anything the Justice League had confronted, a silent takeover by magically controlled agents in positions of power. And somewhere at the center of it all, Harry Potter's connection to the Wayne bloodline represented a special value to the conspiracy's mysterious master. As Batman drove back toward the cave, his mind worked through strategic options. The tracking device on Caldwell might provide valuable data if it wasn't detected. The intelligence gathered during the interrogation offered new leads to pursue. And the magical items from Dumbledore, particularly the Felix Felicis, represented potential advantages if used at the right moment. But the most immediate concern was security, for himself, for Harry, and for the remaining Wayne Enterprises employees with the targeted genetic profile. The conspirators were accelerating their timeline, which meant Batman needed to do the same. The battle lines were drawn. Two worlds were colliding, with Harry Potter and Bruce Wayne caught at the intersection. And somewhere in the North Sea, a hidden facility held the victims of a magical experiment that threatened both magical and non-magical societies alike. Batman activated the Batmobile's secure communication system. "Alfred, prepare the cave. We have developments." "Of course, sir." "And Master Harry?" Batman hesitated briefly before responding. "Bring him in. He needs to know what we're facing." The time for keeping Harry at arm's length from the investigation had passed. The conspiracy had made it clear that both Bruce Wayne and Harry Potter were central to their plans. Which meant that working together was no longer just an option, it had become a necessity. Chapter 3, The darkness between the Batcave's ambient hum seemed unnaturally loud in the silence that followed Bruce's briefing. Harry stood motionless before the main computer display, green eyes fixed on the satellite imagery of the North Sea, processing everything he'd just learned. "So they're specifically targeting you because of our family connection," he said finally, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "And they're using Wayne Enterprises' genetic research to identify people with dormant magical genes." "Yes." Bruce, still in the bat suit but with cowl removed, studied Harry's reaction carefully. The boy had taken the revelation of the Batcave with remarkable composure, surprise, certainly, but no shock or disbelief. Just a quiet whistle of appreciation and a muttered, "Wicked," as Alfred had escorted him down the hidden elevator. And their process, this awakening thing, it activates just enough magic to make people controllable, but not enough to give them full wizard abilities. Based on Caldwell's statements, yes. Harry's brow furrowed in concentration. It's like a magical imperious curse, but built into the person's own body instead of cast from outside. He shuddered slightly. That's seriously dark magic. Alfred approached with a tray of tea, maintaining civilized traditions even in the midst of crisis. Perhaps worse than conventional dark magic, Master Harry, as it appears to be permanent rather than requiring ongoing spellcasting. Exactly, Harry agreed, accepting a cup. Regular magic leaves traces, can be detected, countered, or broken. But if they're changing people's actual bodies and minds? He shook his head. That's why the ministry's involved. The statute of secrecy stays intact if the control is internal rather than external. Bruce noted the quickness of Harry's strategic assessment. The boy thought like someone accustomed to identifying threats and their implications. The tracking device on Caldwell has remained active for 3 hours now, he said, indicating a blinking dot on one of the secondary monitors. He's remained stationary at these coordinates for the past hour. Harry moved closer to the screen. That's near the coast. Could be a ministry outpost or temporary headquarters. Or a transit point to the main facility, Bruce suggested. The detection dial shows increased magical activity in that area. So what's the plan? Harry asked, setting down his tea and straightening his shoulders. How do we find the spit and stop these people? Bruce observed the determined set of Harry's jaw, so like his own when confronting Gotham's darkest elements. Despite his youth, Harry Potter was no stranger to standing against evil. We need to approach this systematically, Bruce replied, calling up additional data on the main screen. First, locate the facility precisely. Dumbledore's hint about the North Star viewed from magical water suggests some kind of navigational anomaly. Classic wizard protection, Harry confirmed. Unplottable locations often use celestial disorientation. Stars appear in the wrong positions to confuse magical navigation. Second, we need to understand the full scope of the operation, how many captives, security measures, the exact nature of the awakening process. And third, Harry added, figure out who this master is and what they really want with the Potter bloodline. Bruce nodded, impressed by Harry's focus on the central questions. Caldwell's movements should provide intelligence on their operational patterns. Meanwhile, I've compiled data on weather anomalies, shipping route deviations, and unexplained electromagnetic disturbances in the North Sea. Harry leaned forward, studying the patterns Bruce had identified. Those circular formations there, they look like magical weather manipulation. We learned about it in Charms last year. Wizards use it to hide larger magical installations from Muggle observation. Can you recognize any specific patterns that might indicate the spit's location? Harry examined the data more closely. Maybe. See this recurring spiral pattern? It's consistent with permanent concealment charms, the kind used on places like Hogwarts or the Ministry. But it's moving slightly, which is odd. Moving how? Like it's adjusting. Responding to something. Harry pointed to a repeating shift in the pattern. There, every 6 hours it reorients itself. I've never seen that in a standard concealment charm. Bruce zoomed in on the anomaly. The pattern shifts precisely at astronomical dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. It's synchronized with the day/night cycle. That's it. Harry exclaimed. The North Star reference, they're using an inverse celestial alignment. When it's night in the real world, the stars above the facility show daylight positions, and vice versa. It would make magical navigation impossible unless you knew the pattern. Bruce recalled Dumbledore's hint, the North Star sometimes appears differently when viewed from magical waters. Not just differently positioned, but inverted in its day/night cycle. A clever concealment method that would confuse both magical and non-magical navigation systems. If we account for this inversion, Bruce said, adjusting the parameters in his analysis model, the probable location narrows to this region. The display highlighted an area of approximately 10 square miles in the North Sea. Still a lot of ocean to search, Harry observed. And we can't just sail around hoping to bump into it. No, Bruce agreed. But we have another advantage. He retrieved the detection dial from a secure compartment in his utility belt. This device is calibrated to detect magical concealments. If we get within range of the facility, it should register the protective enchantments. Harry nodded slowly. So we need to get out there, to the North Sea. Yes. Bruce met Harry's gaze directly. And I need to be clear about something, Harry. This is an extremely dangerous operation. These people have abducted multiple victims, have ministry support, and are led by former Death Eaters with unknown magical capabilities. I know, Harry said simply. I've dealt with Death Eaters before. This isn't like your previous encounters. We're talking about a coordinated operation with both magical and non-magical components, potentially involving mind-controlled agents. The risk level is exceptional. Harry didn't flinch. So is leaving them to experiment on innocent people and build an army of controlled partial wizards. His green eyes hardened with resolve. Besides, they're targeting you specifically because of your connection to my family. That makes this my fight too. Bruce recognized the futility of trying to dissuade Harry. More importantly, he recognized the validity of the boy's position. This was indeed his fight, perhaps more directly than Bruce's own. Very well, Bruce conceded. But we do this my way, methodically, with proper preparation and contingencies for every scenario. Harry grinned slightly. Let me guess, you have a plan already. The beginnings of one. Bruce turned to Alfred, who had been quietly observing their exchange. We'll need the Batwing prepped for North Sea deployment, modified for marine reconnaissance. And contact Lucius, we need the prototype submersible unit ready within 12 hours. Very good, sir. Alfred raised an eyebrow. And shall I prepare the appropriate attire for Master Harry's participation in this venture? Bruce considered this carefully. Harry had no combat training beyond his magical education, and conventional body armor wouldn't be designed for someone his size. Yet he couldn't send a boy into a potentially hostile situation unprotected. Yes, he decided. Modify the prototype infiltration suit, the lightweight version with the ceramic polymer composite. It should be adaptable to his measurements. Harry looked simultaneously excited and nervous. You're making me a suit. Like, a bat suit? A protective tactical suit, Bruce corrected. Not for combat, but for stealth and safety. Your primary role will be magical consultation and detection. Right. Harry nodded seriously, though his eyes betrayed his enthusiasm. Magical consultant. Got it. Alfred suppressed what might have been a smile. I shall make the necessary modifications immediately, sir. As Alfred departed to implement Bruce's instructions, Harry turned back to the computer displays, his expression sobering. There's something I don't understand about all this. Why would activating dormant magic in Muggles be so important to these people? Traditional Death Eaters hate Muggles and Muggleborns. They're obsessed with blood purity. Creating more people with magical abilities, even partial ones, goes against their whole ideology. Unless control is more important to them than purity, Bruce suggested. Or unless there's another agenda we haven't identified yet. Harry's frown deepened. Caldwell mentioned that the Master has special plans for you because of the Potter bloodline connection. What's special about my family's magic that would make it valuable to them? Bruce had been considering this question since his encounter with Caldwell. Your family is ancient in the wizarding world, correct? Yeah, one of the old pure blood lines. Not that it matters to me, Harry added quickly. But the Potters go way back. And you survived a killing curse as an infant, something supposedly impossible. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to the lightning scar on his forehead. Yeah, but that was because of my mum's sacrifice. Old magic, Dumbledore called it. Love magic. Perhaps that's part of what they're interested in, Bruce theorized. If there's something unique in Potter family magic, some quality that, when combined with your mother's protective spell, created an unprecedented magical effect, they might believe that quality exists in diluted form in distant branches of the family. Like yours. Harry considered this. But why? What would they gain from activating that specific kind of dormant magic? That, Bruce said grimly, is what we need to find out. The next 12 hours passed in intensive preparation. Bruce conducted further analysis of the tracking data from Caldwell, establishing movement patterns that suggested regular transportation between multiple locations, likely including the spit, though the tracking signal became erratic when Caldwell presumably operated or used magical transportation methods. Harry, meanwhile, proved an invaluable resource on magical defenses and countermeasures. His practical experience facing dark wizards, combined with a surprising depth of knowledge gleaned from his friend Hermione's research habits, provided Bruce with critical insights into wizarding security protocols. Unplottable locations usually have layered defenses, Harry explained as they reviewed Bruce's preliminary infiltration plan. The outer layer is muggle-repelling charms. They make non-magical people suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere or feel inexplicable dread that drives them away. Will those affect me, given my distant magical ancestry? Harry considered this. Maybe less than a regular muggle, but probably still somewhat. The Felix Felicis might help counteract them, though. What about the next layers? Anti-apparition wards to prevent magical teleportation in or out. Detection charms that alert security to magical signatures approaching. Probably identity verification spells at entry points. Harry traced the facility's likely perimeter on the holographic display. The thing is, they're almost all designed to stop magical intruders. They might not be as effective against someone using non-magical methods. Bruce noted this tactical advantage. So my technology-based approach might bypass certain magical security measures. Exactly. Most wizards never consider that someone might just swim up to a magically hidden island, or use muggle devices to detect their concealments. They're blind to non-magical solutions. And similarly, they might not anticipate non-magical security systems protecting their magical prisoners. Harry nodded enthusiastically. That's why we make a good team. I understand the magical side, you understand the muggle technology and tactics. The casual assertion of their team status wasn't lost on Bruce. Despite his initial reservations about involving Harry, he had to admit the boys' contributions were substantial. More than that, there was something about their partnership that felt unexpectedly natural, as though their different backgrounds and approaches complemented rather than conflicted with each other. By late afternoon, Alfred had completed the modifications to a scaled-down tactical suit for Harry. The matte black material resembled Bruce's own infiltration gear but without the bat motif or heavy armor components. It featured a lightweight ballistic weave with ceramic inserts at vital points, communications equipment integrated into the collar, and a utility harness adapted for Harry's specific needs. This is brilliant! Harry exclaimed, examining the suit with undisguised excitement. It's like something from a spy film. It is designed for stealth and protection, not combat, Alfred reminded him sternly. I have taken the liberty of adding specialized compartments for your wand and any magical implements you might require. I can't actually use magic outside school, Harry pointed out. The Ministry tracks underage wizardry. Under normal circumstances, yes, Bruce said, approaching with a small device in hand. But I've developed this based on the detection dial's principles. It should generate a localized magical interference field that might mask minor spell usage in emergency situations. Harry's eyes widened. You created a way to block the Ministry's trace. In just a few hours. It's experimental, Bruce cautioned. And limited in duration and range. Use magic only as an absolute last resort. Right. Harry nodded seriously, though his expression remained impressed. Emergency only. As evening approached, final preparations were completed. The Batwing had been modified for extended range and marine operations, with specialized equipment for approaching the spit undetected. Lucius Fox had delivered the prototype submersible, a two-person craft designed for covert underwater insertion, officially developed for Wayne Enterprises' Marine Research Division but with obvious tactical applications. Bruce conducted a final review of their intelligence and approach plan, with Harry contributing insights on magical countermeasures they might encounter. The primary objective was reconnaissance, confirm the facility's exact location, assess its defenses and internal layout, identify where captives were being held, and gather intelligence on the awakening process and the conspiracy's leadership. Remember, Bruce emphasized as they prepared to depart, this is primarily an intelligence operation. We locate the facility, gather information, and extract safely to plan a proper rescue mission with appropriate resources. What if we find people being hurt? Harry asked, the question revealing his fundamental nature. We can't just leave them if they're in immediate danger. Bruce recognized the moral challenge in Harry's question, the same one he often wrestled with himself when Batman's missions revealed unexpected victims. If we identify individuals in imminent danger, we'll adjust accordingly. But a premature rescue attempt that fails could doom all the captives. Harry seemed to accept this logic, though reluctantly. All right. Reconnaissance first. But we should be prepared to act if necessary. We will be, Bruce assured him. With final preparations complete, they boarded the Batwing in the cave's aircraft launch bay. Alfred stood by the controls, his expression a familiar mixture of concern and resignation, the look he'd worn countless times when sending Bruce into danger. I have prepared the medical facilities, just in case, he informed them. And the secure communications channel will remain active throughout the operation. Thank you, Alfred, Bruce said, settling into the pilot's seat as Harry secured himself in the modified co-pilot position. Do be careful, sirs, Alfred added, his gaze lingering particularly on Harry. Both of you. As the Batwing's engines ignited with a controlled roar, Bruce glanced at Harry beside him. The boy looked impossibly young in that moment, dwarfed by the tactical suit despite Alfred's careful modifications, his unruly hair contrasting with the high-tech surroundings. Yet his expression showed none of the fear or uncertainty one might expect. Instead, his green eyes reflected determination and focus, the look of someone who understood exactly what they were facing and was prepared to confront it anyway. Ready? Bruce asked as the launch bay doors began to open. Harry nodded firmly. Ready. The Batwing shot forward into the darkening sky, carrying them toward a confrontation that would bridge two worlds, and potentially change both forever. The North Sea stretched beneath them, dark and forbidding under the night sky. Bruce piloted the Batwing at medium altitude, following the course plotted based on their analysis of the magical anomalies. Harry sat beside him, alternating his attention between the tactical displays and the detection dial, which grew increasingly active as they approached the target coordinates. The readings are getting stronger, Harry reported, watching the device's spinning dials with intense concentration. And changing pattern, more complex harmonics in the magical signature. Bruce adjusted their course slightly based on the information. We're entering the outer perimeter of what should be the concealment zone. Any sensations of disorientation or unexpected thoughts? Harry frowned in concentration. Sort of. There's a weird feeling like we should turn around. Like we've forgotten something important back in Gotham. He shook his head firmly. Definitely muggle-repelling charms. Pretty strong ones. I feel it too, Bruce confirmed. The sensation was subtle but persistent, an inexplicable urge to abort the mission and return home, accompanied by a growing sense of unease. The magical ancestry must provide some resistance, but not immunity. This might be a good time for the Felix Felicis, Harry suggested. Just a small amount, enough to help us push through the protective enchantments without using too much of our supply. Bruce considered this carefully. The magical potion represented an unknown variable in his usually meticulously controlled operations. Yet Dumbledore had provided it specifically for this situation, and conventional approaches might prove insufficient against magical barriers. Agreed, he decided, activating the Batwing's autopilot. Minimum effective dose for initial penetration of the defensive perimeter. Harry carefully extracted the golden vial from its secure compartment in his utility harness. Just a few drops each should be enough to get us through the outer defenses without wasting it. Bruce watched as Harry measured precisely 3 drops into a small container, then handed it to him. "You first. It tastes like liquid sunshine," according to Hermione. Bruce accepted the container and consumed the golden liquid in a single swallow. The effect was immediate and unlike anything he'd experienced, a sudden rush of absolute confidence, as though success was not merely possible but inevitable. The urge to turn back vanished completely, replaced by perfect clarity about their approach vector. "Adjust course 3 degrees north," he said with complete certainty, though he couldn't have explained exactly why he knew this was correct. "Decrease altitude to 500 feet. Harry took his own dose and nodded with the same inexplicable confidence. "Yes, and slow our speed by 20%. We need to approach at precisely the right angle to see through the concealment." Bruce implemented these adjustments without questioning their source, trusting the potion's effects. As they descended and slowed, a strange visual distortion appeared ahead, a shimmering in the air over a particular section of ocean, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. "There." Harry pointed excitedly. "Can you see it? The shimmer?" "Yes." Bruce focused on the distortion, which seemed to resist direct observation, sliding away from his gaze whenever he tried to look directly at it. "It's fighting visual perception. That's how the strongest concealment charms work. Try looking slightly to the side of it, not directly at it." Bruce adjusted his gaze as suggested, and the shimmer suddenly resolved into something more substantial, a faint outline of land where open ocean should be. An island, perhaps a quarter-mile in diameter, with structures visible on its surface. "The spit," Harry whispered. "We found it." Bruce activated the Batwing's specialized sensors, calibrated to detect anomalies across multiple spectrums. Thermal imaging shows active heat signatures, approximately 40 distinct human-sized readings. Structures concentrated on the northern half of the island. "The detection dial is going crazy now," Harry reported, showing Bruce the wildly spinning instrument. "Multiple layers of magical protection, but they're focused outward. They're not expecting anyone to actually find the place." Bruce engaged the aircraft's stealth systems and began a wide circular approach, gathering detailed scans of the island's layout. The facility appeared to consist of several buildings arranged around a central structure, the largest by far, with a distinctive dome visible even through the concealment charms. "That main building is radiating massive magical energy," Harry observed, indicating readings on the detection dial. "That's got to be where they're doing the experiments. The smaller structures are likely security, personnel quarters, and support facilities," Bruce analyzed. "Minimal external defense is visible, they're relying on magical concealment rather than conventional security." "Typical wizard overconfidence," Harry noted. "They never expect non-magical approaches." As they completed their aerial reconnaissance, Bruce made a decision. "We need closer observation. The submersible will allow us to approach underwater, potentially bypassing magical detection focused on aerial or surface approaches." Harry nodded in agreement. "Where do we deploy it?" "Here." Bruce indicated a position on the tactical display, approximately 1 mile from the island. "Far enough to avoid detection, close enough for practical underwater approach." The Batwing descended to just above sea level, hovering with near-silent precision as Bruce activated the deployment mechanism for the submersible craft. The sleek 2-person vessel dropped smoothly into the dark waters below, its systems automatically initializing upon water contact. "Time for the next phase," Bruce said, securing the Batwing in automated hover mode with stealth systems fully engaged. "We'll need to maintain minimal verbal communication once underwater. Review the hand signals we practiced." Harry demonstrated the tactical gestures with surprising proficiency. "Got them. And the emergency protocols if we get separated." Bruce nodded his approval. "Let's move." They descended via a specialized cable system to the submersible waiting below. The craft was barely large enough for 2, with Bruce taking the pilot's position and Harry beside him in the observer's seat. Despite its compact size, the vessel contained advanced sensory equipment and propulsion systems designed for silent operation. "Seal secure, systems green," Bruce reported as they detached from the batwing above. "Beginning approach vector." The submersible moved through the dark waters with silent efficiency, its external lights disabled to avoid detection. Instead, Bruce relied on advanced sonar and thermal imaging to navigate, the displays casting a blue glow over their faces in a confined space. Harry kept his focus on the detection dial, monitoring changes in the magical fields as they approached the island. "The underwater defenses feel different," he whispered, despite Bruce's instructions about silence. "Less structured, more raw somehow." Bruce nodded acknowledgement, understanding Harry's need to verbalize his magical observations, which Bruce couldn't perceive directly. The submersible continued its careful approach, sensors mapping the underwater topography as they neared the Spit's submerged perimeter. Suddenly, the detection dial's pattern changed dramatically, all three rings aligning to point in the same direction, the inner dial glowing with intense purple light. "Stop!" Harry hissed urgently. "Something's directly ahead, powerful magic, different from the perimeter defenses." Bruce immediately halted their advance, activating the most sensitive scanning systems. The displays showed nothing unusual through conventional detection methods, but the detection dial's reaction was unmistakable. "Can you identify the type of magic?" Bruce asked quietly. Harry studied the dial with intense concentration. "It's not a standard protective enchantment. More like a guardian or sentinel of some kind." As if in response to Harry's assessment, something massive moved in the darkness ahead of them, a shadowy form displacing water in sinuous, flowing movements. The submersible's proximity sensors suddenly blared warning as the object approached with startling speed. "Evasive maneuvers," Bruce announced, engaging the submersible's emergency thrust systems. The small craft shot sideways just as a gigantic serpentine form lunged through the space they had occupied moments before. "Mere people?" Harry suggested tensely, gripping his seat as Bruce executed another sharp evasion. "No," Bruce replied, catching a glimpse of the creature as it turned for another pass. "Some kind of constructed guardian. Magical but not alive in the conventional sense." The detection dial confirmed this assessment, its patterns indicating an artificially created magical entity rather than a natural magical creature. The serpent, easily 50 feet long with a body composed of what appeared to be animated water and ghostly light, circled their position with predatory intent. "It hasn't attacked directly yet," Bruce observed. "It's assessing us." "Or waiting for instructions," Harry suggested. "Magical constructs like this usually have specific triggering conditions." Bruce analyzed their options quickly. Direct confrontation with a magical entity was ill-advised given their limited resources. Retreat would abort the mission without gathering the critical intelligence they needed. They required a third option. The Felix Felicis, he decided. Another small dose might reveal a way past the Guardian. Harry quickly administered another 3 drops to each of them. As the liquid luck took effect, Bruce felt that same surge of absolute certainty, accompanied by a specific tactical insight that seemed to materialize fully formed in his mind. "Northeast approach vector," he stated confidently. 30-degree descent, minimal propulsion. Without questioning the source of this knowledge, Bruce implemented the maneuver, guiding the submersible in what appeared to be a ritualistic pattern, 3 movements forming a triangular approach to a specific point in the underwater perimeter. The Serpent Guardian followed but didn't attack, seemingly confused by their movement pattern. As they completed the triangular approach, a previously invisible opening appeared in what had seemed like solid underwater rock, a passage just large enough for their vessel to enter. "It worked," Harry whispered excitedly. "That's a hidden access point, probably for supplies or emergency exits. The Guardian is programmed to ignore vessels using the correct approach sequence." "Which the Felix Felicis showed us instinctively," Bruce confirmed, guiding the submersible into the narrow passage with precise control. The tunnel extended for approximately 200 yards, gradually sloping upward until they emerged in what appeared to be a subterranean dock, a small chamber carved from the island's bedrock with a water access point and a narrow stone platform. Bruce brought the submersible alongside the platform, engaging minimal securing measures to prevent drift while maintaining quick departure capability if needed. After confirming no immediate threats through the vessel's sensors, he activated the external atmosphere testing probes. Air is breathable. No detected toxins or magical contaminants, he reported. Proceed with Infiltration Protocol 3. They exited the submersible carefully, Bruce taking point with Harry close behind. The platform connected to a rough-hewn passageway that led upward into the island's interior. Dim magical lights embedded in the stone walls provided minimal illumination, casting long shadows as they advanced. Bruce activated his cowl's enhanced vision modes while Harry consulted the detection dial, both scanning for potential threats or surveillance. The passage appeared largely unused, a forgotten access point rather than an active entrance. No recent footprints or disturbance in the dust, Bruce noted quietly. This may be an emergency exit or abandoned access route. The magical signatures are strange here, Harry whispered back. Old magic, different from the exterior defenses. This might predate the current facility, part of the original ministry structure Moody mentioned. They continued upward, the passage eventually terminating at a heavy stone door with faded runes carved around its frame. Bruce examined the door with multiple scanning methods while Harry studied the runes with growing concern. These are warning inscriptions, Harry translated hesitantly. Something about forbidden knowledge and the sleeping power beneath. Definitely not friendly. Bruce located a mechanism beside the door, not magical but mechanical, a simple lever system disguised within the stone. Stand clear, he instructed, preparing to activate the opening mechanism. Be ready for immediate defensive measures. Harry positioned himself as directed, wand held ready despite the restrictions on its use. Bruce triggered the mechanism with a precise application of pressure, and the stone door slid open with surprising smoothness, revealing a larger chamber beyond. They entered cautiously, Bruce leading with sensory systems at maximum sensitivity. The chamber appeared to be some kind of storage facility, filled with crates, containers, and what looked like archival materials. Unlike the access passage, this area showed signs of regular use, clean floors, organized storage, active lighting. We've entered the main facility, Bruce confirmed quietly. Maintain stealth protocol. They moved through the storage room toward an interior door, pausing regularly to scan for security measures or personnel. The detection dial continued to provide valuable intelligence, alerting them to magical surveillance zones they could then circumvent using Bruce's stealth expertise. Beyond the storage area, they entered what appeared to be a research level, laboratories and workstations filled with an unusual combination of magical apparatus and what looked like modified Muggle medical equipment. The spaces were currently unoccupied, but showed clear signs of recent activity. This is it, Harry whispered, examining a workbench containing vials of swirling, luminescent liquid. This has to be part of the awakening process they're developing. Bruce carefully documented the laboratory setup with his cowl's recording systems, focusing particularly on documentation and research notes left visible on various surfaces. The integration of magical and non-magical technologies was sophisticated, far beyond what he would have expected from wizards traditionally isolated from Muggle developments. Someone here understands both worlds intimately, he observed. This isn't just wizards experimenting with Muggle technology. This is true integration of both approaches. Which shouldn't be possible, Harry added. Most magical people can barely operate a telephone, let alone something like this. He gestured toward what appeared to be a modified medical imaging system connected to containers of magical substances. They continued their careful exploration, eventually locating a central monitoring station that provided access to the facility's internal systems. Bruce connected specialized equipment to the control panels, bypassing security to access information networks. Patient records, he reported as data flowed across his heads-up display. 28 subjects currently held in the facility. All categorized by magical potential index and bloodline proximity values. What about their conditions? Harry asked, the concern in his voice revealing his priority, the well-being of the captives rather than just the technical details of the operation. Bruce scrolled through the data. Varied. Earlier subjects show significant neurological deterioration. More recent cases appear more stable, suggesting refinement of the process. He paused on one file. Dr. Friedman, the Wayne Enterprises researcher. Taken 3 days ago. Notes indicate exceptional adaptation potential and accelerated integration of activated pathways. They're getting better at it, Harry concluded grimly. Figuring out how to make it work without destroying the person's mind. Yes. And they're preparing for expansion. Bruce highlighted a section of data showing deployment timetables. Phase 2 includes coordinated awakening of individuals in key positions, government officials, military personnel, corporate leadership. Scheduled to begin within 48 hours. Harry's expression hardened. We need to stop this now. Not just gather intelligence, actually shut it down. Bruce understood the impulse but maintained his tactical focus. First we need to locate the captives and identify the facility's leadership. Then we can determine the most effective intervention approach. Further exploration revealed a facility map that identified the central dome structure as the integration chamber, apparently where the actual awakening procedures took place. Adjacent to it was a detention level where subjects were held before and after procedures. That's our next target, Bruce decided, memorizing the route. We need to assess the captives' conditions directly. They proceeded through the facility with careful coordination, Bruce's stealth expertise complemented by Harry's magical insights from the detection dial, allowing them to avoid both conventional security and magical detection measures. The Felix Felicis continued to provide subtle guidance, manifesting as intuitive knowledge of when to pause, which route to take, or when to employ specific countermeasures. The detention level, when they reached it, was clinically sterile, more like a hospital ward than a traditional prison. Individual rooms lined a central corridor, each with observation windows and monitoring equipment. Bruce and Harry moved silently along the hallway, observing the occupants through the windows. The captives appeared to be in various states of consciousness, some sleeping, others sitting motionless, a few pacing their rooms with agitated movements. None showed obvious physical injuries, but several displayed concerning neurological symptoms, tremors, vacant stares, repetitive movements. They're being systematically processed, Bruce observed, noting the color-coded markings on each door that corresponded to stages in the awakening procedure. Moving through phases of the transformation. Harry stopped suddenly at one particular room, his expression stricken. Dr. Friedman, he whispered, recognizing her from their tour of Wayne Enterprises days earlier. The woman sat rigidly on the edge of her bed, staring at the wall with unnatural stillness. Occasionally her hands would twitch, and faint traces of what appeared to be luminous energy flickered beneath her skin, visible even to non-magical observation. The process has already begun for her, Bruce noted grimly. She's in the initial integration phase according to the markers. Can it be reversed? Harry asked, his voice tight with concern. Unknown. We need access to the full research data to determine that. They continued their assessment of the detention level, gathering crucial information about the captive's conditions and the apparent progression of the awakening process. What emerged was a disturbing picture of systematic experimentation, refined through trial and error on unwilling subjects, with clear evidence that earlier attempts had resulted in severe mental deterioration. As they completed their survey of the detention area, the detection dial suddenly intensified its signals, all 3 rings spinning rapidly before locking into alignment pointing toward the central dome structure. Major magical activity initiating, Harry reported tensely. Something big is happening in the main chamber. Bruce consulted the facility schematic they had accessed earlier. There's an observation level overlooking the integration chamber. We can assess the activity without entering the main space. They proceeded toward the central structure with heightened caution, aware that active magical procedures would mean increased personnel and security. The Felix Felicis continued to guide their path, helping them avoid detection despite the facility's increasing activity. The observation level, when they reached it, consisted of a narrow walkway encircling the upper portion of the domed chamber, with reinforced glass panels providing visibility to the space below. Bruce and Harry positioned themselves in a shadowed section with clear sightlines to the chamber floor. What they saw confirmed their worst fears about the operation's scope and sophistication. The integration chamber was a massive circular room dominated by an elaborate apparatus at its center, a combination of magical and technological components arranged in concentric rings around a central platform. Runes were inscribed in precise patterns across the floor, glowing with pulsing blue energy that connected to the central apparatus through channels that looked almost like circuit pathways. Around the perimeter, at least a dozen robed figures monitored various aspects of the procedure, some operating what appeared to be modified Muggle computer systems, others manipulating purely magical components with wands and ritualistic movements. "That's Rookwood," Harry whispered, indicating a tall, gaunt man directing activities from a position near the central platform. "I recognize him from the wanted posters after he escaped Azkaban." Bruce focused on the man, recording his appearance and movements for later analysis. Rookwood moved with clinical precision, his directions to the staff reflecting scientific methodology rather than the chaotic malevolence Bruce had expected from a Death Eater. "And there's Caldwell," Bruce noted, identifying the wizard he had encountered in Gotham. "Serving as some kind of liaison between the technical teams." Their attention was drawn to a doorway opposite their position as it opened to admit several figures. Two appeared to be security personnel, escorting a disoriented-looking man in patient garb, clearly one of the captives. Behind them came a third figure whose entrance caused an immediate reaction throughout the chamber, staff standing straighter, activities becoming more focused and urgent. "The Master," Harry breathed, leaning forward slightly to get a better view. The figure moved with confident authority to the center of the chamber, where Rookwood greeted them with a respectful inclination of his head, notable deference from someone who had served Voldemort directly. As the Master turned to address the assembled staff, their features became visible for the first time. "It's a woman," Harry whispered, surprise evident in his voice. Bruce studied the Master carefully through his enhanced vision systems. She appeared to be in her 50s, with aristocratic features and silver-streaked dark hair pulled back severely from her face. Her robes were unusually tailored, combining elements of traditional wizarding attire with more modernized styling, suggesting someone comfortable in both magical and non-magical environments. "Beginning final calibration for Subject 27, she announced, her voice carrying easily through the chamber. "This subject represents our most promising bloodline connection yet, third-generation carrier of the Raoul magical signature, with exceptional neural plasticity scores." Rookwood approached with a clipboard containing what appeared to be both parchment and conventional paper. "The preliminary activation sequence has been completed, Madam Director. Subject is ready for full integration." "Excellent." The woman, the director, turned her attention to the disoriented captive now being secured to the central platform. "You should feel honored, Mr. Collins. Your dormant heritage is about to be awakened. You will be among the first to serve as a bridge between worlds." "I don't, please." The man struggled weakly against his restraints. "I don't want this." "What we want and what is necessary are rarely aligned," the director replied with clinical detachment. "The magical world has hidden too long, its potential squandered by outdated isolationist policies. Your transformation serves a greater purpose." She turned to address the chamber at large. "Begin the integration sequence. Full spectrum activation, modified protocol 7. As the staff moved to implement her instructions, Bruce and Harry exchanged glances, both recognizing the critical nature of what they were witnessing, an actual awakening procedure, with the conspiracy's leadership present and active. "We need to document this," Bruce whispered. "Complete recording of the process and participants." Harry nodded in agreement, though his expression reflected moral conflict, the desire to intervene immediately battling with the strategic need for intelligence gathering. The procedure began with a synchronized combination of technological and magical elements. Rookwood directed the magical components, complex wandwork creating intricate patterns of energy above the restrained subject. Meanwhile, technical staff activated systems that appeared to measure and modulate the magical forces being applied. Cellular resonance at 30%, reported one technician. Magical pathway induction stable. Bloodline signature isolated and amplified, added a robed wizard, manipulating what looked like a crystalline device containing swirling silver-blue energy. Ready for targeted integration. The director moved to a control station, activating a sequence that caused the runes inscribed in the floor to pulse with increasing intensity. Initiating neural pathway restructuring. Monitor subject cognition closely. On the platform, the captive, Collins, began to convulse as visible energy flowed through the apparatus and into his body. His skin took on the same luminous quality they had observed in Dr. Friedman, but more pronounced, veins and neural pathways glowing beneath the surface. Magical conductivity increasing, reported Rookwood, monitoring instruments with clinical focus. Dormant genetic sequences responding to activation stimulus. Pain response within acceptable parameters, noted another staff member, observing biological monitoring equipment. Cognitive architecture maintaining integrity. The director observed the process with intense concentration, making occasional adjustments to the control systems. Increase amplitude on the bloodline resonator. We need stronger pathway establishment. As the procedure intensified, Collins's convulsions became more violent, his face contorted in obvious agony despite the clinical assurances about acceptable parameters. The luminous energy beneath his skin pulsed in rhythm with the runes on the floor, creating a disturbing synchronization between man and machine. Phase 1 integration complete, Rookwood announced after several minutes. Moving to imprinting sequence. At this declaration, the director approached the platform directly, drawing a wand that seemed to shimmer with unusual properties, not a standard wizard's implement but something more specialized. Subject 27, she addressed Collins, who had fallen into a state of semi-consciousness, eyes open but unfocused. Your dormant magic is now awakened. Your mind is open to guidance. You will now receive your primary directive structure. She placed the specialized wand against Collins's forehead and began an incantation in what sounded like a much older form of Latin than standard wizard spells. As she spoke, tendrils of silver-white energy flowed from the wand into the man's head, causing his eyes to glow briefly with the same luminescence. Imprinting successful, Rookwood confirmed, reviewing monitoring data. Neural pathways accepting directive structure at 89% integration, our highest rate yet. The director stepped back, a look of satisfaction on her face. Release the restraints. Let's see the results. The staff complied, freeing Collins from the platform. He sat up slowly, movements mechanical at first but gradually becoming more natural. His eyes, however, retained a subtle unnatural quality, a faint luminescence visible when caught in the right light. Subject 27, the director addressed him. Identify yourself. Collins stood, his posture now straight and oddly formal. Marcus Collins. Financial analyst. Awakened servant of the integration. Your purpose. To facilitate the bridge between worlds. To execute my assigned functions while maintaining cover identity. To further the integration by all available means. His voice was flat yet precise, recognizable as the same person but with all personality and inflection removed. And your loyalty? Collins placed his right hand over his heart in a gesture that seemed rehearsed. To the director and the Council of Awakening. Absolute and unquestioning. The director nodded approvingly. Excellent. Our most successful integration yet. She turned to Rookwood. The refinements to Protocol 7 have proven effective. We can proceed with the priority subjects. Including Wayne. Rookwood inquired. Especially Wayne. The director's expression took on an intensity that was almost predatory. His bloodline connection to the Potters makes him uniquely valuable. The Potter magical signature, diluted though it may be in his case, has properties we've sought for decades. Bruce tensed at the mention of his name, focusing all his enhanced recording capabilities on the conversation. The resistance effect? Rookwood asked. Precisely. The Potter bloodline's unique capacity for magical resistance, particularly against directive magic. The same quality that allowed the boy to survive the killing curse and resist the Imperious curse. Awakening that quality in controlled fashion could revolutionize our imprinting process, create controllers rather than just controlled. Harry's sharp intake of breath was almost audible. Bruce glanced at him, noting the shocked recognition in his expression. This was clearly new information about his family's magical heritage. Wayne's acquisition team reports readiness, Caldwell interjected, approaching the director with a respectful bow. They await your authorization to proceed. They have it, the director confirmed. Priority 1 retrieval. I want him brought directly to the integration chamber upon capture. She turned back to Rookwood. How soon can we prepare for a Priority 1 procedure? 6 hours for full calibration to the Potter bloodline parameters, Rookwood replied. We've been gathering the necessary resonance data for weeks. Excellent. The director surveyed the chamber with evident satisfaction. Phase 2 begins with Bruce Wayne's awakening. By this time tomorrow, the first of our bridge agents will be in position throughout key power structures. Within a month, the integration will be irreversible. Bruce had heard enough. They had confirmed the facility's location, identified its leadership, documented the awakening process, and uncovered the specific interest in his Wayne Potter bloodline connection. Most importantly, they now knew that an operation to capture him was imminent, intelligence that would allow them to prepare an appropriate counterstrike. He signaled Harry with the predetermined gesture for extraction, receiving a reluctant nod in response. As they prepared to withdraw, however, the detection dial suddenly emitted a soft but distinct tone, a warning signal they hadn't encountered before. Harry examined it with alarm, then held it up for Bruce to see. All 3 rings had aligned to point directly at them, the inner dial flashing an urgent red pattern. We've been detected, Harry mouthed silently. Bruce immediately assessed their options. The nearest exit route was compromised if magical detection had identified their presence. Alternative pathways would require crossing more populated sections of the facility. The submersible remained their best extraction vehicle, but reaching it now presented significant challenges. Before he could implement a decision, a voice rang out from below. We have unauthorized observers in the upper observation ring, announced one of the magical security staff, wand raised toward their position. 2 intruders, north quadrant. Intruders? The director's voice cut through the sudden commotion. Impossible. The perimeter defenses are reporting no breaches, Caldwell confirmed, checking a monitoring device. They must have found another way in. Seal all exits, ordered the director. Full facility lockdown. Security teams to the observation level immediately. Their stealth compromised, Bruce made an instant tactical decision. Change of plans, he told Harry tersely. Aggressive extraction. Stay close. Harry nodded, gripping his wand despite the restrictions on its use. What about the captives? We can't help them if we're captured ourselves, Bruce replied, though the decision clearly pained him. We need to extract with the intelligence we've gathered and return with appropriate resources. As security personnel began converging on the observation level, Bruce activated a smoke deployment device, filling the walkway with dense, disorienting vapor. Simultaneously, he launched a series of electronic countermeasures designed to disrupt the facility's systems. Lights flickered, alarms blared with contradictory warnings, and monitoring stations displayed chaotic data. This way, Bruce directed, guiding Harry through the smoke toward an access point he had identified during their infiltration, a maintenance shaft that could provide an alternative route to lower levels. They moved with coordinated efficiency, Bruce leading with tactical precision while Harry monitored the detection dial for magical threats. Behind them, shouts and the distinctive sounds of spellcasting indicated that security forces were attempting to penetrate the smoke screen and electronic disruption. Hominum revelio, called a voice through the chaos, followed by the same wave-like sensation Batman had experienced during his encounter with Caldwell in Gotham. They know our position now, Harry warned as they reached the maintenance access. That spell reveals human presence. Bruce forced the access panel open and gestured for Harry to enter first. Move quickly. Head downward at every junction. As Harry disappeared into the narrow shaft, Bruce deployed additional countermeasures, proximity-triggered flash devices and sound disruptors that would activate when pursuers approached. Not lethal, but disorienting enough to slow magical security forces and used to such tactics. The maintenance shaft provided a direct route through the facility's infrastructure, bypassing main corridors where security would be concentrated. Bruce and Harry descended rapidly, using the building schematics Bruce had memorized to navigate toward the underwater access point where their submersible waited. Multiple magical signatures converging, Harry reported tensely as they reached a junction 3 levels down. They're tracking us somehow. Bruce considered this problem as they continued their descent. Magical tracking would require either a direct trace on their persons or some form of magical detection attuned to their specific signatures. Given that they had only been identified minutes ago, a direct trace seemed unlikely. The detection dial, he realized suddenly. It's not just detecting magic, it's interacting with it. They might be tracking its magical signature. Harry's eyes widened in understanding. It's an enchanted object. It has its own magical fingerprint. They could follow that. A difficult decision, but a necessary one. We need to abandon it. It's compromising our extraction. Harry hesitated, clearly reluctant to discard Dumbledore's valuable tool, but nodded in agreement. At the next junction, he placed the detection dial in a side passage heading in the opposite direction from their intended route. That should buy us some time, Bruce confirmed as they continued downward. But we need to move faster. They'll realize the deception eventually. They increased their pace, Bruce leading with enhanced vision modes active to navigate the increasingly dark maintenance passages. The sounds of pursuit grew more distant as the security teams followed the false trail left by the detection dial, but Bruce knew the reprieve would be temporary. After several more minutes of rapid descent, they reached the lowest level of the facility's infrastructure, a network of utility passages that should connect to the original structure where they had entered. Bruce oriented himself based on the mental map he had constructed, identifying the most direct route to the underwater dock. Almost there, he informed Harry as they moved through the dimly lit passages. Approximately 200 yards to the access point. They had covered perhaps half that distance when a loud alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility, different from the chaotic system disruptions Bruce had triggered earlier. This was a focused, facility-wide alert. Full containment protocol initiated, announced an automated voice over the speaker system. Perimeter sealing in progress. All personnel to designated security positions. They're locking down the entire island, Harry realized. Including underwater access points. Bruce increased their pace to a controlled run. We need to reach the submersible before the underwater passages are sealed. They sprinted through the remaining utility corridors, finally emerging into the familiar rough-hewn passage that led to the underwater dock. As they approached the final stretch, however, Bruce detected movement ahead. Magical security personnel had anticipated their extraction route. Alternative approach, Bruce decided instantly, guiding Harry into a narrow side passage he had noted during their entry. Service conduit. Tighter fit, but it connects to the same area. The alternative route was indeed challenging, barely wide enough for Bruce to navigate in his tactical gear, requiring them to move in single file with minimal lighting. Harry led this time, his smaller frame allowing more efficient progress through the confined space. As they neared the exit point, the facility's automated voice announced, underwater access points sealing in 30 seconds. Final containment measures activating. Hurry, Bruce urged, though Harry was already moving as fast as the confined space allowed. They emerged from the service conduit into a secondary maintenance area adjacent to the underwater dock, not their original entry point, but connected to the same chamber. Bruce immediately assessed the situation, noting with concern that a heavy security door was beginning to descend over the water access where their submersible was docked. "The door's closing," Harry exclaimed, pointing toward their only escape route. "We won't make it in time." Bruce calculated distances and closure rate with practiced precision. "We will if we don't hesitate. Move now." They sprinted toward the descending door, which had already closed halfway over the water access. Behind them, shouts indicated security forces had identified their position and were converging rapidly. "Stupefy," cried a voice from behind, a red beam of light streaking past Bruce's shoulder to impact the wall beside them. "They're using stunning spells," Harry warned as they continued their desperate dash toward the narrowing gap. "Direct hit will knock you unconscious instantly." Bruce deployed his final countermeasure, a series of smoke and flashbang devices that detonated in sequence behind them, disrupting their pursuers' aim and visibility. The security door continued its inexorable descent, now just 4 feet from complete closure. "You first," Bruce ordered as they reached the door, boosting Harry into a slide that sent him skidding under the descending barrier and onto the dock platform beyond. Bruce followed immediately, executing a precision dive and roll that barely cleared the door before it slammed shut with a decisive thud. Alarms continued to blare on both sides of the barrier, but for the moment, they had reached the underwater dock. The submersible, Bruce directed, already moving toward where they had left the vessel secured. They boarded quickly, Bruce taking the controls while Harry secured the hatch behind them. As the submersible systems activated, Bruce noted with concern that the water access to the open sea was also beginning to close, massive reinforced doors sliding into place to completely seal the underwater entry point. "Hang on," he warned Harry, engaging maximum thrust. The submersible shot forward toward the narrowing gap, its propulsion system straining at full capacity. The closing doors loomed before them, already more than halfway shut, presenting a rapidly diminishing escape route. "We're not going to make it," Harry observed tensely, watching the gap shrink before them. Bruce made a split-second adjustment to their vessel's trim, allowing it to tilt slightly sideways, reducing their effective width just enough to potentially clear the narrowing aperture. The maneuver increased their risk of hull damage but represented their only viable option. "Brace for potential impact," he instructed calmly, maintaining absolute focus on the precise approach vector needed. The submersible slipped through the closing doors with mere inches to spare, a horrific scraping sound indicating contact along one side of the hull but no catastrophic breach. Warning systems activated, reporting minor damage but confirming the vessel remained seaworthy. "We made it!" Harry exclaimed, his relief palpable as they cleared the facility's outer perimeter. "Not clear yet," Bruce cautioned, maintaining full propulsion away from the island while initiating stealth protocols to minimize their detectability. "They'll likely have magical means of pursuit." As if confirming his assessment, the detection dial's absence left them without magical early warning capabilities, but visual observation through the submersible's rear viewing systems revealed disturbances in the water behind them, unnatural movements suggesting magical pursuit had indeed been deployed. "What is that?" Harry asked, peering through the viewing port at the roiling water patterns behind them. "Likely the same type of construct we encountered on approach," Bruce replied, implementing evasive maneuvers while continuing their withdrawal. "Serpent guardians or similar magical security entities." The pursuing disturbances gained on them despite the submersible's impressive speed, magical propulsion apparently outpacing even Wayne Enterprises' advanced technology. Bruce calculated their options, recognizing that they couldn't outrun magical pursuers indefinitely. "We need to contact the Batwing," he decided, activating the submersible's emergency communication system. Automated retrieval sequence. The communication transmitted successfully, but the pursuing entities continued to close the gap, now clearly visible as multiple serpent-like constructs similar to the Guardian they had evaded during their approach. These, however, moved with more aggressive intent, their glowing forms cutting through the water with predatory efficiency. "They're almost on us," Harry reported tensely, watching the constructs draw nearer. What happens if they catch us? Unknown, Bruce replied honestly. But we're not going to let them find out. He implemented a series of unpredictable course changes, using the submersible's maneuverability to compensate for its speed disadvantage. The serpent constructs adjusted to each evasion, but the erratic pattern temporarily prevented them from closing to striking distance. The Batwing should be responding to our signal, Bruce noted, checking the tracking system. Estimated interception in 90 seconds. I don't think we have 90 seconds, Harry observed grimly as one of the serpent constructs surged forward, nearly making contact with their hull before Bruce executed another sharp evasive turn. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The magical constructs were adapting to their evasion patterns, coordinating their approaches to limit the submersible's escape options. Direct confrontation wasn't viable given their limited defensive capabilities against magical entities. I need to use magic, Harry stated firmly, drawing his wand. It's the only way to hold them off until the Batwing reaches us. Bruce understood the implications immediately. The Ministry's trace on underage magic, it would alert them to your location and identity. Better than being captured or killed, Harry countered. Besides, your device might mask it enough to confuse the exact location. A tactical assessment confirmed Harry's logic. Their options were severely limited, and the magical interference device Bruce had developed might indeed provide some level of confusion to the Ministry's tracking systems, not enough to prevent detection completely, but potentially sufficient to obscure precise coordinates. Do it, Bruce decided. Minimal effective force. Harry positioned himself at the viewing port, wand at the ready. As one of the serpent constructs made another close approach, he pointed his wand directly at it and called out clearly, Reducto. A blast of blue-white energy shot from Harry's wand, passing through the submersible's hull without damage, magical physics apparently allowing for selective permeability, and striking the serpent construct directly. The entity writhed and dispersed temporarily, its magical cohesion disrupted by the spell. It worked! Harry exclaimed, already targeting another construct. Impedimenta. The second spell struck another pursuer, instantly slowing its movement to a fraction of its previous speed. Harry continued casting defensive spells with impressive precision, creating a buffer zone around the submersible that the construct struggled to penetrate. 30 seconds to Batwing intercept, Bruce reported, maintaining their course toward the rendezvous coordinates while monitoring Harry's magical defense efforts. Harry's spellcasting was remarkably effective, considering his youth and the unusual circumstances. Each spell was chosen for maximum disruptive effect rather than attempting to destroy the constructs outright, a strategic approach that Bruce noted with approval. The boy understood conservation of resources and appropriate force application. Batwing on approach, Bruce announced as their extraction vehicle appeared on tracking systems. Prepare for retrieval sequence. The automated aircraft descended toward their position, maintaining just above sea level as it deployed the specialized retrieval mechanism, a magnetic coupling system designed to secure the submersible for aerial extraction. 5 seconds to contact, Bruce reported, aligning their vessel with the approaching retrieval system. Harry maintained his defensive spellcasting, keeping the increasingly agitated magical constructs at bay as the Batwing maneuvered into position above them. The coupling mechanism descended into the water, guided by precision systems toward the submersible's connection point. Contact established, Bruce confirmed as the magnetic system engaged with a solid thunk. Secure for extraction. Harry cast a final impedimenta spell at the closest construct before securing himself in the extraction position. The submersible began to rise from the water, lifted by the Batwing's powerful systems despite the resistance of the surrounding sea. As they breached the surface, the serpent constructs made a final, desperate attempt to reach them, surging upward in unnatural arcs that defied conventional physics. Harry, seeing the threat, cast through the still-open viewing port, Protego. The shield charm manifested as a transparent bubble around the submersible, just as the constructs lunged for the now exposed vessel. They impacted against the magical barrier with concussive force but couldn't penetrate Harry's protection. The Batwing continued its ascent, lifting the submersible clear of the water and away from the magical pursuers, which couldn't maintain their cohesion outside their aquatic environment. Within moments, they were hundreds of feet above the sea, the threat of immediate capture receding as their altitude increased. Extraction successful, Bruce confirmed, allowing himself a momentary acknowledgement of their narrow escape. Setting course for secure coordinates. Harry slumped back in his seat, the exertion of continuous spellcasting evident in his posture. That was close, he breathed, storing his wand back in its specialized compartment. Too close, Bruce agreed. But we accomplished our primary objective. We've identified the facility, documented their operation, and uncovered critical intelligence about their plans and leadership. And confirmed they're specifically targeting you because of your connection to my family, Harry added grimly. The Potter magical resistance they mentioned, I had no idea that was even a thing. It explains much about your own experiences, Bruce noted. Your ability to resist the Imperious Curse, possibly even your survival of the Killing Curse. Harry nodded thoughtfully. And now they want to activate that quality in you, to create controllers rather than just controlled, the director said. Which confirms this isn't just about creating magically influenced agents. They're building a hierarchical system, controllers and controlled, with awakened individuals serving specific roles based on their bloodline qualities. As the Batwing carried them away from the spit and back toward the British mainland, both processed the implications of what they had discovered. The conspiracy was more sophisticated and ambitious than either had initially believed, not merely experimentation, but the foundation for a new world order bridging magical and non-magical societies under the control of the Director and her Council of Awakening. We need to report this to Dumbledore immediately, Harry said. And Moody. They need to know what's happening. Agreed. But we also need to prepare for immediate countermeasures. The team sent to capture me will be moving soon, potentially within hours. Harry's expression hardened with resolve. So we set a trap. Use their interest in you to catch them instead. Bruce nodded approvingly at Harry's strategic thinking. Precisely. And simultaneously prepare a comprehensive response to the facility itself. As they continued toward the secure coordinates where they could transfer from the submersible to the Batwing directly, Bruce established communication with Alfred at the Batcave, providing a preliminary report of their findings and initiating necessary preparations for the challenges ahead. The battle lines were now clearly drawn. The Director and her Council of Awakening had revealed their plans for a new world order, one where magically controlled agents would infiltrate and eventually dominate non-magical power structures. Bruce Wayne's unique bloodline connection to the Potters made him a priority target for this agenda, while Harry's family heritage had unexpectedly emerged as a central element of the conspiracy's ambitions. What had begun as Bruce's investigation into distant family connections had evolved into a confrontation that threatened both magical and non-magical worlds alike. But in Harry Potter, Bruce had found an unlikely yet effective ally, one whose courage, magical abilities, and moral clarity complemented his own strategic approach and technological resources. Together, they represented perhaps the only force capable of bridging the two worlds being targeted by the conspiracy, and stopping the darkness that threatened to consume both. Absolutely not, Bruce stated firmly, his expression unyielding as he faced Harry across the Batcave's central planning area. The assault team will consist of myself and strategic allies with appropriate experience. You'll remain secure at the manor with Alfred. Harry's frustration was evident in his clenched jaw and narrowed eyes. That's ridiculous. I've already proven I can help. I literally saved us with my magic during the escape. You need magical support for this to work. Which is why Zatanna will be part of the operation, Bruce countered, gesturing toward the raven-haired woman who stood nearby, observing their argument with a carefully neutral expression. She has both magical expertise and combat experience. No offense to her, Harry said with a quick apologetic glance toward Zatanna, but she doesn't understand this specific threat like I do. I've fought Death Eaters. I've faced the Imperious Curse and resisted it. I know how these people think. The debate had been ongoing for nearly an hour, ever since they had finalized the intelligence analysis from their reconnaissance mission. After returning to Gotham and debriefing Alfred, Bruce had immediately contacted both Dumbledore, via the enchanted parchment, and Zatanna, who had arrived within hours via magical transportation. Together, they had developed a comprehensive response plan, one that Harry was now vehemently objecting to his exclusion from. "Your magical abilities are valuable," Bruce acknowledged, "but the risk factors outweigh the potential benefits of your direct involvement." "Risk factors?" Harry's voice rose slightly. "I'm already involved. They're literally experimenting on people because of my family's magical bloodline. How much more involved could I possibly be?" Zatanna finally intervened, her tone diplomatic but firm. "If I might offer a perspective, Harry has a point about his specific experience with these dark wizards. That knowledge could prove crucial during the operation." Bruce shot her a look that clearly communicated his displeasure at her taking Harry's side. She met his gaze unflinchingly. "I'm not suggesting he take point on the assault," she clarified. "But having him in a support capacity, properly protected and with clearly defined parameters, could significantly increase our chances of success." Alfred, who had been quietly organizing equipment nearby, added his own thoughts. "Master Bruce, if I may, Master Harry has already demonstrated considerable capability and judgment during your reconnaissance mission. Perhaps a compromise position might be appropriate." Bruce's expression remained stern, but Harry recognized the subtle shift in his posture that suggested he was at least considering these perspectives. Encouraged, Harry pressed his case. "Look, I understand your concerns. I'm young, I'm not trained like you are, and you feel responsible for my safety." His voice became more measured, deliberately adopting the rational tone he knew Bruce would respect more than emotional appeals. "But this isn't just about me wanting to be involved. It's about bringing the right resources to stop these people." Bruce studied him thoughtfully, reassessing the young wizard who had grown increasingly confident during their time together. Harry had indeed proven himself during the reconnaissance mission, maintaining composure under pressure, contributing strategically valuable insights, and demonstrating combat effectiveness when necessary. "What exactly do you propose as your role?" Bruce asked finally, his tone indicating he was at least willing to hear Harry's position. "Magical defense and countermeasure support," Harry replied promptly, clearly having thought this through. "I stay with the secondary team, focused on neutralizing magical barriers and protections. I follow orders and don't engage directly unless absolutely necessary." Bruce considered this proposal, weighing tactical advantages against his protective instincts. The operation they were planning was indeed complex, with both magical and technological dimensions that would benefit from Harry's specific knowledge. There would be non-negotiable conditions, Bruce stated, his tone making it clear this wasn't yet agreement. "Name them," Harry responded immediately. "You remain with the secondary team at all times. You wear full protective gear. You maintain communication contact continuously. You follow direct orders without question or hesitation. And," Bruce's expression became even more serious, "at the first sign that the situation is escalating beyond planned parameters, you withdraw to the secure extraction point. Immediately and without argument." Harry considered these terms carefully, recognizing both their reasonableness and Bruce's underlying concern for his safety. "Agreed," he said finally. "All of those conditions make sense." Bruce held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a single, definitive nod. "Very well. You'll participate in the support capacity we've outlined. But preparation and training begins immediately." Relief and determination washed across Harry's face. "Thank you. I won't let you down." "See that you don't," Bruce replied, though the harshness of his words was somewhat softened by the subtle respect evident in his expression. With that matter settled, they returned to operational planning. The intelligence gathered during their infiltration of the Spit had provided crucial details for developing a comprehensive response strategy. The operation would unfold in 3 synchronized phases. First, intercept and neutralize the teams sent to capture Bruce Wayne, using the attempted abduction as an opportunity to gather additional intelligence and potentially secure a direct access method to the Spit. Second, a coordinated assault on the facility itself, with primary objectives being the liberation of captives and seizure of research data on the awakening process. Third, apprehension of the conspiracy's leadership, particularly the director and Rookwood, to dismantle the organization's command structure and prevent future operations. Dumbledore's response confirms he's mobilizing trusted allies within the wizarding world, Bruce reported, referencing the message they had received via the enchanted parchment. Moody and several other former Aurors will coordinate with us on the facility assault. Meanwhile, I've contacted Dr. Fate for consultation on the magical aspects of the awakening process, Zatanna added. If there's a way to reverse the effects on the victims, he's our best hope of identifying it. Harry, now fully integrated into the planning session, contributed his own insights. Based on what we saw, the imprinting process seems to be the key control mechanism. If we can disrupt that specific component rather than the entire magical activation, we might be able to free the victims' minds without trying to undo the physiological changes. Bruce noted the insightfulness of this observation. That would potentially be more achievable in the short term. We'll prioritize securing data on the imprinting sequence and any countermeasures they've developed. As they continued refining the operational details, Alfred approached with an urgent update. Master Bruce, the perimeter sensors have detected unusual energy signatures approaching the manor grounds. Pattern consistent with magical transportation methods. Bruce immediately activated the manor's security monitors, bringing the feeds to the main display. The exterior cameras showed nothing unusual, but the specialized sensors developed after their initial encounters with magical entities indicated multiple approaching signatures, consistent with a coordinated team rather than individuals. They've moved faster than anticipated, Bruce observed, already moving toward his equipment vault. The acquisition team is here. But how did they find the manor so quickly? Harry asked, alarm evident in his voice. My use of underage magic during our escape, he realized immediately, answering his own question. Even with your masking device, they must have traced the general location. Or they already had the manor under surveillance, Zatanna suggested grimly. Either way, we need to implement countermeasures now. Bruce emerged from the vault in full Batman regalia, cowl in hand but otherwise combat-ready. This changes our approach. Instead of waiting for them to make an attempt in public, we engage them here, on terrain we control, with preparations already in place. The young master's protective gear is ready, Alfred reported, retrieving the modified tactical suit they had prepared for Harry. Though I had hoped for more time to complete the enhancements. It'll have to do, Bruce decided. Harry, suit up. Zatanna, initialize the magical countermeasures we discussed. Alfred, activate Protocol Theta for the manor's outer perimeter. Everyone moved with practiced efficiency, even Harry, who had spent the hours since their return from the Spit learning the Batcave's layout and basic operational procedures. Within minutes, he had donned the tactical suit, its matte black material similar to the one he'd worn during the reconnaissance mission but with additional protective elements and communication systems. Sensors indicate they've breached the outer perimeter wards, Zatanna reported, monitoring magical detection equipment. 5 distinct magical signatures, moving in coordinated pattern toward the main house. They're not even trying to be subtle, Harry noted, securing his wand in the specialized holster built into his suit's forearm. They must be confident in their approach. Overconfidence we can exploit, Batman replied, pulling on his cowl to complete his transformation from Bruce Wayne to Gotham's Dark Knight. Take positions according to Intercept Plan Bravo. Maintain communication discipline. Remember, their objective is capture, not elimination. They'll be using incapacitation tactics rather than lethal force. Harry nodded seriously, the reality of imminent conflict focusing his mind with familiar clarity. Despite his youth, he had faced dangerous situations often enough to recognize the calm before battle, the heightened awareness, the focused precision that replaced normal thought patterns. As they moved to their designated positions throughout the manor complex, Harry found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought him to this moment, from a distant family connection discovered through genetic research to a full alliance with Batman against a magical conspiracy. Yet somehow it felt right, as though his unusual life had been preparing him for precisely this kind of unique challenge. The intruders reached the manor grounds proper, triggering more specific alerts from the security system. Batman's voice came through the communication link in Harry's collar, visual confirmation on targets. 5 wizards using disillusionment charms, partial invisibility. Standard search pattern, approaching from the East Gardens. Magical signatures consistent with combat-trained wizards, Zatanna added from her position. Defensive charms already in place around them. Harry monitored the approach from his position in one of the manor's secondary halls, a location chosen specifically because it provided multiple exit routes while maintaining line of sight to likely entry points. Through the specialized lenses built into his mask, a simplified version of Batman's cowl systems, he could detect the subtle visual distortions caused by the wizard's disillusionment charms. The intruders reached the manor itself, pausing to assess entry points. Their near invisibility gave them confidence, unaware that Batman's technology and Zatanna's magical countermeasures had already negated this advantage. One wizard cast a spell at the nearest door, likely checking for magical defenses, before signaling the others to proceed. "They're entering through the East Terrace," Batman reported. "Zatanna, status on magical countermeasures." "Fully activated. Their detection spells will show the manor as magically dormant, no occupants, no defenses." Proceeding with Phase 1, Batman confirmed. "All units hold positions until my signal." Harry watched through building schematics displayed in his mask lenses as the intruders moved through the manor's east wing, methodically clearing rooms in a professional search pattern. Their confidence grew as they encountered no resistance, unaware they were being monitored from multiple angles. "They're splitting into 2 teams," Batman observed. 3 moving toward the main living quarters, 2 checking peripheral areas. "The smaller team is heading in my direction," Harry reported, tensing slightly as the schematics showed the intruders approaching his position. "Hold your position," Batman instructed. "Observe only unless directly threatened." Harry acknowledged the order, controlling his natural impulse to confront the wizards directly. He had agreed to follow Batman's tactical leadership, recognizing the value of the strategic approach even as his Gryffindor instincts pushed for more direct action. The 2 wizards entered the hallway where Harry waited, concealed in a recessed alcove. Through his enhanced lenses, he could now make out their features despite the disillusionment charms, one tall and thin with a beard, the other shorter with distinctive scarring along one side of his face. Both moved with the cautious precision of trained fighters. "Second floor clear," the scarred wizard reported in a hushed voice, apparently communicating with the other team. "No signs of the target or the Potter boy." "Maintain search pattern," came the reply through what appeared to be an enchanted communication device similar to a small badge on the wizard's robes. "Primary team proceeding to master bedroom. Intelligence suggests Wayne should be present at this hour." Harry remained motionless as the wizards passed within feet of his position, their disillusionment charms failing to conceal them from his specialized lenses. They continued down the hall, systematically checking rooms with both magical detection spells and visual inspection. "Primary team has reached the master bedroom," Batman reported through the communication link. "Preparing for interception." The moment arrived with Batman's characteristic precision. As the primary wizard team entered the master bedroom, expecting to find Bruce Wayne sleeping unaware, a series of countermeasures activated simultaneously. The room's lighting system overloaded with blinding intensity, specialized sonic devices emitted frequencies targeted to disrupt concentration, and concealed dispensers released a compound designed to temporarily neutralize magical focus. Through his mask systems, Harry watched as Batman descended from a hidden recess in the bedroom's ceiling, directly into the midst of the disoriented wizards. His attack was precisely calibrated, non-lethal but overwhelmingly effective, targeting pressure points and movement capabilities rather than causing permanent injury. 2 wizards were incapacitated within seconds, their wands clattering uselessly to the floor before they could recover from the multisensory assault. The 3rd managed to partially raise a shield charm, but Batman's attack had been specifically designed to circumvent magical defenses, striking through the shield rather than attempting to overpower it directly. "Primary team neutralized," Batman confirmed through the communication link. Zatanna, secondary team status. Responding to the disturbance, she reported. Moving rapidly toward your position. Harry tensed as the two wizards near his position suddenly abandoned their methodical search, racing back toward the commotion in the master bedroom. Their urgency made them less cautious, creating an opportunity Batman had anticipated in their planning. Intercept Point Charlie, Batman instructed. Containment Protocol. Harry moved immediately, using the Manor's architecture as Batman had taught him during their brief training session. He positioned himself at the designated interception point, a junction where the hallway narrowed, creating a natural bottleneck that would force the rushing wizards to slow momentarily. As the wizards approached, Harry activated the prepared countermeasure, a specialized device developed by Batman specifically for magical opponents. The small disc attached to the wall emitted a precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulse combined with elements derived from their study of the detection dial's properties. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The wizards' disillusionment charms collapsed completely, and their forward momentum faltered as the magical disruption temporarily interfered with their abilities. In that crucial moment of disorientation, Zatanna emerged from her concealed position further down the corridor. Ada ex snidnib efoth gil. She incanted, her backward spellcasting manifesting as luminous bands that wrapped around the disoriented wizards, pinning their arms to their sides and preventing spellcasting movements. The capture was executed perfectly, all 5 intruders neutralized without casualties on either side, and minimal damage to the manor itself. Batman converged on the secondary team's position, ensuring the magical bindings were secure before beginning the intelligence-gathering phase of the operation. Well done, he acknowledged, the brief comment carrying significant weight given his typically sparing use of praise. Zatanna, ensure the magical containment is stable. Harry, maintain perimeter observation in case they have additional personnel approaching. Harry moved to implement this instruction, monitoring the manor's security systems for any sign of further intrusion while Batman began interrogating the captured wizards. From his position, he could observe without directly participating, watching Batman's interrogation techniques with fascinated attention. The Dark Knight's approach was methodical and psychologically precise. Rather than beginning with direct questions, he arranged the captured wizards where they could see each other but not communicate effectively, creating uncertainty about what information their colleagues might reveal. He then focused initially on the wizard who appeared junior to the others, identifiable by subtle deference behaviors Harry had noticed during their brief observation. Your extraction team has failed, Batman stated, his modulated voice carrying ominous authority. The facility at the Spit has been compromised. Your leadership is now aware that their security has been breached. The junior wizard's expression confirmed the effectiveness of this approach, surprise and alarm indicating Batman had correctly identified their mission parameters and organizational structure. You have one opportunity to provide actionable intelligence, Batman continued. Cooperation will be accounted for when your case is presented to magical authorities. We answer to different authorities, responded one of the senior wizards, the apparent team leader based on the others' reactions. Your understanding of our world is incomplete, Batman. Is it? Batman approached the leader directly, producing a small device that displayed holographic images from their reconnaissance mission, detailed visuals of the Spit's interior, the integration chamber, and the director herself. I've documented your entire operation. The facility layout. The awakening process. The captive's conditions. Your leadership structure. The shock among the captured team was palpable, none had anticipated this level of intelligence gathering from someone they had dismissed as a non-magical vigilante. Impossible, whispered one wizard. The facility is unplottable, undetectable to muggles. Your magical defenses have critical vulnerabilities when faced with appropriately developed technology, Batman replied. The same technology that allowed us to anticipate and counteract your extraction attempt today. The team leader maintained a stoic expression, but the junior members showed increasing uncertainty. Batman pressed this advantage, focusing on the most visibly affected wizard. The director has misrepresented the scope and purpose of this operation to many of you, he stated with calculated precision. The awakening process is not the scientific advancement you've been told. It's fundamentally about control, creating magically enhanced agents whose will has been overridden through the imprinting procedure. That's not, the junior wizard began, then stopped himself, doubt clearly visible in his expression. You've seen the subjects after imprinting, Batman continued relentlessly. Their personalities erased, replaced with programmed responses and absolute loyalty to the director. Not advancement of magical potential, enslavement of it. Harry observed the psychological impact of this approach with fascination. Batman wasn't using threats or physical intimidation, he was systematically dismantling the ideological framework the wizards had used to justify their actions, creating cognitive dissonance that would make continued resistance more difficult to maintain. The strategy proved effective. Within 20 minutes, the junior wizard began providing information, tentatively at first, then with increasing certainty as Batman validated his statements against intelligence already gathered during their reconnaissance. The others maintained greater resistance, but the fragmentation of their unified front created exploitable vulnerabilities in their operational security. Key intelligence emerged, confirmation of the Spit's exact coordinates and access protocols, details of the security response triggered by their infiltration, and most valuably, authentication methods for the facility's transportation system, the modified port keys used to move personnel and subjects between locations. The director has accelerated the Phase 2 implementation schedule, revealed the junior wizard, now fully cooperative. The security breach prompted contingency protocols, priority subjects are being processed immediately, research data is being transferred to secondary locations. How soon? Batman demanded. Hours, not days. The integration sequences for the next subject group have already been initiated. This intelligence transformed the operational timeline significantly. What had been planned as a carefully prepared assault within the next 24 to 48 hours now became an urgent rescue mission required within hours to prevent both additional victimization and the potential loss of crucial research data needed to help those already affected. Batman concluded the interrogation, leaving Zatanna to maintain magical containment of the prisoners while he, Harry, and Alfred convened in the Batcave to reassess their strategy. The accelerated timeline changes our approach significantly, Batman stated, bringing up revised tactical displays on the main computer. We no longer have time to coordinate the full joint operation with Dumbledore's allies. But we can't just abandon those people, Harry insisted, the urgency in his voice reflecting his fundamental nature. If they're accelerating the awakening procedures, more victims will be permanently affected. I'm not suggesting abandonment, Batman clarified. I'm reassessing tactical options given the compressed time frame. Alfred, ever practical, raised the central question. What assets are immediately deployable, sir? Batman considered this with characteristic thoroughness. Zatanna is already here. Moody can potentially mobilize a small team within hours rather than the full contingent Dumbledore was assembling. The Batwing is prepped and ready. And we've acquired authentication protocols for their transportation system from the captured extraction team. We go in lighter but faster, Harry summarized. A surgical strike rather than a full assault. Precisely. Batman nodded approvingly at Harry's tactical understanding. Primary objectives remain the same, liberate captives, secure research data, neutralize leadership. But the approach becomes more targeted, focused infiltration rather than overwhelming force. The risk factors increase significantly, Alfred noted with concern. Yes, but so do the consequences of inaction. Batman turned to Harry, his expression serious even through the cowl. This changes your role somewhat. With fewer magical allies immediately available, your capabilities become more tactically significant. Harry straightened, recognizing both the responsibility and the trust being placed in him. I'm ready. Your primary function remains magical countermeasures and defense, Batman emphasized. But you may need to take more active measures against magical obstacles than originally planned. Understood. Batman turned back to the tactical display, updating parameters based on their new intelligence and timeline. We'll use the authentication protocols obtained from the extraction team to access the spit directly via their transportation network. This bypasses the need to approach by sea and potentially avoids the enhanced perimeter defenses they've likely implemented since detecting our infiltration. The portkey system, Harry clarified. We essentially hijack their own magical transportation. Correct. Zatanna will modify the captured authentication tokens to accept our biological signatures instead of the original team's. We insert at this access point. Batman highlighted a secondary entrance on the facility schematic, which provides optimal positioning for both the detention level and the central research repositories. The revised operation took shape rapidly, incorporating the new intelligence while maintaining the core objectives. Batman's ability to adapt tactical approaches while preserving strategic goals impressed Harry, reminding him of chess masters who could reorient their entire game plan based on a single move without losing sight of the ultimate victory conditions. Within an hour, preparations were complete. The capture of the extraction team had provided not just intelligence but also practical resources, authentication tokens, facility access protocols, and even wizarding robes that would allow for more effective disguise during the initial infiltration phase. Zatanna completed the modifications to the magical transportation tokens, creating what she described as piggybacking access to the Spit's portkey network. Batman's technological preparations complemented these magical approaches, specialized equipment designed for both the rescue operation and data extraction, with particular focus on documenting the awakening process for potential reversal research. As the final preparations were implemented, Harry found himself working alongside Alfred, who was making last-minute adjustments to his tactical suit. "I must say, Master Harry," the butler commented as he secured an enhanced communication module to the suit's collar, "you've adapted to these unusual circumstances with remarkable composure." Harry shrugged slightly. Honestly, after facing a basilisk and dementors, working with Batman to stop evil wizards doesn't seem that strange. Alfred's expression softened momentarily. Master Bruce was approximately your age when he began his unconventional education in confronting darkness. Though under different circumstances, of course. He told me a bit about what happened to his parents, Harry said quietly. We have that in common, I guess. Both orphans because of violence. Indeed. And both determined to confront rather than succumb to the darkness that took your families. Alfred secured the final component with precision. A quality I've observed is rather rare, even among those much older than yourselves. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected personal observation from the normally reserved butler, Batman approached, cowl temporarily pushed back to reveal Bruce's face, serious and focused on the imminent operation. Final preparations complete, he announced. Zatanna is ready with the modified transportation tokens. We move in 15 minutes. Harry nodded, straightening to his full height, still considerably shorter than Bruce, but carrying himself with the determined dignity that had impressed the older man since their first meeting. I wanted to say. Harry began, then paused, searching for the right words. Thank you. For trusting me with this. For not just treating me like a kid who needs protection. Bruce studied him for a moment, his expression softening fractionally. You've earned that trust, Harry. Not just through capability, but through judgment. That's considerably rarer than skill alone. The simple acknowledgement meant more to Harry than elaborate praise might have, coming from someone who clearly valued actions over words, and who recognized the difference between age and maturity. We should join Zatanna, Bruce continued, pulling his cowl back into place and once again becoming Batman fully. The operation window is narrow, and timing will be critical. As they moved toward the Batcave's main platform where Zatanna waited with the prepared transportation tokens, Harry reflected briefly on the strange circumstances that had brought him to this moment. What had begun as a surprising revelation about distant family connections had evolved into something far more significant, not just an adventure or a mission, but a genuine partnership based on mutual respect and complementary strengths. Zatanna looked up as they approached, the modified authentication tokens arranged in a precise pattern before her. Everything's prepared, she reported. I've adjusted the magical signatures to accept our biological patterns instead of the original team's. It should bypass the initial security screening, though we'll need to move quickly once we arrive. The discrepancy will register eventually. Understood. Batman surveyed the final preparations with characteristic thoroughness. Arrival point confirmed. Secondary laboratory access chamber, southeastern quadrant, Zatanna confirmed. Minimal personnel expected in that section based on the intelligence we gathered. Batman nodded his approval, then turned to Harry. Final equipment check. Harry verified each component of his tactical setup, communication systems, defensive gear, specialized equipment Batman had provided for magical countermeasures, and his wand secured in its custom forearm holster. All systems operational, he reported, deliberately adopting the precise terminology Batman preferred. Very well. Batman addressed them both with commanding authority. Mission parameters remain clear. Primary objectives: liberate captives, secure research data, neutralize leadership. Execution must be precise and coordinated. Communications discipline at all times. If separation occurs, proceed to designated extraction points independently. Harry and Zatanna acknowledged these instructions as they positioned themselves around the modified transportation tokens. Batman continued with final directives. Harry, you remain with me unless explicitly instructed otherwise. Your primary function is magical defense and countermeasure support. Zatanna, you'll lead the research data acquisition while we secure the captives. Rendezvous at the primary extraction point in exactly 40 minutes, regardless of individual objective completion status. With these final instructions delivered, Batman nodded to Zatanna, who began the activation sequence for the transportation tokens. As she spoke the incantation that would hijack the Spitz portkey network, Harry felt the familiar but uncomfortable sensation of magical transportation beginning, like a hook behind his navel pulling him forward through compressed space. The Batcave dissolved around them, reality blurring momentarily before re-solidifying into their destination, a sterile laboratory space within the heart of the conspiracy's hidden facility. The operation to end the Awakening Initiative had begun. They materialized in a laboratory section similar to what they had observed during their reconnaissance, clinical equipment combining magical and technological elements, currently unoccupied but showing signs of recent activity. Batman immediately initiated a perimeter assessment while Zatanna performed magical detection spells to identify nearby threats. Clear, Batman confirmed after a thorough check of the immediate area. Proceed to Phase 1 positions. They moved with coordinated efficiency, Batman taking point with Harry close behind, Zatanna covering their rear with magical detection continuously active. The facility appeared to be in heightened security status, but their arrival point had been well chosen, a secondary research section currently unoccupied as resources concentrated on accelerated procedures elsewhere. Detention level is 2 sections east, Batman noted, consulting the schematic displayed in his cowl's heads-up system. Research archives directly beneath our current position. Zatanna, proceed to data acquisition. We'll continue to the detention area. Zatanna nodded, casting a final protective charm that would subtly obscure their magical signatures from detection systems. Rendezvous in 40 minutes. Be careful, I'm detecting unusual magical activity throughout the facility. They're definitely implementing accelerated procedures. As Zatanna moved toward the research archives, Batman and Harry proceeded toward the detention level where captives were being held. Their progress was methodical, using both technological and magical detection to avoid security personnel and monitoring systems. The detection dial would be useful right now, Harry whispered as they navigated a particularly complex junction with multiple potential patrol routes. We adapt to available resources, Batman replied simply, demonstrating the principle by deploying a miniature reconnaissance drone that provided visual confirmation of the adjacent corridor's status. They continued toward the detention level, encountering minimal resistance, not through luck but through precise timing and route selection based on Batman's analytical approach to the facility's operational patterns. When they did encounter facility personnel, Batman's stealth takedowns were executed with such precision that no alerts were triggered. Upon reaching the detention level access point, they faced their first significant obstacle, a security checkpoint combining magical identification wards with conventional biometric systems. Batman analyzed the integrated security measures, identifying the systemic vulnerabilities created by combining two fundamentally different approaches. The magical and technological components operate independently rather than in true integration, he observed. Creates exploitable gaps in verification sequences. Can you bypass them? Harry asked, watching Batman extract specialized equipment from his utility belt. The technological systems, yes. The magical wards will require your assistance. Harry nodded, drawing his wand with practiced efficiency. What do you need? A temporary disruption of the magical identification field, just long enough for me to insert a bypass into the electronic verification system. Harry considered the magical ward structure before them. It wasn't unlike the security systems at Gringotts that Bill Weasley had once described to him, layered enchantments designed to verify magical signatures. The principal weakness, as Bill had explained, was that such systems typically focused on detecting active magical intrusion rather than passive manipulation of the existing field. I can create a reflection loop in the identification matrix, Harry suggested. Make it read its own verification parameters as valid input for about 30 seconds. Batman nodded approval at this approach. Execute when ready. Harry raised his wand, concentrating intently as he recalled the precise wand movement Bill had demonstrated. Speculum identifia, he whispered, executing a complex figure-8 pattern that caused the magical identification field to shimmer briefly before resuming its normal appearance. Field is looping its own verification sequence, Harry confirmed. We have approximately 25 seconds. Batman moved immediately, connecting specialized equipment to the electronic verification panel and executing a rapid sequence of commands that bypassed the security protocols. The integrated systems, confused by receiving seemingly valid magical identification while electronic verification was simultaneously overridden, defaulted to an approved access state, the door to the detention level sliding open with a pneumatic hiss. Well done, Batman acknowledged as they slipped through the opening before security systems could recover from the conflicting inputs. The detention level was much as they remembered from their reconnaissance, individual rooms arranged along a central corridor, each containing a captive in various stages of the awakening process. The difference now was the increased activity level, medical staff moving between rooms with greater urgency, monitoring systems displaying accelerated procedure timelines. They're implementing mass processing, Batman observed grimly, noting the synchronized monitoring displays and coordinated staff movements. Attempting to complete as many conversions as possible before evacuating the facility. Harry's expression hardened as he observed the captives through the observation windows, men and women in various states of transformation, some displaying the telltale luminescence beneath their skin that indicated active magical pathway development, others still in preliminary stages with monitoring equipment attached to their bodies. We need to free them now, Harry stated with quiet determination. Before more are fully processed. Batman nodded, already analyzing the control systems for the detention cells. The doors are centrally controlled from that monitoring station. I can override the security protocols, but will need to neutralize the medical staff first, without alerting the broader facility. They developed a rapid intervention plan. Batman would systematically neutralize staff members using stealth takedowns while Harry prepared the magical countermeasures they would need once the captives were released. Timing would be critical, they needed to free the captives, implement protective measures, and begin evacuation before facility security recognized the breach. Batman moved with extraordinary efficiency, neutralizing medical staff with precision strikes that rendered them unconscious without opportunity to trigger alarms. Harry, meanwhile, prepared the specialized containment devices they had developed, modified versions of the technology Batman had used to capture the extraction team, designed to temporarily stabilize subjects during the evacuation process. With the medical staff secured and containment measures prepared, Batman accessed the central control station for the detention cells. Security override initiating, he reported, fingers moving across control surfaces with practiced precision. Cell doors will release in sequence to prevent system overload detection. As the first set of cell doors opened, Harry moved quickly to assist the disoriented captives who emerged, some mobile but confused, others barely conscious and requiring more direct intervention. He deployed the stabilization devices as instructed, the technology helping to temporarily regulate the unstable magical pathways that had been artificially activated in their systems. Dr. Friedman, Harry called softly, recognizing the Wayne Enterprises researcher as she emerged from her cell. Unlike some others, she maintained awareness, though her movements were mechanical and her eyes showed the unnatural luminescence of recent activation. "We're here to help you. To get everyone out." She regarded him with the eerie detachment they had observed in successfully imprinted subjects. "You are interfering with the integration. This is not authorized." "The integration is mind control, Dr. Friedman," Harry responded firmly. "They've manipulated your thoughts. We're going to help reverse what they've done to you." Before she could respond, alarm klaxons suddenly blared throughout the facility, harsh and urgent, indicating a major security breach had been detected. "Containment protocol initiated," announced an automated voice over the facility's communication system. "All security personnel to designated response positions. Unprocessed subjects to secure holding. Processed assets to defensive formation." Batman immediately adjusted to this development. "Our timeline is compromised. Accelerate evacuation procedures, priority on mobile subjects first." Harry nodded, continuing to assist captives while Batman established communication with Zatanna. "Data acquisition status," he demanded through the secure channel. "Primary research files secured," Zatanna's voice responded, the sound of hurried movement audible in the background. "Including complete awakening protocols and imprinting methodology. Moving to extraction point now." "Rendezvous adjusted to emergency protocol Delta," Batman instructed. "Detention level compromised, proceeding with accelerated evacuation." As they continued freeing captives and implementing emergency evacuation procedures, a new complication emerged. The fully processed subjects, including Dr. Friedman, began responding to the security protocols with programmed behaviors, actively resisting rescue efforts and attempting to impede Batman and Harry's operations. "The imprinting is activating security protocols," Harry realized as Dr. Friedman and several others formed a coordinated blocking position near the detention level exit. "They're programmed to protect the facility." Batman assessed the situation rapidly. "Non-lethal containment only. They're victims, not willing combatants." Harry nodded in agreement, raising his wand to cast restraining spells rather than offensive magic. "Incarcerus," he incanted, magical ropes manifesting to secure several of the programmed subjects without causing injury. Batman simultaneously deployed specialized restraint devices designed for enhanced individuals, technology developed for metahuman containment adapted for their current needs. Together, they managed to neutralize the immediate resistance without harming the mind-controlled captives, securing them for evacuation alongside the others. 23 subjects secured for evacuation, Batman reported as they completed this phase. "Proceeding to extraction point with first group. Zatanna, status?" "At secondary extraction point," she confirmed. "Research data secured. Significant security convergence on my position, magical and conventional forces coordinating. Hold position. We're en route with subjects." The evacuation proceeded with controlled urgency, Batman leading the way with Harry assisting the less mobile captives while maintaining magical defenses against pursuing security personnel. The facility had fully activated emergency protocols, security forces converging from multiple directions while automated systems attempted to isolate and contain the intrusion. As they approached the rendezvous point where Zatanna waited, Batman's tactical awareness identified a new threat developing, a coordinated security response designed to cut off their escape route. "Blocking force assembling at Junction 12B, he reported. "Magical and conventional elements combining for containment effect. Direct confrontation inadvisable with subjects in tow. Alternative route?" Harry suggested, helping a semi-conscious captive navigate the corridor. Batman considered the facility schematic, identifying a maintenance passage that could potentially bypass the security concentration. East Service Corridor provides alternate approach. Restricted access but penetrable. They diverted to this route, Batman efficiently bypassing the access controls while Harry maintained magical defenses against pursuing forces. The service corridor provided temporary reprieve from direct confrontation, allowing them to continue toward the extraction point where Zatanna had secured their exit strategy. As they navigated the narrow maintenance passage, Batman's enhanced sensors detected a significant energy buildup ahead, powerful magical activity concentrating near their intended extraction point. Zatanna, status update, he demanded through the communication link. Detecting major magical convergence at your position. It's Rookwood, she responded tensely. He's implemented some kind of facility-wide containment ward, anti-transportation enchantments preventing magical extraction. And he's got the director with him. The development represented a significant threat to their extraction strategy, which had relied on Zatanna's ability to create a magical transportation portal once they'd secured the captives and research data. With anti-transportation wards in place, their options narrowed considerably. Maintain position, Batman instructed. We'll adapt the approach. Harry, who had been monitoring the exchange while guiding captives through the service corridor, offered an insight based on his magical knowledge. Anti-transportation wards have limitations. They prevent apparition and portkey use, but not all forms of magical movement. Explain, Batman prompted as they continued forward. They're designed to prevent people from magically entering or leaving the protected area entirely. But movement within the area might still be possible with the right approach. And physical objects can sometimes penetrate where magical transportation can't. Batman processed this information, immediately identifying potential tactical applications. Zatanna, can you create a localized displacement effect rather than full transportation? Move matter within the containment field rather than through it? Possibly, she replied after a moment's consideration. A modified form of spatial folding rather than true transportation. It wouldn't get us outside the facility, but could potentially move us to the underwater access point. Where the submersible was docked, Harry realized. Physical extraction rather than magical. Precisely. Batman adjusted their approach accordingly. Proceed to Junction 14A, intersection of magical and physical barriers where effect might be implementable. They altered course toward this new destination, Batman's tactical flexibility once again demonstrating why he remained effective even against magical threats that should have been beyond conventional countermeasures. The ability to identify systemic vulnerabilities and adapt strategy accordingly transcended the specific nature of the opposition. As they approached Junction 14A, however, a new complication emerged, a direct confrontation with Rookwood himself, who had anticipated their adapted strategy with concerning accuracy. Impressive, the gaunt wizard commented as he stepped into view at the end of the corridor, flanked by security personnel with wands raised. Most would have attempted brute force magical countermeasures against the transportation wards. You identified the structural vulnerability instead. Batman positioned himself protectively before the captives, assessing Rookwood with cold precision. Augustus Rookwood. Department of Mysteries researcher. Developer of the awakening process. And you are the Batman, Rookwood replied with clinical interest rather than alarm. A fascinating subject yourself. Non-magical yet capable of penetrating our most sophisticated defenses. And with dormant magical genetics that suggest significant potential for awakening. Harry moved to Batman's side, wand raised defensively. Your experiments are over, Rookwood. We've freed your prisoners and secured your research data. The Ministry will know everything you've done here. Rookwood's expression shifted to one of amused condescension. The Ministry? My dear boy, who do you think authorized this operation? The Council of Awakening includes senior officials from every department, individuals who recognize that magical isolation is no longer sustainable in the modern world. You mean people who want to control both worlds through mind-controlled puppets, Harry countered sharply. A crude characterization of a sophisticated integration strategy. Rookwood's attention shifted to Batman. You understand the principle, I think. The necessity of control mechanisms when dealing with potentially destabilizing forces. Your own city's vigilante approach to justice suggests similar recognition of systemic inadequacies in conventional authority structures. Batman remained unmoved by this attempt at philosophical alignment. There's a fundamental difference between fighting corruption and implementing it. Your awakened subjects aren't being liberated, they're being enslaved. A temporary necessity, came a new voice as the director herself appeared beside Rookwood, her aristocratic features composed despite the facility breach. One that will be phased out as integration proceeds. The first generations require more direct guidance, but subsequent awakenings will allow greater autonomy as the bridge between worlds stabilizes. Harry studied the director with growing recognition. I know you, he realized suddenly. You were in the Prophet last year, Madame Rosier. Department of International Magical Cooperation. Very good, Mr. Potter, she acknowledged with a slight incline of her head. Though my current role extends somewhat beyond diplomatic functions. Batman noted the confirmation of high-level ministry involvement, adding another piece to the conspiracy puzzle they had been assembling. You've orchestrated integration with non-magical government structures as well. Preparing for coordinated implementation across both worlds. Of course, she confirmed without hesitation. The separation of magical and non-magical governance has always been artificial, historical necessity that has outlived its purpose. The Awakening Initiative simply provides the bridge mechanism that makes reintegration possible without violating the fundamental principles of the Statute of Secrecy. By creating mind-controlled puppets with just enough magic to be useful but not enough to resist, Harry summarized bitterly. By creating functional hybrids who can operate in both worlds, Rosier corrected. Mr. Wayne would have been our most valuable subject in this regard. His resources and position combined with awakened Potter bloodline traits would have accelerated integration by years. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. The magical resistance trait you identified in the Potter lineage. You believe it would create controllers rather than controlled subjects. More than believe, we've confirmed it through extensive research, Rookwood interjected, professional interest overriding security concerns. The Potter magical signature contains a unique resistance to directive magic, the same quality that allowed young Mr. Potter here to survive the killing curse and resist the Imperious curse. When awakened in dormant carriers and properly calibrated, it creates individuals capable of directing other awakened subjects rather than merely receiving direction themselves. A genetic key to magical authority, Batman summarized, his tactical mind immediately grasping the strategic implications. You're building a hierarchical control system, controllers and controlled, with bloodline determining position. Precisely. Rosier seemed almost pleased by his comprehension. The ancient magical families always understood this principle. Blood determines capacity and function within the magical ecosystem. We've simply applied modern understanding to ancient wisdom. As this exchange continued, Batman maintained continuous environmental awareness, noting security positioning, structural vulnerabilities, and potential escape routes. Most importantly, he observed Zatanna's subtle magical preparations behind the captives, implementing the localized displacement effect they had discussed while Rookwood and Rosier were distracted by ideological exposition. Your vision fails to account for individual agency, Batman stated, deliberately prolonging the conversation to provide Zatanna additional preparation time. Controlled systems inevitably generate resistance proportional to the degree of control imposed. A temporary concern during the transition phase, Rosier dismissed. Once critical mass is achieved, approximately 12% of key power positions held by awakened individuals, the integration becomes self-sustaining. Resistance becomes mathematically futile. You've miscalculated, Batman countered. Not in your strategy, but in your fundamental premise. Magic itself resists absolute control, a principle demonstrated repeatedly throughout magical history. This philosophical challenge, though seemingly abstract, served Batman's tactical purpose perfectly, engaging both Rookwood's intellectual vanity and Rosier's ideological commitment, keeping their attention focused on the debate rather than Zatanna's increasingly visible magical preparations. A childish misunderstanding of magical fundamentals, Rookwood responded dismissively. Magic follows precise laws and principles, identifiable, measurable, and ultimately controllable through proper application of those laws. The Department of Mysteries has documented this conclusively. Then explain Harry Potter, Batman challenged, gesturing toward his young ally. By your own research, his survival and resistance capabilities defy your understood laws. Suggesting your understanding remains fundamentally incomplete. This direct challenge to Rookwood's expertise achieved exactly the reaction Batman had anticipated. The wizard's professional pride triggered an extended justification of his research and methodologies, providing the final distraction window Zatanna required to complete her preparations. The Potter anomaly is precisely what we've been studying. Rookwood exclaimed, irritation breaking through his clinical demeanor. The boy's survival wasn't random magical chance but a specific bloodline trait activated through precise circumstantial catalysts. We've identified the underlying mechanic and replicated it in controlled conditions. Batman gave the nearly imperceptible signal they had arranged, prompting immediate action from Harry and Zatanna simultaneously. Harry cast a blinding Lumos Maxima that temporarily disoriented the security team, while Zatanna activated her completed displacement spell, Evam Su Ot Retoredna Tropst Nyop. The localized displacement effect manifested as a rippling distortion in the fabric of space, not true magical transportation that would trigger the anti-transportation wards, but a folding of physical space within the facility's boundaries. Batman, Harry, Zatanna, and the rescued captives experienced a momentary sensation of compression before reality reasserted itself in a new location, the underwater dock where their original submersible had been secured. The magical displacement had succeeded, but not without consequences. Several captives collapsed from the strain of the unconventional transportation method, requiring immediate stabilization. More concerning, the facility's systems had detected the massive magical energy expenditure, triggering enhanced security protocols throughout the installation. Submersible capacity insufficient for all subjects, Batman noted immediately, assessing their extraction options. Alternative transport required. There. Harry pointed toward a larger vessel docked alongside their original submersible, clearly part of the facility's own transportation system. That could hold everyone. Batman moved immediately to the larger vessel, bypassing its security systems with practiced efficiency while Harry and Zatanna stabilized the affected captives. Within minutes, they had transferred all subjects to the commandeered transport, a magical technological hybrid craft designed for underwater movement between the Spit and mainland facilities. Security forces converging on our position, Batman reported, monitoring approach vectors through the vessel's own systems. Underwater egress routes likely monitored. I can create a disillusionment effect around the vessel, Zatanna suggested, already beginning the necessary magical preparations. Not true invisibility, but sufficient to confuse detection systems. Do it, Batman confirmed, taking control of the vessel's navigation systems while Harry secured the last of the captives in the transport compartment. As Zatanna implemented the magical concealment, Batman activated the vessel's propulsion systems, powerful engines combining conventional technology with magical enhancement. The craft moved smoothly away from the dock, entering the underwater tunnel that connected to the open sea beyond. Multiple pursuit craft launching, Batman observed through the vessel's sensor systems. Estimated interception in approximately 4 minutes. The submersible, Harry suggested suddenly. Can you set it to run independently? Create a diversion. Batman immediately grasped the tactical value of this proposal, remotely activating their original submersible with a programmed evasion pattern designed to draw pursuit away from their actual escape vessel. The smaller craft launched with deliberate visibility, heading in a different direction from their concealed transport. The diversion proved effective, pursuit sensors detecting and following the more visible submersible while their cloaked vessel continued through the main underwater egress tunnel. Batman maintained precise navigational control, utilizing the captured vessel's enhanced capabilities to maximum advantage while Zatanna sustained the magical concealment that prevented direct detection. Approaching tunnel terminus, Batman reported as they neared the exit to open sea. Prepare for potential engagement once we clear the facility's immediate perimeter. The vessel emerged from the underwater tunnel into the dark waters of the North Sea, its cloaking effective but not perfect, creating a visual distortion that attentive observers might detect under proper conditions. Batman implemented a complex evasion pattern, utilizing depth changes and current flows to minimize their detectability while establishing a course toward the British mainland. "We did it," Harry breathed, the realization of their successful extraction beginning to register. "We actually got everyone out. The operation isn't complete until we've reached secure territory," Batman cautioned, though his tone suggested acknowledgement of the significant achievement. "And the captives will require specialized treatment to address the effects of the awakening process. The research data we secured should help with that," Zatanna noted, maintaining her concentration on the cloaking effect while reviewing preliminary findings from the extracted information. Rookwood's notes include experimental countermeasures they developed while refining the process. Not complete reversals, but approaches to modifying the imprinting aspects at minimum. Harry moved through the transport compartment, checking on the rescued captives, some now regaining clearer consciousness as distance from the facility seemed to weaken whatever influence the awakening process had established over their minds. Dr. Friedman in particular showed signs of returning awareness, the unnatural luminescence in her eyes diminishing slightly as she regarded Harry with increasing recognition. "Wayne. Enterprises," she managed, her voice strained but determined. "You were there. With Mr. Wayne." "Yes," Harry confirmed gently. "We're getting you home, Dr. Friedman. You and everyone else they took. They're in my head," she whispered, genuine fear breaking through the artificial calm of the imprinting. "I can feel them, directing me. But it's weaker now. Distance helps." This observation provided valuable insight into the nature of the control mechanisms, suggesting a potential proximity effect that might be exploitable in treatment approaches. Harry relayed this information to Batman, who incorporated it into the ongoing tactical assessment. "Confirms suspected limitations in the control methodology," Batman noted. "Potentially significant for developing countermeasures." As they continued their escape across the dark waters of the North Sea, multiple sensors suddenly indicated approaching aircraft, not magical pursuers but conventional vehicles moving with military precision. "Reinforcements," Zatanna suggested with concern, her magical senses confirming the non-magical nature of the approaching threat. "Not pursuing forces," Batman corrected, analyzing the approach patterns. "British Royal Navy helicopters. Response to our transmitted intelligence package." Before their operation had launched, Batman had implemented a contingency protocol, a comprehensive intelligence disclosure automatically transmitted to specific governmental authorities if certain timing parameters were exceeded. The information had been carefully curated to explain the existence of the illegal facility without revealing the full nature of the magical world, presenting it as a non-sanctioned human experimentation operation utilizing advanced technologies. The disclosure protocol worked, Batman confirmed as the helicopters established a perimeter pattern around their position rather than engaging directly. "They're securing the area pending medical evacuation resources for the rescued subjects." Harry watched in amazement as the coordinated military response unfolded around them, helicopters maintaining position while naval vessels approached on radar. "You planned for this specific outcome?" "I planned for multiple potential outcomes," Batman replied. "This represents one of the more favorable scenarios, conventional authorities assuming jurisdiction over the captives while we retain the magical research data necessary for developing treatment approaches." The elegant efficiency of this solution impressed Harry deeply, addressing the immediate humanitarian needs of the rescued captives while maintaining the secrecy of the magical world and preserving the critical information needed to help those affected by the awakening process. It demonstrated a level of strategic thinking that considered not just immediate tactical objectives but longer-term implications across multiple domains. As naval medical vessels arrived and began coordinated transfer of the rescued captives, Batman implemented the final phase of their extraction plan, a controlled handoff of subjects to conventional authorities while their team retained the critical magical intelligence components. The operation had successfully achieved its primary objectives, liberating the captives, securing the research data, and exposing the conspiracy sufficiently to prevent its immediate continuation. Hours later, as dawn broke over the Atlantic, Harry stood on the deck of the Batwing, now in flight mode after retrieving them from the naval operation area. The aircraft maintained a steady course toward Gotham, its stealth systems ensuring undetected passage through multiple national airspaces. Batman approached from the pilot's compartment, cowl removed now that immediate operational requirements had ended. Bruce's expression showed the fatigue of extended combat operations, but also the quiet satisfaction of successful mission completion. The captives are being treated at specialized British military medical facilities, he reported. Cover story established: illegal human experimentation using neurological interface technology. Sufficient to explain their conditions without revealing magical elements. And the research data? Harry asked, gesturing toward the secured containers where Zatanna had stored the extracted information. Being analyzed now. Zatanna and Dr. Fate will coordinate with magical healing specialists selected by Dumbledore to develop treatment protocols for the affected individuals. Harry nodded, processing the comprehensive nature of the response Bruce had orchestrated, addressing immediate needs while establishing frameworks for longer-term solutions. What about Rookwood and Rosier? The whole Council of Awakening? Moody's team is implementing magical intervention now that we've confirmed Ministry involvement. Dumbledore has activated certain contingency protocols within the wizarding government, selective disclosures to trusted officials capable of containing the conspiracy without broader exposure of the magical world. The thoroughness of the approach reflected Batman's fundamental methodology, addressing not something went wrong with this response, please try again. Trace ID, F0582AA5-4C33 3rd now the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.